Boo! Hey guys! Guys! Welcome to a new stream. I really hope you're all doing good. I really hope you all had a great day or a really great time. It really doesn't matter if you're watching it like later on YouTube, and if it's like that, I really appreciate it. Guys, welcome to a new stream of Spooky Monday. This time a different intro. Oh gosh. Yeah guys, welcome. Welcome. Oh, I really couldn't wait the whole day for the evening, for nicely some streaming. I have already Kiki here because Kiki is my co-host first of all, and secondly, when we watch spooky videos, then it's surely good to have someone as a sidekick. No. Guys, just much love for you all. Oh, I put Kiki here. Oh, Cam is not. Cam? What's this going on? Okay, the cam doesn't want to focus now. Why is it not working? Yeah, okay, now it looks good. Guys, I would say we make firstly just chatting a little bit, like it was like last time. I'm not sure if we're gonna play like Zelda firstly. I think we make firstly really yeah, just chatting, and then we watch some nice videos, some spooky videos together. Oh, I really can't wait for it. I found like really interesting ones. First of all, a Nuke's Top 5, a new video. That will be surely cool. Then I found a nearly 3-hour long video. The total nightmare of the Mandela catalog, and that sounds already like really interesting. Or we have Man in Cave. I watched that already, but that was a really cool one, and yeah, like we can also watch that. It's not more spooky, it's more interesting for those people that aren't known of that story. Yeah. We have like a lot of content. The Man in the Cave is 1 hour 14. The Mandela Coco, hi to you. Hey, I'm driving home now. Be at my computer to chat soon. Okay, no worries, Coco. See you in a bit. I said anyways, like I'm gonna chat a little bit, that we can like start all together, like into Spooky Monday. Big love, and I hope you're doing good. Like, yeah, we have Man in the Cave. That is 1 hour 14 minutes. And then we have the Mandela catalog. That is 2 hours 45 minutes. It's like surely interesting. I didn't saw this one, but I saw like the Man in Cave. We can also watch like Man in Cave and watch a little bit of the other video, and if you want to watch it fully, then I recommend surely to watch the rest on his channel. Still doing great. That's nice to hear. That's very nice to hear. I think I roll one up, then I'm fully ready. Oh guys, I really can't wait to play with Coco like nicely, also the other generations. This music right now is the music of the second generation, and oh my gosh, like Coco, I hope like you don't mind it if we would like continue to play like Pokemon if it's still like awesome. Like Space Engineers has all time of the world. But the Pokemon games, I'm looking so much forward to it. It is so awesome. Yeah, I'm totally down. Big kisses. Yeah, like we have always the freedom that when it gets like, oh, okay, that we can always switch to space engineers. That is always good to have like a plan B or so. But at all, I'm really looking forward to show you like all the generations. You said to me you didn't play the second generation. That will be really awesome. We get like even a radio there. That's also so cool. And like, oh my gosh, the red Gyarados or Gyarados. Boah, we get the shiny Gyarados. Like from the story. It's like not really that, oh my gosh, because yeah, everyone gets one, but it's still cool. I really love the shiny. It was also the second generation was the generation that implemented the first time shiny Pokemon. That was back then really, oh my gosh, the Pokemon has other color. And the cool thing is, the second generation is so yeah, how to say that? It has like a lot to explore. Like when we go and beat the gyms, then we can go more likely to the Poké League. And the Poké League is the same from the first generation. It's like the second generation is like to the left of the Pokemon League, and the first generation is to the right of the Pokemon League. And when you beat like the Pokemon League for the first time, then you have like a whole new map open. Like you can go back to the original map. Like there where Misty, Brock, all the like 8 gym leaders are from back then, from the first generation. And it's so cool. Like as a kid I was like never expecting it, and that was for me back then so mind-blowing. Like there's even like a other game in it. What? Like at the end you can collect in total 16 badges. That was really cool, like back then. Because the 8 other gyms, like from the first generation, are so strong. Those are really, really strong fights. But the team is then also like above league level. Then it's like no problem. Oh no, I'm looking really forward to it. Like the second generation is like really good. And the third generation is also like the Emerald edition is so it's a classical one for me. I played that back then so much. And also like from then on I started to really like the Pokemon games to play fully and everything. I think I found good videos for today. Like Nuke's top 5, we're gonna watch this video for sure. This one is like a really new one. I think that's 5 ghost videos, something. Wait. Top 10 scary, crazy scary ghost videos. Oh. But that goes also like 33 minutes. Damn. Okay, I didn't expect that. But when I see the thumbnail, I'm already like creeped out. like, I'm looking so forward, like, for real. Like, when we go in a new region, I'm gonna dress like in the, yeah, like in another way. Like, Coco, you will have always a new rival version of me. Oh, I can't. Like, we will collect so much of accessoires. Oh my gosh. We have 5 generations in front of us. Oh my gosh. Fashion queen. For me, it's not like the gyms are important. When I go to a new town, it's for me, is there a shop? Oh my gosh. I don't collect badges. For me, the shorts and tops are important. And the dresses, and the shoes, and the Teddy Orsa ears. That cost me so much. 25k. But it was worth it. So all of it. Even the bag. Oh, how could I forget it? Now, like, you will see me like really, really nicely dressed on in all different kind. Perhaps like in the first generation you see me like as purple. In second generation you see me like in orange. I don't know. LMAO. Or in blonde. I can make myself also blonde or like in black hair. I'm happy. Coco, we will have like yeah, we had already. I enjoyed it so much. It's like it's so much better, the Pokemon games. Like to playing it together, to have like the interaction. This is like for real the thing that they needed to implement for so long. That would be like, yeah, like it would be going endless. You could like for real run really like the Pokemon games like this, and instead of bringing every second year a new generation out, like in form of a new card, like a cartridge or a new game itself, new editions, you can make it as a DLC for the game itself, and add like a new map, like how WoW would do it. It would be perfectly fitting for it. It's just like, or you can buy like in the store still like the cartridge or so, and when you put it in, then it's just like the same account that you have, but and also like the same server and everything, but as like the DLC add-on, the DLC edition. I think you could do like so much more out of it, like that it's not like also like a cash grab kind of feeling, because the editions and everything. You can still do like edition specific DLCs, but with the online factor would the game be so much better. Like they did already. Like the newer game is really remarkable that you can connect with 3 other players, and then you can literally walk around, fight, trade. It's like really remarkable that they go or already like in a way like this, but it took really long. Like the last games of Pokemon, they looked alright. Frame drops of hell. That was really bad. Legends of Arceus, it had really sometimes a little bit of frame drops, but the game was cool. the graphic was just okay, but that was one of the first really good attempts, like to get back to a good way, in a good direction. And yeah, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have been a lot buggy, like really terrible. But when we played it, it was like already like decent. It was still frame drops of hell, but with all the features, with all the Pokemon, with the feeling, with the environment, it was still too easy. But everything was really a cool experience, but it was sadly too easy. I would wish if they would implement like a mode, like a hard mode or so. I don't know, like perhaps in hard mode that the XP share is like not something that is from the start on activated, because yeah, like when you defeat one Pokemon, every Pokemon gets always experience, and that is the thing, to be honest, that is the thing that broke the game. Because yeah, it doesn't make sense, like one Pokemon gets killed or caught, you get always experience, and this thing is like when the Pokemon in battle gets experience only, then it would be no problem, but it gets always, every Pokemon gets an upgrade. You level up like the whole team. It's like really bad. Yeah, a hard mode or maybe even additional gameplay styles, like imagine an official Nuzlocke. Yeah, that would be good. But I feel like, bro, again, everywhere hair on my nose, mouth. But yeah, that's true, Coco. Like that would help so much. To be honest, it was one only game that had that from the Pokemon, and it was Pokemon. Perhaps also two. I think like where I know it was Pokemon Black and White 2. When you the bad thing is you needed to play it one time through, and then you could activate the hard mode. And when you activate the hard mode, it was really like you needed to start all over. But like for having a break and then trying to play it again, and then you see, oh, it has hard mode. Yeah, okay, why not go for it? And hard mode was really challenging, like really challenging, but I liked that a lot. Back then as a kid it was also really challenging, but I didn't knew the game that much. Then every game is really hard when you don't know the mechanics in depth. I'm finished. I'll smoke now a little bit, and then we can start, guys. Next year should be like whether a spin-off game from Pokemon that comes out, or a remake. And if it will be a remake, holy moly, I would be such a fangirl. I mean, like, we're gonna play it. Like, both. Oh, I can't. Now the game would be so awesome. If it's a remake, I would be so happy. But if it's also like a Let's Go Pikachu or Eevee like game, would be also great. Then it's a lot of catching. I'm like even curious if they make another Let's Go or so. The music, but the year after this, like 2025, that should be like a year where the 10th generation, and we have now more than 1,000 Pokemon. It exists now more than 1,000 different Pokemon kinds. It's insane. It's like the sheer amount of combination of your teams that you can make, that you can build up, of strategies, and also like kind of tactical techniques is like insane. It's like, I think with 1,000 you have like, okay, that's so hard to calculate. With 1,000, that is such a huge amount of, oh my gosh. It's like to have all different variations in 1,000. It's over a million kind. OMG, insane indeed. Yeah, it's like really it's remarkable how the time added everything up. And I think Pokemon started 1996, 1997. It's so insane, 30 years, 1,000 Pokemons, or nearly 30. Huh? Okay, the music sounded like something I already heard, but it's not the fitting game. Huh? And we have, at the end of the 5 generations, we have around 600 Pokemon. You need to think, damn, like the 5 first generation made like 600 Pokemon, or even more. I think, no, I think there has been even more than 600. Arceus was 600 something, and after Arceus was like generation 5, I think that was like around 700 or so. Could really be like 700 Pokemon, and that means the 5 other generations only made 300 Pokemons in total. Damn. Yeah, okay, when you think about it, it was really not a lot. Like the X and Y, like the French Pokemon game, didn't add that much Pokemon. I think that was 70 Pokemon in total. The Alola, like the Hawaii Pokemon game, was also not a lot of Pokemon, but cool Pokemon. I really liked the generation, but it was also like slow and too easy. The Galar, the Britain Pokemon, was also cool. We had there a lot of cool Pokemon. Poltegeist was like so cool. It's like a ghost in a teapot. It's so cool. It's the most British Pokemon ever. I really love such things. Or Indeed. Indeed is also like a cool Pokemon. Some people memorize these names too. Yeah, I can remember like a lot of the Pokemon. I have like a good memory when it comes to names or so, but it's a lot. Can you imagine remembering all of them? Yeah, like in German there is no problem. Like in, except the newer ones. The newer ones I'm like more okay, I need to get used to it. But the older ones I can pretty much say every Pokemon. I played it a lot, like a lot. But Poltergeist is such a cutie. Wait, I've surely find a Poltergeist. It's fitting to the vibe. Poltergeist. I found already one. Oh, what? Hey, look! I found even a really good one. Oh my gosh! Okay. Luna got that knowledge, damn. Big kisses for you. I wonder, do they have a baby version of that Pokemon called Kappa? Why me? Why? Because of Casper? It has like a pre-evolution, but I'm not sure how the pre-evolution is again called. Like in English. Poltergeist pre-evo. How is it called? Sinisty. It's so cute. Oh no. It's so cute. The names are so good. Like in English. Okay, wait, I'm gonna put quickly a Poltergeist into look, that's Poltergeist. It's so cool. Look, I got even the 3D model. It looks so good. Like it would appear on the screen. Popular British slang for a cup of tea is called cuppa. Ah, what? That is so cool. That is so cool. So if you're ever there and someone says, "Would you like a cuppa?" They're offering tea. Oh, that is so cool to know. That is really good to know. Thank you so much, Coco. The Poltergeist is like hovering here around. Whee. Perhaps I find a Sinisty, like also as a gift. Did I find it? Oh, it's so like even when it's shiny, then it's in pink. That's so cute. Tony or Toto. Welcome to the stream. Adorable. Yeah, it's very cute. Like now I have like the pre-evolution. This one. I need to make it fitting to the size. The family's on the way. How are you doing, Tony? It's perfectly for Spooky Monday. Hey, it looks even really good. It's so cool, like the newer Pokemon, because they are 3D, you can put like even the models in a GIF. That is because it's like 1-to-1 in how it was in the game. This is so good. That means like every Pokemon is like available. Oh my gosh. Are you ready for some spooky content? I'm okay, I guess. At least okay. I hope I can make like your time a little bit better, Tony. And big kisses for you, like for both of you. Thank you so much for making yesterday's stream, whether it was like here or in the late night, such an awesome time. It was really awesome. Like I was already like thinking in the late night, okay, like I said yesterday to you guys, oh, I'm not gonna doing too long because I was already really tired, but that you two joined at the end, it made me really happy. And just mwah, big kisses for you both. Thank you so much. Thank you. A relaxing family gathering for Spooky Monday. Yeah. Like I need some more Gengar! But hey, when I found now Gengar, I'm like happy. Lol, I pressed one time N and it made 5. Okay, keyboard. Broken? Hope not. I found it. I think it's perfect. It's the perfect idea. Like for Spooky Monday, and it's really fitting. Where is it? Had a little misadventure this morning. Oh, hopefully nothing bad or so. I'm so glad we managed to keep you online 2 hours more. Yeah, like it didn't felt like that it was 2 hours. It was so fast going by. Someone broke into my apartment. Then ran away when I was in the room sleeping. No joke? Oh my gosh. I really hope that nothing got stolen at the end or like broken. And hopefully like that you could lock it right. Oh my gosh. Great way to start a Spooky Monday, I guess. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, I'm glad you're safe, but how did that happen? Was the door unlocked or did they really break in? Yeah, I'm also like... It's so disgusting to have someone invade your safe space. Yeah, that's really the lowest. Like that, and even worse if they would steal from you too. Yeah, they broke the lock. They broke the lock. Oh my gosh, now it's like even... Yeah, do you have like a place to go or so? Oh fuck. Hey, like I really hope you're safe, Tony. And also, yeah, like Coco said, luckily you were safe. That nothing even worse happened. But holy shit, eh? Fuck, hey, Tony, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's like by my sister it happened also back then, like in the glory Facebook times, where like everyone used it pretty much, and my sister have written, like made a post that she goes to vacation, and when she was like, yeah, on vacation, they broke into her apartment because they knew, yeah, okay, there is no one. And when she came back, everything, or like a lot of stuff was like missing. God, so they really went for it. I'm so sorry to, yeah, like I'm also a Tony, it's like always bad something like this happened. Thankfully didn't have time to steal something. They ran like rat, and there's nothing to steal except vinyls. Yeah, like, well, it's like really shitty when someone is invading like your safe, yeah, privacy. I guess there's no better time to replace that to your logs. Yeah, first of all, perhaps like going in this safe space where it is a lock. Take your important stuff with you and make as soon as possible a new lock. For someone to go that far would make me want to sleep with a camera on at all times. Yeah, I'm not sure if I could even sleep. Already changed lock, but not highly securized. Yeah, I feel you. Good, like a really good idea, Coco, with the ring cam or with a camera in total. Wait a minute, I'm disconnected to Steam? Huh? The stream is still online, huh? Why I'm disconnected to Steam? Yeah, okay. I don't mind. Hey, hopefully, like everything goes well, that this guy doesn't show up. Chain locks are pretty bad, but there are a bunch of great ones that require brute force. Yeah, boy, it's I really don't want. Like I really hope only the best. Like it's like for me, I would be so. Yeah, like you said, Tony, I would be also like having a misadventure. I would be so terrified. It was the same when the dude was coming to my place, like the stalker dude. That was also so fucking scary. And I felt like really invaded in my own space. We have the whole family together. Put like a little bit more up. We have the whole squad here. It's like the haunter for me, like, looks more the best, like, design. I would be it would be an investment, but you could likely take it with you to a new place after you move. Lol. Villain Pokemon. So, Luna is growing her own personal daycare on screen. So, everything just nicely to cuddle. That is like my future. Too much? Nah, how can something be like this cute too much? But Hunter above Ghastly. Yeah, like Ghastly looks also cool. Gengar is just like, I really love Gengar. Gengar is cool without a doubt, but like I like the design of Hunter more. It has like something with the flying hands and the flying body. Gengar is more like it goes again on land. It's always levitating except Gengar, and I don't get that. But yeah, it's like a more it looks like a Pokemon from the shape of the old sprites, but in a ghost version. It's like your bed full with plushies, yeah. Let him massage his little bro head. Aha! Oh, you meant it like the... Or like here. Oh no, wait, you meant it like this? Sorry, Coco, I was so lost. Nice massage. I was so lost. I mean, place Hunter so we can I'm so stupid. Sorry, Coco. But I think, like, to have this away. Oh, the music is so good. I would say Gengar is like instead of the bunny on Spooky Monday, we will have nicely our little squad here. Now I put like this. That's the spot. Yeah, now it's like perfectly. I would say that's good. Or the Ghastly. We need to have everything on spot. There it is. Lego. That is perfectly. Now we have spooky session. I can also make a group of them. I'll make like this. Is that good? Yeah, it's good. It's good. And then the really happy music. Look at those red eyes and that empty smile. It's like really sinister. Or sinisty. That was so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so... Like when you think it was already low, trust me, I can take you even more deeper. Even higher than Luna. Boy, yo. True, because of that I really love this Pokemon. 420! Gengar 420 for life, hey. He's in the High Life Society. Oh guys, I I have like prepared really good videos today. Luna, what was that? Come on. It's bad, I know. Today I didn't know, I don't know what I ate or what's happening, but it's bad right now. I'm just happy. Hey guys, wanna play Minecraft? Gengar definitely loves his kush. Oh yeah, he's like a connoisseur. he's enjoying it purely. So, it's like getting worse and worse the more I say it. I can now turn all off. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Then we have always like here the spooky Monday vibe when we just chat a little bit. Oh, like for real. When it comes to this, it helped me so much, Coco. The computer, holy shit! Since then I got the computer, I could do like so many creative things. It was so good. I'm so happy still. You don't believe me? Oh, he's big into Gorilla Glue. Just like instantly. Oh, fuck yes. That hits different. Holy. Ah, now it makes sense. He was like in the first evolution state, and in the second he was levitating. He was already high, but because he started to smoke, high plus high equals low. Because of that he is on the ground. We found it out, guys. Okay, finally home, plugging into computer. Oh, very nice, Coco. Welcome home. Is that not true? Is that not the right thinking? It was so stupid, I'm so sorry. We have plenty of time tonight. Do we want to watch firstly the man in the cave video? Like after Nuke's top 5? Or do we want to see the... I think we watch firstly the man in the cave. Firstly whether we do that or we watch the Mandela catalog. Ah, she figures it out, yeah, oh my gosh, we have it. Like, game theory? It's just a game theory. I really love that. I really like that. That is so cool that every Pokemon is in 3D in a GIF. That is so good. Oof, the Mandela catalog deep. Yeah, this video goes 2 hours 45 minutes. And I'm not sure we're gonna watch like the whole video. But I think the man in the cave will be also like really cool. It's like not spooky, but it has also like a unwell feeling, but it's also like in a funny way, yeah, explained or told. It's really cool, it's really funny. That means I need a Dragon Knight GIF. Boah. At the end, I implement here so many different Pokemon GIFs, then I don't see, like, I don't have the overview anymore. Just to warn, I won't be too much present. Tonight, still got things to do before work tomorrow. Man in the Cave looks promising. Yeah, Man in the Cave will be really awesome. I watched that already, but like, that is a cool video. It's a really cool video. And I, like, yeah, okay, I watched it 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. But it's a really cool video, and I found it, like, today when I was looking up, I was like, yeah, going through different videos, and then it was like recommending me. And why not? Why not? But firstly, Nuke's top 5. And today, like, also Tony, like, absolutely no problem. Like, just take your time, and if you have time to be here and to chat, feel always free, you know that. But there ain't no worries, you know, like, for me, if you need to lurk or being in lurk mode, absolutely no worries, or need to go away. Just big kisses for just, yeah, like, chatting a little bit and just being a little bit present. Just big kisses. Coco, are you at your computer? I'm already, like, thinking to make popcorn. Then I'm eating the whole time again. Nah, I don't do it. Perhaps I'm gonna do it after. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I can, yeah, mute the microphone when I'm eating. So bad, eh? I'm also nearly finished with smoking. Then we can start. I can, like, literally, by Pokemon MMO, when I have my, yeah, like, my end team, that I can, yeah, download all the GIF of my teams, or like my Pokemon team, and then I would put it, like, somewhere. I think that wouldn't be, like, that bad. Gengar I have already. Then I need a Raichu, a Blastoise, a Charizard, but you definitely gonna succumb to it. I need my popcorn or snacks. And today I was, like, only, like, having my shake, nothing more. I need to eat anyways, but I would do, like, a real, like, a fully meal after the stream. Hey, yesterday after the late night, I was, like, doing quickly for myself, like, rice. I was eating just a third, and then I was like, okay, now I need now I need to go. I was so hungry after the late night stream, and I wanted to still eat something before I go to bed. And yeah, after the third to toilet, making myself fresh, brushing teeth, going into bed, done. I was like instantly falling asleep. Yeah, you were up super late with us. Yeah, I think at 8 I was, or a little bit after 8 AM I was finishing. Oh gosh, and at 9 I was like, or 9, half 10 I was going to sleep. But it was a good Sunday stream. I really love Sunday streams. Guys, are you ready? Whoa! Okay, I'm back. I think the cam like this. Then I put like this. Remove. Yep. Remove that also. Then I make. Boop! Can like make a color here. Okay. Reaction. Boom. I'm ready for the spooks, Captain. That's so awesome to hear. I got chills already. Because of the loading screen. Oh, loading screen. Oh my gosh. It's too much for me. Tony, do you know what else? 2 loading screens, oh my gosh, my nightmare. Just by you looking at cam. Thank you. Like instantly, this light suddenly appeared from nowhere. Just like, you wanna play Minecraft, guys? Jump scare. Let's go! Okay, first of all, music. Secondly, camera. I think like this is good. Boah, und I'm getting instantly scared because of the thumbnail. Okay. Video is on, but you don't see it at the moment. Okay. Guys, Nuke's Top 5. Really awesome channel. Check it out. I'm surely like also gonna link it in the YouTube video, that everyone can go check his channel up. Like big kisses, big kisses. We had always like a good scary time here. Is it the last one? Yeah, it's the newest one. It's from 6 days ago. Yeah. Vor 6 Tagen. It's like on German by me. Cool, I restrained myself to watch it. Very cool, very cool. Okay, then let's go, let's enjoy together. Fuck yes. Okay. I hope the music is good. You need to say it if it's like alright or too quiet.
Paranormal enthusiast James White has a very spooky business. He professionally arranges and hosts seances in allegedly haunted and abandoned buildings in Toronto, Canada. James is hosting a seance at the historic Lambton House with a group of curious participants. The Lambton House is a former inn that was built in 1860, and it is said to be extremely haunted. Now James White and his group are about to witness something absolutely terrifying.
Is it good now, or still a little bit more, or?
No, she's great for him right now. It's the tacos one. Okay. So Norman, someone in this room is trying to harm you? Is
it a person? If so, give me a sign.
Hmm?
Are they in this room? Is it a male? Oh my God! They hold him back. He felt like his chair tipped backward. Why did your chair tip back? I did not move it. Oh. Something just pulled. Yeah. Keep your hands together. Keep your hands together. We grabbed him as soon as he fell back. Do not break. Okay, really? It did break when he fell though, because he went that far back. Okay, so did somebody actually pull your chair? Yeah, like he tipped backwards. Yeah. Somebody pulled your chair? Yes.
While in the middle of a seance, one participant is forcefully yanked backwards out of
Holy
his
shit,
chair
he
by
was
an
like
unseen
really...
force.
But you never know, it could also be a prank. Prank. But it looked
The door
legit.
behind me was open, and I had my partner sitting beside me, and we had the door, like the door was open behind us, and we thought we heard something back there, but nothing was there. So we turned, and I looked, and I saw nothing. So I turned my head back towards the group, like the circle, and we're all holding hands. And then all of a sudden, I just felt like this force just come and pull me back, and it was like aggressive. It wasn't like calm, it was aggressive, like it was trying to kill me or something. I don't even know. My feet were like flat on the ground. I wasn't moving. I was holding hands with the people beside me, and it just pulled me. And it like felt like someone was coming up behind me, like standing up behind me as I'm sitting in the chair, and like taking my shoulders and like pulling me towards the mirror. It was crazy.
Holy shit.
Fellow participants and eyewitnesses from the seance took to Instagram to share their stories about the incident. One seance witness had this to say about the strange event. I sat across from him when this happened, and it was fantastic to see.
Fantastic?
Another witness says, I was there. Another epic seance with @JamesWhite seance. So did James White capture evidence of an unknown entity aggressively grabbing an innocent visitor at the Lambton house?
But wait a minute,
I
wait.
leave it up to you to decide.
Okay. It happened to the guy that made the video or the event. That is strange. But it looked legit by him, but that makes it like again a little bit weak. I don't know. I was like at the beginning, yeah, okay, it's a prank, like I said before. But then I watched like or saw his reaction or explanation, felt legit. But that it's from him itself. I don't know if it's like really from him itself, the event, but I guess so. Perhaps, yeah, I don't know. It like I really don't know. It looks strange.
Is it a male?
Scream. YouTube channel
Seems
D's
a bit
Dark
fishy,
Adventures
but I'm not
says that
sure.
an
Yeah,
anonymous
by
fan
me
emailed her about
also,
a
like,
very creepy
it
experience he
could
had while
be,
driving
but
home late
it made
one
it
night.
really weak. That's
The dash
from
cam video shows the man
himself.
driving down an isolated country road in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, he spots something that makes his blood run cold.
I have already chills.
Excuse me, you need help? What the?
The driver suddenly spots a woman walking all by herself in the middle of the night. As he gets closer, he is horrified when he sees that the woman is covered in blood. Worried for her safety, he rolls down his window and asks her if she needs help.
Excuse me, you need help?
After which, he lets out a blood-curdling scream.
What the?
At this point, the man
What?
notices that the woman appears to have no eyes, only black sockets. Terrified by her reaction and appearance, the driver quickly just gets out of
The
there.
scream.
He says that he called the police, but they never found this
Go
mysterious
away!
woman.
Go
So
away,
just
harmful
what do you
thing!
think is going on here? And
I'm
what
gonna
would
banish
do
you into the
in
shadow
same
realm.
situation?
Megan's the dual card.
The woman in white. Duke's Top 5 viewer and paranormal investigator
Just
Mark
straight
Reyes
wailing
emailed
on
me
the
about a
side of
video
the
that he
road.
captured with his
Yeah, that
family
she's,
while on a
like,
ghost
even so
hunt at the
polite that she
Evangelical
goes,
Spiritual
like, even
Church
on the
in
side of the
Cicero.
road, not in the middle of so. It's really, I need to say that, like, huge props for the respect there, but the fuck, like, it looked like straight off of a horror movie. Could be faked, good masking building, but you never know. You never know what is crawling, walking, hovering in this vast wild wildness around. Oh gosh, but I think it's also more pranky, but still scary. It was like still scary to see, like, out of nowhere, like a person walking there. I'm like in
Illinois.
general
The
terrified when I
church was
see
once used
only
as a
one
funeral
person
home and is said to be
on broad
extremely
daylight.
haunted.
I'm like, whoa,
It's
my
the
gosh,
middle
what
of the
is
night,
that?
and Rick and his family are investigating the church
Okay,
when suddenly their EMF meter detects something that they
Like,
can't
instantly
see.
scared for my
What
life.
happens next
I never saw
is
a person
truly
before.
chilling.
What is that?
Are you afraid?
People are scary.
That room over there is scary. Have you seen it? This one, come here. This one. This is a private office.
So you can't go in there.
No, I'm saying that it's open because we could.
So you can't go in there. So you can't go in there.
Is she there with her kids?
Did you see it? A woman who seems to be wearing a white gown can be seen standing behind the family on the far side of the church. Ricky says that his daughter felt a presence as she looked back, but that none of them actually saw the mysterious woman at the time. It wasn't until they returned home that they discovered what they had captured. So could this eerie figure possibly be the spirit of one of the people who passed through the funeral home? Let me know what you think. We need scary
I have so many
videos.
questions.
So if you see
Why
something
is
that
the
you think would be
family
perfect for the
in
top
a place
5,
like this?
send it to us at nukestop5@gmail.com.
Really,
The
it's
burial
dangerous for the kids?
Paranormal investigator Ian from the
Is it not
YouTube
better
channel
to have,
Midwest
like-
Ghost Hunter is back with another investigation. This time at the mysterious
Yeah,
Native American
hold the
burial
kids
mounds
away
at the
from
Crow
such a
Wing
place,
River
like-
in Minnesota.
I'm confused.
Many people claim to have experienced terrifying paranormal activity at the burial mounds. Some have heard the strange sound of phantom drums and disembodied voices.
Phantom
And some
drums.
visitors even claim that they have seen glowing apparitions at the site. Curious about the claims, Ian decides to do an overnight investigation in the hopes of capturing paranormal evidence. Things quickly take a very creepy turn as Ian searches for one of the burial mounds.
Man, walking through these woods, I feel like anything could just pop out at me right now. Like, from anywhere. Bears, Bigfoot, ghosts, anything. Okay. I don't know if I'm going crazy. I thought I heard something behind me. Hello? Who's over there? I don't know, maybe I'm just paranoid.
Hello, I'm looking for trouble,
Thought I
yeah.
heard something, but I'm not sure. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Alright. Okay, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not going crazy. I don't know. I don't know if I should try this, but I'm gonna try walking backwards, because I want to see what's coming up behind me. Honestly, I don't even like walking backwards because I don't know what's ahead of me. Is there somebody out here with me? Oh my god! Holy shit. That scared me so bad. That was a straight up voice. From thin air. It was as if somebody was standing like right there. Hello?
Yeah, nope.
Ian hears footsteps following him. Then he hears a loud, indiscernible voice.
I have goosebumps on my legs, on my
He's now a little
arms,
freaked
neck.
out, but he continues his search until he finally
He
finds one of
continues?
the
I
Native
would be
American
out.
burial mounds.
Walking alone in
What
the forest
happens
asking for
next
trouble. Did
is
someone
truly
say no?
disturbing.
Yeah. What was that?
Alright, here's mound number 2. I'm actually not going to say anything this time. I'm actually just going to listen. God, I'm hearing all kinds of things over here. It sounds like voices, but they're so faint.
Oh, that's so creepy. Just imagine you would get lost in the forest. You
A
wouldn't
female
know
voice
about
can be
this
heard
certain
speaking
place.
almost as if someone at the burial
like,
mound is having a
camping
long,
there. You
involved
build up your
conversation.
tent, you hear voices. Oh my gosh, that
But
was
it's
so,
something else
so
that
fucking
really
creepy.
spooks Ian as he explores the Crowing River's edge. Something truly terrifying.
Even though there's not much going on right now, it's a lot of fun just being out here. Out in the wilderness. Even though it's dark, I can barely see 10 feet ahead of me.
Yeah, right.
Holy sh!
Goose flying.
Just when I said it was fun being out here. Pretty sure there was a goose back there, splashing in the water.
Of all things, Ian's biggest scare so far comes from the sudden sound of a honking goose.
It could also be that you
Eventually,
heard the
Ian finds
voices
another
of the
burial
animal.
mound.
That
Now,
is
Ian
also
knows that he
sometimes.
might not be able to communicate in English with the spirits of the Native Americans buried there.
What was that for a glitch?
So, he
Holy shit.
decides to just listen. What happens next is truly bizarre.
Okay, I start talking. It sounds like a male voice.
Huh?
Could you speak again? Oh my god!
It didn't hurt.
Dude, that was a face! I just seen a face! That was a glowing face!
Oh! Yeah, you can always edit that, but
Oh my god, I cannot believe that! Dude, his face just appeared right there!
oh my gosh, I cannot
Right
believe
there.
that.
Oh my god, that was
But
one of the
it is
craziest
good
things I've ever
storytelling.
seen!
It's very good
It's one thing
storytelling.
to see a light, a mist, even a shadow, but a face?
No.
Face! It looked like a man, too. It looked like a Native American man.
Ian hears another low voice speaking from somewhere nearby. A pale face then quickly appears and disappears from right out of the darkness. Ian is shocked by what he has captured and deems his paranormal investigation a huge success. So did Ian capture the voices and face of lingering Native American spirits buried at the Crowing River? Let me know what you think. You can watch
would
this
say
entire
at the end,
investigation
he
and many
knows
more spooky
if
adventures
it was
over on the
real or
YouTube
not,
channel
and he
Midwest
can
Ghost
sleep or
Hunter,
not.
the Sanhaven Sanatorium.
I hope he can sleep.
Nuke's top 5 viewer Ricky and his sister Vicky
Like
set out to
when it
explore the
was
old
like
abandoned
really
Sanhaven Sanatorium near
Without
Dunseith,
editing or
North
so,
Dakota.
then he doesn't
The
need to do
sanatorium was
that
built
or
in
something.
1912 as a treatment center for
But I don't
patients
know, you
suffering
can
from
edit it, but
tuberculosis.
it was a
Many
legit
of these
reaction, how
patients
he
did
reacted.
not
It was
survive.
really good
They passed
storytelling.
away inside the walls of the Sanhaven Sanatorium. In the 1960s, the hospital became a treatment center for the mentally impaired. However, it was eventually closed in 1987 after many reports of patient mistreatment and neglect. The Sanhaven Sanatorium is now known as a paranormal hotspot, and to this
Well,
day,
the location
those with
looks
an interest in
already
the
bad.
supernatural travel to the hospital to explore,
But
hoping to experience paranormal activity.
it's just
So, Ricky and his sister are
broken
carefully
apart.
exploring the creepy old decaying building. They experience something downright creepy.
No, I bet it was a morgue. Oh, come on, let me have that.
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, this building's getting pretty bad. Was that you? That wasn't you, was it?
No.
Sounds like someone's upstairs. There's someone upstairs. There's someone upstairs.
That's
Hello? Hello?
that's really
Where you
creepy.
at?
Now, it should be noted that this odd event can be explained away as simply water rattling around in the building's old rusty pipes. In fact, if you look closely, this isn't even a water pipe at all.
Yeah.
It's actually a piece of old metal electrical conduit that has been cut in half. Nevertheless, it moves and rattles as if shaken by some unknown force. Ricky and his sister are a bit freaked out and worried that they might not be alone in the sanatorium. However, even if there was someone else upstairs, it would be impossible for that person to even reach this metal conduit to make it move. So this creepy capture
Yeah, it-
remains a mystery.
Like whether they have someone in the building from themselves that made that, or a homeless dude that wanted to scare them away. But it's like really
The thing
creepy.
down the hall. A group of friends from Madrid, Spain are hanging out when they suddenly hear strange sounds coming from the bathroom down the hall.
It's from
¿Están escuchando?
TikTok.
Soy yo.
Oh, come
Se
on.
están escuchando más de ruidos tú. Yo vine del baño.
No vayas, estás loco,
Mano.
¿Qué es lo que quiere que vayas?
Una polla. Una polla.
No.
Ocho, para.
Para internet, hermano, ¿qué haces? ¿Estás loco?
Se está escuchando desde el baño.
Escúchame. Pon internet ahí.
¿Hola?
Una polla. Hermano, es mal rollo,
¿Hay alguien ahí?
No.
Hermano.
Tira, vamos a ver lo que es.
Hermano, no.
Tira. Asoma la cámara.
¡Hostia puta! ¡Corre, hermano! ¡Corre! ¡What the f***!
The guys are hesitant to look
Dude,
inside
that
the
was
bathroom.
like really
when they do,
creepy looking.
something horrifying can be seen staring back at them.
Boy,
User
yo.
Ain Holval shares the video to TikTok
that's
with the
fake.
caption, "What the hell was in my bathroom?" Now, it's
so
certainly
fucking
very
creepy.
creepy, but is it real?
But my
Or is it
my
all
hair are
just an
standing up
elaborate TikTok hoax?
on my back head
You
even.
decide.
Boy, yo. Good miniature. Yeah, it's like fake, but it was good storytelling again.
¡Corre, hermano! ¡Corre! ¡What the f***!
Okay.
Genuine intrigue. New homeowner and Reddit user Genuine Intrigue has been finding evidence that some kind of animal has been walking around his backyard late at night. Curious to see what kind of animal it might be, he decides to look through the footage recorded by his motion detecting security camera. But what he finds sends a chill down his spine.
Okay, shadow figure.
During a soft rain, a translucent figure seems to slowly walk through the backyard. Reddit user Genuine Intrigue has no explanation for this bizarre capture.
Yeah, looks very
But what
strange.
do you think this is? Holton Avenue. Popular
nothing
urban
more.
explorer Chris Hill from the YouTube channel
Okay, that
Urbex
could
Hill
still
sets out to
be
explore
legit,
Holton
because it was
Avenue,
not
an
huge
entirely
drama or
abandoned
so.
street in Cleveland, Ohio. Now, it's unknown why the street was left
That's a
abandoned,
really realistic
other than it
looking one.
sits
Yeah,
in an
I would
incredibly
say the
dangerous
same.
neighborhood.
Because yeah, it
Multiple
was not a
bodies have been
huge show.
found on this
Like,
street,
not, oh,
and
look,
each
guys,
of the
it's
deceased
really
met their
real. Oh
end
my
under
gosh, was it
mysterious
someone?
and horrifying
We're going
circumstances.
alone
So,
somewhere.
dragging around his balls
I
of
think no
steel,
one of
Chris
the
Hill makes it his
alone
mission
guys
to
are
record and
really
document the
alone,
abandoned
like,
buildings
that's
on
their-
Holton Avenue
Always
before
with
they
a
are
friend,
demolished.
but the friend is
In the
somewhere
middle of the
else.
night, Chris begins his exploration at the abandoned
A little
First
bit
Hungarian
behind
Baptist
also.
Church. He soon realizes that he might have made a huge mistake.
Huh?
I could have swore I heard something.
Dude, okay, that's a lot.
I think that's an animal.
Are you rats or so? True. Could they always be rats? You never know. Or like cockroaches. What? Upstairs camera?
That's weird. What's upstairs?
As Chris is exploring the basement, he hears strange noises, but can't identify the source.
Strange that it
Then a
was
door above
abandoned
him on the
with all
ground
that
floor
stuff.
just
Yeah.
slams shut.
Perhaps
Chris
it's
quickly makes his way
something
upstairs
happened.
to investigate, and what happens next is downright creepy.
But it's a church. It's so creepy, eh? Like all the lost places in the dark are looking so creepy. It's in a kind of way really unnerving to see things that you're known of, like buildings that always look like in a good state or in a decent state. When you see like it's like really abandoned, broken or so, it feels so unnerving, like really strange, like so odd. Yeah, like if it was a creature.
There's somebody outside.
Huh? Okay,
Chris finds nothing and no one to explain why the door slammed shut. But when reviewing his footage at home, he realizes that he captured more than he thought. A 4K static camera that he placed inside the church's chapel reveals that something seems to move towards the door just before it slams shut. Another static camera shows something pale and translucent moving around the pews while Chris is in the
But
room.
that could also be a particle.
But that's not all that Chris captured that night, because after a thorough walkthrough of the church, Chris decides to check out one of the abandoned houses on Holton Avenue. It did not
Oh, it's
go
like
well.
a whole district?
Sketchy. This cannot be safe.
Yo, dude! Dude, are you serious? Is that the basement?
Hope I don't find a body down here. It actually looks like it's just underneath the house. It's not really a basement. Still creepy.
Boy's just asking for problems, yeah.
sorry. I didn't know nobody lived there.
While checking out the house's basement, Chris hears movement on the floor above him. Freaked out by the sound, he quickly starts making his way out of there.
Like,
but there's
clearly
someone
that was
inside
someone
with him, peeking out from behind a curtain. The man seems to be living in the abandoned home. Chris knows the horrifying stories of the people who met a tragic end on Holton Avenue, so he quickly just gets
like
out of the
real.
house. And with that, Chris has
I
had
think
about
like
enough.
lost places you need
He
to
decides
leave alone
to just
because
head
there
home.
are so many people.
Now, for obvious reasons,
like
I advise
that
everyone
seeking
watching this
shelter
to
or
just stay
so.
away from Holton Avenue. But if you want to see more of Chris's explorations, you can find them all on his YouTube channel, Urbex Hill. Freefall. TikTok user Jalen Rich is hanging out with a friend on the
It's
boardwalk
just
in
risky.
Santa Cruz,
It's
California,
risky.
a little after closing time.
You never know if the
Something
homeless
happens
dudes
that
are
freaks
like
them both out.
nice
Okay,
or
but the
just
boardwalk
aggressive.
closed like half an hour ago.
I think just most of them want to be left alone.
Okay,
Most
I'm really
of-
bad at this.
It's really late night in the middle of the night.
No one's on there. Is there?
Huh?
Okay, I totally saw someone in their camera. Oh my god.
Someone appears to be seated on the Santa Cruz Boardwalk freefall ride, even though the ride is supposed to be closed. But then, whoever or whatever it is seems to disappear into thin air. Jalen explains that both she and her friend saw someone sitting on the ride and have no idea how to explain what happened. Now, the Santa Cruz Boardwalk opened in 1907
Restaurant
and has seen
maybe?
at least 3
Yeah, I
confirmed
thought
fatal
also
accidents over
at
the
first,
last
but
116
that
years.
It disappears?
One rumor
Strange.
even states that a park visitor tragically broke their neck on this very ride.
What?
So could it be that Jalen captured the spirit of
Yeah, like
someone
for
who
me,
never made it out of the park? You decide.
Like this, I'm not going on
Followed
stuff like
home.
this. I'm not trusting.
TikTok user Francisco Javier claims that strange things have been happening at his home
Broke
in
their neck
Spain
doesn't yet
after
si-
exploring an
yet
abandoned farm he
imply
came
death.
across one day
Yeah,
in the middle
true.
of nowhere. He
I
says that the
wonder-
farm is a place of intense
Could also be like
paranormal activity.
the reaction out of it or so.
Que no sé, tío.
Because
Está por
it
aquí.
impact.
Hola. Escúchenlo. ¿Qué va? Coño. Ahora sí. Me quita. Oh. Ahora sí me lo hizo detrás de mí. Ahora sí me lo hizo detrás de mí.
Francisco is recording at the farm when a door slams shut right behind him. After his days exploring the farm, he believes that something might have followed him home.
Empiezo a grabar porque
No,
estoy
nada.
escuchando sonidos desde el baño muy raros y estoy solo en casa. Dentro del baño. ¿Qué cojones? ¿Qué va a ser?
It's the toilet ghost! Be careful or I flush you away! The potty geist! No!
¿Qué coño?
Potty geist!
Francisco
Oh my
believes
gosh!
that he might
The
be
potty
dealing
geist
with
is
multiple
aggressive!
entities as he begins to hear taunting voices, laughing, and even the sound of intense crying in the night.
Preem. It can't be! He followed me home! My worst enemy! He has children?
The chilling sound of a baby crying sends Francisco off to search his entire
To be honest,
apartment. but he finds
You
nothing
can
to
literally put
explain the
just
sound.
speaker into a room
Another night, and things
just
escalate
play,
to
like,
another
certain
level when
sounds on
Francisco's
the
Amazon
speaker
Alexa
while you're
begins to
recording it.
behave very
It's so
strangely
easy.
and absolutely terrifying.
Alexa me da un susto de muerte.
True, yeah.
Se acaba de conectar. ¡Qué susto!
Francisco says that his Alexa is disconnected, yet it calls out in Spanish, "Go to the window. I want to see you."
It hurts me. But yeah, okay. It's more storytelling.
Se acaba de conectar. ¡Qué susto!
And that's not the only time that this happens.
Coño.
I would get rid of the Alexa. I would say fuck that. Not with me.
A female voice coming from the Alexa laughs out loud but then stops as soon as Francisco comes around the corner. Then an entirely different,
Oh yeah,
lower
I'm
and
eating that
creepier
fish for
voice
sure after
calls
this.
out,
Yeah, yeet, like instantly gone. I have a good place for you in the trash! Like instantly.
Francisco has had enough, but he has no idea how to stop the terrifying activity. He tries to continue living his life as if nothing has happened. But then one night when he's hanging out just watching TV, this happens.
Escuche, acabo de empezar a escuchar a tocar desde esa puerta. ¿Están tocando desde ahí? ¿O es cosa mía? Míralo, míralo. ¿Hola? No puede ser. ¿Qué coño es eso? ¿Qué coño es eso, tío?
Someone ringed at my door. Wait. I need to. Oh, it's the delivery guy. Oh yeah, okay. Hey dude, come in. Like.
Tío. Uf. Qué puto susto, loco.
Francisco is startled by knocking coming from his hallway door. When he stands up to check it out, he spots what appears to be a small child looking in through the window. Shocked by what he's seeing, he quickly opens the door only to find no one there. Whoever or whatever this is has disappeared. So did something follow Francisco home from the abandoned farm that he explored?
Popcorn.
Could it even be multiple spirits? And if you were in his shoes, just what would you do?
Aliens! Go to the window! But I have a MacBook.
Thanks for watching. If you haven't
can't.
already, please subscribe and turn on notifications so that you never miss a video. You can also follow me
I
on socials and
can't.
say,
What I
hey
need
there,
to do now.
what's up, buddy? Anyway, hopefully I will see you
No,
again
not
next
sugar.
week.
Popcorn, salt, butter, buttery and salt. Guys, that was top 10 scary, crazy scary ghost videos. Nuke's top 5. Big shout out, like absolutely great videos. Like some of the videos are like really fakey, that you see it, but it's always like the entertaining factor by those videos, and some are really legit or have more the legit feeling. I'm gonna quickly put it like this. I make quickly whip like this. I'm quickly putting, I'm making the popcorn. It surely goes like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then I'll be back instantly. And then we watch, I think, Man in the Cave, and at the end, the total nightmare of the Mandela catalog explained. Whether we watch this or other video, I'm not sure. But I hope you guys enjoyed the first video. That was really cool. Like the one in the bathtub where this creepy face was looking. It was fakey as hell, but it was like still scary. That was good. Enjoying it plenty. Yeah, that's awesome to hear, Kaka. Salt, exactly, salt. Let's go. Buttery and salt. Buttery and salt. I put also music for you guys on. Like this, and be right back. Oh. Yeah, like this is good. Much love. See you in a bit. I'm back. A full bag of popcorn. Welcome back, welcome. Just like freshly made. It's just like still really hot. Oh, the buttery smell is so good. Oh, you make me jealous, Morgan. Sorry, Coco. This was my intent. I would love to share with you guys, give you all like nicely. Hey guys, let's go. Welcome to this new ASMR session. Just oh, I can just okay, how that looks like the tingles. It's really good. I really love popcorn. Okay, let's go, guys. Let's continue. It's still loading. Good thing you said it's salty one, otherwise I would already be cooking some. Don't you like the salty ones? For me, I like both, but when it comes to sweet ones, then I really love the chocolate ones. Or caramel is also good. But Team Sugar is also good. Like those ones that have both like sugar and salt, that is a little bit strange. Like I don't mind it. I can eat it, but like for me, I need whether salty or like sugar. It's like no problem, but yeah, it's like it's different. Sugar and salt is an interesting cultural thing, yeah. I need also to say, yeah, it's okay. I will go always for the salt ones more. The salt and buttery one. Music off. Guys, this video will be so awesome. I watched that back then, it was hell of a fun. Also, like this. This is Man in Cave upload, re-upload, and it's from Internet Historian. I can highly recommend this channel, makes a lot of really good videos, like really interesting ones. And this one gives also like a little bit of a bad feeling, but it's also interesting how everything around of the man in the cave was like happening. It was a long video, but it will be a really good journey. But hey guys, check this guy out. It's like a really good channel. Yeah, nice. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, great content from them. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I can also highly recommend it. They have another one about the cruise ship being sunk. Yeah, like the Concordia stuff. I saw that also. Sunk by a bad captain. Yeah. This one is so hella fun. Like, it's bad what happened there, of course, but how he is explaining and how the video, that is hella funny. Amazing video. Yeah, really good explained into depth. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck. RIP.
Oh.
But don't worry, we are working on new main channel videos. Here's a sample of the timeline. In the meanwhile, incognito mode, which has a new video about every 6 weeks, and story mode, which has a new video about every 4 weeks.
Checking
Thank you
out.
for watching a second part.
Hmm?
In the state of Kentucky, there is a cave that every now and then demands a sacrifice.
A bit louder, please. Okay.
January 30th, 1925. A man walks towards the cave with a kerosene lamp in his hand. He hangs up his jacket and ducks into a 5-foot opening. The inside of the cave is small.
Okay.
He has to go on hands and knees, crawling through passages of sharp stone and choking dust. Then down a chute he had cleared out months earlier. All of the daylight is gone from here, and this lantern is his only source of light. Ignoring the loose limestone rocks perched directly above him, he is now 100 feet in, and here he reaches
the
turnaround room.
But
now they call this the turnaround room because this is the juncture where even experienced cavers say no thanks and turn around. Because to continue on means going through this, the squeeze, a gap in the stone of only 9 inches. For reference, here's a subway sub.
Yeah.
Going through, he would look exactly like this.
It's
His arms
so
will need to be completely
insane,
at their side, and he will need to exhale so that he can reduce the size of his torso. Gradually, bit by bit, he disappears into the hole. His clothes are caught on sharp gypsum crystals, hooking into him and threatening to hold him in place.
Why would
Using
even
just
go
his feet,
there?
he pushes himself forward. He reaches a wider opening at the other side, then crawls forward towards a ledge. Lit by the lamp is a drop about twice his height. There's already a rope here. He gently climbs down. His worn-out leather shoes touch the ground. This is as far as he can go, and it is time for work to begin. What he is working on is another opening. At the moment, it's too small for anyone to fit through, but he will chip away at it until he can shove himself right through the other side. Because on the other side is this, an otherworldly cave structure dripping with pristine white crystals.
Hey, for that is everything worth.
Every day for months, he has been removing rocks from this crevice.
Dude, what the
To him,
oh my gosh,
this
yeah.
is all just routine. So
He
he
does that
shimmies
daily.
further into the gap, his body contorting to the shape of the crevice as he wriggles his way in. The walls becoming so tight that he can no longer use his arms. Then, about halfway, he stops. The lantern. It's starting to dim. He will need to go all the way back to the surface to refuel the thing. He sighs. He slowly shuffles back out, pushing the lantern with his shoulder. Then, oh no, ding, crack, darkness. He has knocked over the lamp, and it has broken.
That's so bad.
The man breathed deeply and relaxed. He had been in worse situations before, and he was confident he could navigate his way to the surface
Kill me
through
already.
feel
Yeah,
alone.
it's
He searches
really
around
bad
with his feet to
situation.
find something he can push against. Ah, there's something, he thinks. But what he doesn't know is that he's pressing against a loose rock on the ceiling. As soon as he puts his weight against it, it comes free. A solid piece weighing 15 kilograms lands directly on his ankle. It aches.
Dumb.
But he's okay. It doesn't feel as though his ankle is broken, just badly bruised and caught underneath the rock. So he shuffles to move the rock away. Suddenly, gravel. A lot of gravel. It falls onto his feet, his legs, his torso, and the weight of it all forced the rock harder down onto his foot and locks it in place.
Hey, like, this
Every time
situation
he tries
is
to move,
like,
more
no
rubble
one
falls,
wants to be
holding
in
him tighter.
any situation like this.
He is stuck.
That is so bad.
This is Sam.
Darkness.
This man is
Down in a
Floyd Collins.
cave. Stuck.
He is trapped in absolute darkness, 60 feet deep below the earth. All of his limbs held in place at the very bottom of this.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
But before I tell you what happens next, ad time. Speaking of people trapped in a cave, World of Tanks. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played, it is the only game I have
Can we
ever
already
played.
just-
It's like cars.
How is
but
anyone
tank.
going
Picture
to
this.
get
You're a
him?
hot new
It's impossible.
T-8485
Yeah,
and
like,
you've just
you will
joined the
see
back
how
because
everything
some
is like-
Cromwell B tank bagged your entire family. What the
fuck?
It's time
Like,
for
building up,
you
building
must use
more and more.
strategy. You must use stealth. You must use your wits to defeat
Like,
your
advertisement
enemies.
like this, I
Use
really
long
like.
range or short range. It's available on console, but I want you to get it on PC. Imagine a world war, but there are tanks involved this time. Yeah, now you get it. When you've seen as many messed up tanks as I have, you get a little cynical about the world. My God, I'm gonna be sick. Look at all the different tanks. You can collectimize and customize them all.
He does the best
Massive
of
battles where you can
commercials,
constantly
yes,
team
it's
kill
really
and
good.
ruin other people's good time.
What the f***? I'm out of your f***.
Did I mention it's historically accurate, especially the Japanese robot tanks? Ooh, look, the tanks are kissing. Progressive. Use the invite code TANKMANIA and get the Excelsior.
So,
250k credits. Other stuff. Go to the link in the description and use the invite code TANKMANIA. Here's what you do. Get World of Tanks. Put that on one screen. Then, on a second monitor, you'll watch the next hour of this video while you play the game. Perfection. I'm contractually obliged to say thank you for being a friend. Sarge, no. Tank's empty, kid. Go on without me. No, use your repair consumable. It's too late, kid. Take care of my family for me.
How long is it going? It's like a whole side quest.
Get it. Add. Collins is still in the dark.
Captain,
unable to move. He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back. The ice melts above him, traces across the ceiling and drips directly
like this.
onto his face. He would shield himself against the dripping,
Dude,
except
that is
that his
torture.
right arm is wedged
When
against
you
the
have
roof
every
of the
time
cave,
it
and his
drops you,
left
you can't
is stuck in
concentrate.
place underneath his torso. The cold water dripping onto him pools underneath him.
Oh my gosh.
Floyd took slow, steady breaths in the concentrated dark. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet, so nothing would work. He raked his fingers against the wall until blood pooled underneath his nails, and he realized that there was only one option left. Call out for help. But wait. Who is Floyd, and why did he even go into a dangerous cave?
That is the best question.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6. Growing up, exploring the caves of Kentucky was practically all he did. He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that. He grew up and he became embroiled in the Kentucky Cave Wars. Now, there's way too much to go into here, but the summary version is there's this huge network of interconnected caves
That's so
called
insane.
Mammoth Caves. It's actually the largest cave system in the world. And there's a city right in the middle of it. Cave City, real name. So of course there are dozens of cave entrances on private property all over the place. Now farmland in this region has very poor soil and things do not grow well here. So cave tourism as a source of income quickly became the prominent thing. However, a problem. There are a
The people
very
had
large
just
number
too
of
much
caves,
time back
but there
then.
are only a limited number of tourists. So competition rapidly escalated.
Or no
Visit
internet.
my cave. No. Visit my cave. Big
No
signs were
YouTube
erected
Shorts,
saying,
no
tourists come to
TikTok,
me.
we need
Mine
some
is definitely
caves."
open. Mine is the best. But then competitors would respond by saying, hey, by the way, we're open, but don't go
Nice
to that one
hats.
over there. It's really shitty. In fact, it's dangerous. This kept
Like,
going
really
further.
old
By the end, they
school,
were
like-
blocking off the trail to each other's property.
Like, it
beating
was
each
a
other in
huge
the street,
business.
and
That is
hiring
so
people
insane.
called cappers who would dress up as policemen and tell tourists, no, you can't go in there. That what? No, it's illegal. Despite the fierce competition,
Dude.
Floyd found a cave on his property and he started advertising it to tourists. Of course, very few came. All right, he thought, what if I found something really special and unique? Then surely people would have to come to my cave to see it. So he kept exploring and exploring until he found this hollow. It was filled with big gypsum crystals, and when you were in there, it felt like a completely alien world. But it was barely accessible. This small tunnel is the only way in. He would need to dig for months to open it up to tourists, but he knew he could do it. Back to the competition. They knew the value of this cave. They knew the potential, they wanted it for themselves, and they wanted Collins gone. A few months prior, a group of 5 men showed up to his farm unannounced.
Ah, hand over that lease, Floyd,
they said. Floyd, of course, refused. So they turned to violence, knocking him down and savaging the helpless man until Homer, Floyd's brother, came running out of the house with a shotgun. But Floyd was not deterred. He spent 12 hours a day, every day, for months, clearing gravel and stone, chipping away at that passage. He would open it up to tourists, make his cave an incredible attraction, and make his dreams come true. So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help, yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep
Playing
to
a risky
recuperate.
game with
He would
high
then wake
stakes,
sometime
it's
later,
like-
remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
23 hours. 23 hours. Just purely
Quickly,
in
you
the
might wonder,
darkness.
how come no one's
Okay,
come for him
he
after
slept surely
23
while-
hours? Well, Sand Cave resides on a 200-acre farm. There
yeah.
are several homes on this property with other families. One of them, of course, is Colin's house, where Floyd's father, Lee, resides. Now, Lee and Floyd constantly get into fights about how to run things. Lee wants his son to concentrate on farming, and Floyd wants to concentrate on cave tourism. Arguments would often get heated.
The
And Lee
rebellious
was
state.
also a bit of a drunk. It was doubtful that he would even notice if his son Floyd was missing. Also not helping things, Floyd regularly lodged at 2 other homes
Life is
on the
filled
farm.
with danger, but if you
So
can't
when he
meet
didn't
it,
return to
and
one
when
host,
you might
they
never
would presume
make
that he
your
was
back,
staying
yeah,
with
that's
the
also
other.
true.
And, even worse still, he was known to occasionally
It's like you
sleep
need to
in the cave,
risk
doing stints
sometimes,
of up to
but
30
holy
hours
moly,
in
he
there
risked
without
it
resurfacing.
really badly.
Regardless, around the
I saw-
23-hour mark,
I see, like,
a few
he is a
locals started to
visionary
suspect that,
of
hey,
his
something
time
might
back
be
then
wrong,
and wanted
they went
just to
to check up on him. And here, they spotted
make
his jacket
like his
still
business
hung up.
more flourishing,
Unusual.
but holy
They
shit.
went deeper. However,
That
there was
was
only
like-
one person small enough to make it as
To
far
say,
as the
betting on high
turnaround room.
stakes.
This was a 17-year-old Jewel Estes.
Oh,
He
this-
refused to go into the squeeze, but if he yelled, Floyd would probably hear him. Floyd! And Collins yelled back. Estes emerges from the cave.
Okay, we know he's trapped, and we know where he is.
So, a whole troop of locals
What?
show up. Out of my way.
Now
Say a
they-
bunch of
they
men
know it.
Who would confidently charge into the cave. But, once they reach the final squeeze...
Nope. Nope. Nope.
They would charge straight back
I
out
would
again,
be also-
saying things like,
There's no way any man could fit in there.
out of my way, they would say as they were heading in the reverse direction.
You need to have the
So a few
genetic,
more hours
like
passed. Word would spread around Cave
proportion
City
of the
and the
body
neighboring areas.
and to
Slowly,
be a maniac.
a crowd formed
Holy shit.
outside Sand Cave. Over in Louisville, Floyd's 22-year-old brother, Homer, he gets a phone call.
Hello? I see. My brother. He's trapped in a cave? I'm on my way.
So
Homer jumps on a
casually.
coach
Oh yeah, okay.
and makes his way
Happened
to
before.
Floyd's cave. Homer struts up to the scene. He walks past the growing crowd of unhelpful onlookers and makes a beeline for the cave to save his brother. In he goes, down the chute, through the narrowing passages, down on his hands and knees towards the turnaround room. And when he arrives, he does not hesitate. He squeezes into the hole, scrambles his way through to the ledge on the other side. He sees Floyd below and slides down to meet him.
Floyd!
Sup?
Right, probably wasn't that careful.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Homer took a moment to shine his light around the area and assess the
Sup,
situation.
dude? Everything
It
fresh?
was not good. This rock formation is going to prove almost impossible to work around. Alright, so let's have a look. Floyd is here. The rock is here, pinning his ankle. He's surrounded by rubble, and there's a pocket of gravel above him, ready to fall. However, because this opening is so small, there are only two viable ways of reaching Floyd and that gravel. Option
so
one,
terrible.
most obvious, feet first. But if you do this, you have to kind of squat, and your own torso obstructs access to the rubble. Otherwise, option two, come down head first. That will give you better
It's
access,
so
but you're
terrible,
trying to
this
move
situation.
hundreds of
Oh my
pounds
gosh.
of gravel
Oh my
upside
gosh.
down. Worse yet, there's barely an inch around Collins on either side, so good luck getting your arm down near Floyd's ankle to actually free him from the wedged rock.
Be right
Homer
back.
whips around
Okay.
and yells.
Okay, Donnie.
Quickly, some food and drink.
They send it through. But first, Homer gives Floyd a litre of coffee to warm him up. Then, as many sausage sandwiches as he can stomach. He manages to down 9 of them. Dietary advice has changed since the 1920s.
They didn't give him water, they gave him
Then
coffee.
Homer went to task. He began removing rocks and gravel, tiny scoop at a time, with the help of an old syrup can.
I didn't even got that the last time. Dude, you can't be... Yeah, like dehydrate even more.
For the next 8 hours
After a
of
coffee,
toil,
I'm more
first with
thirsty
hands,
than before.
then once enough was cleared, using a crowbar to scoop behind his brother, scraping away sharp protrusions as he went. It was slow progress,
True,
virtually
it's like...
futile. While holding
We
up his
help
body
you,
weight with
Floyd,
one
we
arm,
help.
he would
Drink
have to
more,
use the
drink
other
more.
to scoop away gravel. Then watch as new gravel would suddenly fall from above and undo all the work.
Coffee be nice for the comfort,
Homer
but
stayed
water
for
would
as long
have
as
been
he
better.
could.
Yeah.
But after several
So
hours,
much, but-
he was ragged.
But yeah, sure,
His
you also
teeth
keep
chapped
awake,
uncontrollably.
energized.
His lungs choked with dust, and the skin on his fingers shredded from the rubble.
Oh my gosh.
However, something new. By the time Homer reached outside, he was surprised to see a mob of approximately 100 men and women standing around, drinking, squabbling, and talking big game about how they too were going to save Floyd. The press was also present to help people gawk from afar.
So typical.
Homer shunned them all and rested up in a small tent in front of the cave. Strangers immediately crowded around him to ask innocent but, frankly, frustrating questions and offer unsolicited, obvious advice as well as wildly impractical solutions. Listen, you just have to untie his shoes. Free the foot, free the man, right fellas?
No. Let's hire a contortionist. We get a hammer and a chisel. We'll have him back by supper.
Ah, we should jerk him off, right guys? Alright, I made that third guy up. But you get the idea. A lot of these guys are drunk.
Good
by the way,
idea.
So the discussions
This
very
man is
quickly
a
went from
pure
0
genius.
to 100. Hey, new idea. How about dynamite? We'll simply blow him out. One group formed, insisting it was a great idea, and another saying, no,
Dynamite.
the explosion will kill him, and the weight of the new rocks will surely crush him. They shouted at each other for a while, until someone suggested, hey, how about gas torches? We can use acetylene torches to cut through the rock and make the hole bigger. No, that'll cook him, or the gas will fill the cave and kill everyone inside. They fought over that too. But by far the most common suggestion was to simply cut off the foot. Never mind that the foot itself was unreachable, and never mind that he'd lose so much blood he might not make it back to the surface, and never minding even more that Floyd was strongly reluctant to the idea.
Whatever you do, don't cut my foot off.
Homer could have easily ignored all
He
of
needs
this
to love
pointless
itself, the
bickering,
voice actor.
except
I
that
can't.
not one of them would just brave the damn cave and continue shoveling away the gravel. The formula was always the same. Bold, fearless men would strut into the cave with sandwiches and blankets, then reach the turnaround room and immediately lose their nerve, then dump it all outside of the hole, and then return back outside and go, oh, absolutely. No, he says, thanks for the food. Thank you so much. Yum, yum. No one would go through that squeeze.
Dude!
Dozens more men would try. All of them.
Everything was
would
so
fail.
littered. Yo.
February 2nd,
71
9 a.m.
hours
So far,
in...
Homer has been the only person who has been face to face with Floyd. And that would continue to be true until... Here we are at the Louisville Courier. There's a spirited young newshawk named William Miller. He's talking to his boss, and he's trying to convince him that it's a great idea for him to cover the story of the man trapped in the cave.
Listen up, boss. I'm hearing talk of a man in a cave. He's stuck down there, and I want to get down there too. Get to the nitty-gritty, you hear?
This is an opportunity for some good PR, Miller. I'm in. But I want us to sponsor that rescue. Picture this. Man saved from cave by Louisville Courier, the finest newspaper in the state. Ah, that'll drum up plenty of interest.
24-carat idea, boss. I'll make it happen. I'll get down there toot sweet.
So off Miller goes to Floyd's cave. Back over at the cave, Homer is sitting outside trying to recuperate. As Miller wanders up, Homer is not interested in giving an interview. He wants someone to help. So as Miller asks questions, Homer tries his best to show contempt.
Sure.
Frustrated, Homer bluntly says,
Listen, you want more information? The hole's right behind me. Why don't you go take a look yourself?
Miller thinks for a moment, then says, yeah, all right. He grabs a lantern and crouches down to enter the cave.
That's badass.
As he walked, cold water filled his shoes. He was stepping in newly formed puddles. That water is coming from the inside of the cave as the temperature slowly increases and the frost inside melts. The stable environment of the cave is starting to change.
To everything.
That is thanks in no small part to the growing crowd of Gawkers. To stay warm, they were building fires and hanging around the entrance of the cave to shelter from the elements.
Oh my
But nonetheless, Miller presses on, and all that's left is that final
Everyone
squeeze,
makes it even
and he's
worse
there.
for him.
He stops. He takes a moment and decides to call out to Floyd.
Floyd!
Hearing there is someone on the other side, he feels ashamed not to try. Into the dark he went, through the 9-inch squeeze. The crystal gypsum cuts into his elbows and tugs at his clothes. He gets snagged. He's spluttering through the pools of muddy water. He stops, collects himself, and pushes on. He can barely inhale. If he gets stuck in here, he can only hope that someone else can come in from behind and pull him out by the legs. But eventually, he makes it through. Fantastic. He is now on his belly, looking down at Floyd. He sat right next to Floyd, ready to interview him. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. At the moment, he is sitting in a pool of water that is 12 degrees, slowly sapping his body temperature. He is dying from exposure.
Just to imagine.
The cold is diminishing Floyd's mental faculties, and he can barely make sentences. There's nothing Miller can do, so he hurriedly turns around. He worked his way back through the squeeze, past the turnaround room, and out into the daylight. Homer turns to Miller. Proof that he had made it all the way to Floyd is soaked onto his mud-stained clothes. No longer frustrated with the young reporter, instead, he excitedly runs over to him.
You and me. Together, we can get Floyd out of there.
Now
he has
there were
someone.
2 people who could help rescue Floyd. Now, helping with the rescue was not the only thing that Miller did for Floyd. Perhaps even more crucially, his reporting was responsible for turning Floyd into a nationwide story. Miller took interviews, relayed first-person accounts, and would spend many hours with Floyd himself in that cave. He gave an insight into the story that only a first-person account could, and in turn gave the public a figure who they would deeply relate to. Updates to the story would be printed in over 1,000 local and national newspapers. You couldn't escape it.
Damn, it made a
It was
huge
also
wave.
the era when radio became a regular feature for regular Americans. Radio allowed something new: hourly updates, letting people get engrossed into the story. So, mostly thanks to Miller, the story of Floyd over the next week would grow and grow, and everybody wanted to know, will this man make it? Back outside the cave, someone new entered the story. Robert Burton. He would become the third man to reach Floyd. A firefighter.
Sorry
from
for the
Louisville,
noises of popcorn.
thin framed, but muscular. He got scratched up pretty good and
it's
soaked
not
by the
too
pool
loud.
and water. But he made it through with little fuss, and he confidently lowered himself down to Floyd's position. It was not an optimistic sight.
No
Floyd's
worries.
condition was
I'm so
deteriorating.
sorry, but I'm nearly
We've
finished.
got a heck of a problem here, but I think I can get you out with a rope.
Floyd nods in approval.
It's like I watched
We might
a
just pull
movie
your
with
bloody
you
leg
guys.
off.
Just pull my leg off then. Get me out of here.
Burton returned to the surface and faced the crowd.
It's definitely
He announced,
engrossing. We're all
We will
on the edge
attempt
of our seats.
a rope pull.
Oh no.
I don't know if that's a good idea. You're just gonna
I'm
tear
so
his
sorry.
foot off.
Yeah, hold on. What about the sharp rocks? Rake him through all that and there'll barely be a body left to bring to the surface. A physician stepped forward with authority. The ligaments in the foot are strong, but if you pull on the torso without a harness, all you'll likely do is tear his internal organs. But Floyd is dying of exposure down there. The situation is becoming desperate. Burden put caution to the side.
The time for strategy is over. Now we try brute force.
We need to help Floyd. Oh, that took a while. Yeah, like for real, he's dead. Huh? Hmm? What is happening? I think he's streaming that. I think he's streaming that or hallucinating. What the fuck? It's so out of nowhere, so creepy. What is this indeed? What the fuck? Like Spooky Monday.
Floyd, we're here. We're gonna get you out of here.
After 79 hours in the cold water, he is delirious, fading in and out of consciousness.
I'm gonna put the special harness around you. Burton and Miller, they're here too. We got 3 more boys right up the cave.
Hopefully it
And they're
works.
all ready to pull as hard as they can to get you out of here.
Floyd was frightened.
I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna hurt.
No one knew quite how this would go. Floyd was given some food, some coffee, a large swig of whiskey, and a sedative. That sedative would keep
Again,
him calm
coffee.
if his ankle bone is snapped or the skin on his foot is peeled off. Floyd took the opportunity to appreciate being surrounded by friends and family.
Go on. Do it.
All right, strap him up.
Homer attached a harness. He ties on the rope. Miller gives the signal.
Ready?
Burden gives the final all clear.
Ready?
Everybody braced for the tug of war. Cave versus man.
Oh
The
my
winner
gosh, eh?
gets Floyd.
3, 2,
Do it.
1.
Oh!
The force of 6 men pulled
Wow,
against
just
the
to
clutches
imagine
of
that
the
is
cave.
so
Floyd
surely
began
so
to scream.
painful.
His body was being pulled up from the rubble. The gravel was beginning to shift. Burden's calls echo through the cave.
Oh, harder!
Floyd screamed harder as well. Alright, so Floyd is trapped laying down like this.
Alright.
But the pulling of the rope
Yeah, look.
wrenches him up like this.
Ah.
His torso was being compressed and bent against the ceiling
They
of the
made
trap.
it even worse
Kill him.
for him.
Floyd's screaming intensified, and through gasps was begging them to stop. But it did not stop. The agony continued. On and on, with no progress.
Now
Enough!
he's definitely
Enough!
dead.
You guys are
Like,
killing him!
Homer quickly spun around and started pulling against the other men. He threw his legs onto the rocks and propelled himself backwards. 1 man versus 5.
I said stop!
Coursing with adrenaline, he pulled the rope free from their clasp.
What?
The tug of war was over. The cave had won. Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other 3 men were flat on their backs, panting for breath. The cave would not let this man go.
Nope.
The futility of the situation sank in, and all they could do was leave for now and rest. Outside, the number of spectators had increased to 200. They buzzed and asked useless questions, and Homer walked dejectedly past them. He sat by thinking what he could do. The cause seemed hopeless.
It looks very bad.
Then, someone showed up who could turn things around. He looked up to see a childhood friend of both his and Floyd's, Johnny Gerald. He was just the man for the job. He was an experienced caver, and he was an experienced cave-trapped person rescuer.
Alright, let me go see him. Well, look who it is.
Floyd perked up immediately,
Yay.
thrilled to see Gerald. The sparkle from Floyd's gold tooth could be seen in his smile.
Alright, let's see what we can do.
Gerald jumped down. And then,
Now it looks already
for the
much
next
better.
3 hours, Gerald went back to the original plan of digging away the rocks. His stamina was good, and progress was surprisingly good as well. For several more hours, he continued, just moving stone after stone. New one would fall in its place, and he'd move that one too. By midnight, he had
I've
enough
just
room
waited
to
so
shift position
long.
and clear some of the gravel that was at each side of Floyd's body. Gerald would spend several more hours scooping. And it worked.
He comes out of nowhere
Slowly,
and
more
does
and
it
more of
instantly.
Floyd's body was coming free from the rubble. The lower shoulders, his chest, even his hips and thighs.
Rock clear,
It was
people
incredible
incoming.
progress. But Gerald wasn't done yet. He kept going until practically all of the rubble, except a few harder to reach piles down by his legs, remained.
That's
the
insane.
relief from the weight made it significantly easier for Floyd to breathe and flex his limbs. Over the course of those few hours, Gerald managed to scoop away more than 1,000 pounds of debris. But there was still a lot more to go.
Holy shit.
And that rock by Floyd's
He
foot
would be,
was
like,
still holding him in
done.
place. By 2 a.m., Gerald was spent. He needed rest, and he was ready to head back outside.
Floyd, tomorrow, you're gonna be a free man.
Now here you might think that things will become straightforward. They did not. Now that space had been cleared, Burden became convinced that if he could get down that passage again, he could free Floyd with another rope pull. Fate deciding with both feet or just one. So Burden marches up to the cave once again, but when he tried to enter, they shoved him in the other direction. The crowd was acting as a sort of phalanx, and anyone who
Very
tried
good.
to get in was told to get lost. They had been specifically instructed to not let anyone in, and they were especially opposed to Burden making another rope pull after word spread about the disaster of the first attempt. He tried to reason with them,
Let me try the rope pull again. It'll work this time.
but they would not hear it.
Oof.
Oh, trust
Of
him,
the 3 other
guys.
people who could reach him, Gerald and Homer are out exhausted and sick, which leaves only Miller, who is tied up with work. With Burden barred from entering, Floyd was left on his own,
Yeah, again.
wondering why it was
Why?
that no one would visit him.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Help. Hey. Anyone out there?
Now, the work
It's
Miller
so
was doing
terrible,
was
this
handing over
situation.
reports to his boss about Sand Cave. Those reports would be fed through the news grapevine to the Associated Press, and the Associated Press would send that out to its very large affiliate network. The word was spreading about Floyd. By afternoon, Miller was done with his work and he hurried back to the cave. So he gets inside and, his eyes didn't have to work half as hard to adjust to the dark. Someone had installed electric lights from the entrance right all the way down to Floyd. Miller popped down to the lower level.
Ah, Floyd! Fancy seeing you
And
here,
who did
buddy.
that? When Miller reached Floyd, he took the final bowl and attached it to his collar to keep him warm. Then, reusing that syrup tin, he started offloading gravel into buckets. Those buckets were then passed up and down the cabin, like an assembly line.
Very good.
And so it went on for the next few hours.
That's teamwork.
Until he was too tired and needed to rest. Miller then took some time to have a bit of a one-on-one with Floyd. He said, there are a lot of people in the news that are reading about you, and have you in their prayers. Is there anything you want me to relay to them? Floyd had been in that cave for over 100 hours now, and seeing everyone working together, Floyd was overcome with a sense of hope and relief. Floyd wanted to pass on a message. Here is what he is quoted in the newspaper.
I believed I would go to heaven. I can feel that I'm to be taken out alive and with both my feet. I kept thinking, what would happen if the rock above me would fall? It caused me to shudder. I kept thinking to drive my mind to something else, but it wasn't much use. I couldn't do much to help those who came to help me, but I knew that a lot of people were willing to do all in their power. It gave me courage. Tuesday morning I thought to myself, 4 days down here, and no nearer freedom than I was on the first day. How will it end? Will I get out? I couldn't think of it. I have faced death before. It doesn't frighten me, but it is so long. Tell them I am not going to give up. Tell them I'm going to fight and be patient and never forget them.
Meanwhile,
was that really what he
said,
or was that a little bit over-exaggerated from the medium?
Crowds huddled around newspaper stands each morning and afternoon, waiting to get any new drips of information. It became a water cooler topic. Did you catch the latest episode of Game of Caves? He had the prayer power of practically every church in the county. Even the upper echelons of government were keeping tabs on Floyd. Congress halted session to get their little updates, and even the president, Calvin Coolidge, took a glancing interest. By the end, the Floyd Collins incident would explode into the third largest non-political story between World War I and World War II. All of this excitement brought an inundation of people to Cave City.
Insane.
Old population, 690. Yawn. New population, 10,000. The bank vaults ran empty as people withdrew cash to spend around town. But they wouldn't have much to spend it on because restaurants didn't even have enough stock to feed all the new customers. Practically every hotel room in the county was taken, so residents capitalized with a 1920s version of Airbnb and charged outrageous fees to offer places to sleep on their bedroom floor or in mattress-lined bathtubs. And 4,500 automobiles
just because of this story
backed up for 2 miles from 20 different states to drive onto the Collins farm, churning up all the pristine green fields with their tires and turning them into brown muck paddocks. Deep below all those
really
tourists,
insane.
There's Miller, trying to free Floyd. Alright, a little bit of setup. Floyd, Miller, some remaining rubble, rock. For anyone to lift the rock by hand would be impossible because Floyd's body obstructs the hole. Miller grabs a crowbar and shoves it through the gap. Now he's going to lever it off Floyd's foot. Cool. The crowbar is now primed in place. Next, he takes a jack. He positions it on top of the crowbar so that it will be forced against the ceiling. However, problem.
Why not
that
making
jack
more
is
space?
too big. It doesn't fit. Miller yells up the tunnel for a smaller one, but this took some time. And when it arrived, too small, won't reach the ceiling. But instead of sending for another one, Miller takes 2 blocks of wood and bolsters them underneath the crowbar. Right, so the crowbar now sits higher, it fulcrums against the blocks, and the jack is sitting on top. All Miller has to do is expand the jack, which he will do using this spanner, holding it at the very tips of his fingers. Sounds easy. It's not.
No.
But that's the plan. Let's get him out of there. He turned the wrench. The jack expanded, and the crowbar took strain. The whole thing slid apart with a pang. Floyd wasn't hurt, but Miller was contorting and exerting his whole body
this
from
whole
back
way
to
for
fingertip.
the man just
They tried again.
rescuing.
Same result. Undeterred, Miller caught his breath and gave it another shot. He slowly turned the jack. Pressure building. And this time, Miller could feel the rock move. It bloody moved. He kept turning the wrench and the rock moved a little more. His hands were shaking, knees weak, his arms are heavy. Pang. One of the wood blocks flew out. It all scattered apart. The rock painfully slammed back down on Colin's foot.
You'll get it next time, Miller. Try again.
Miller kept on trying.
I can't.
Countless attempts. He kept pushing himself deeper into the trap, finding new approaches. Damn the blocks. No, try the blocks again. Clear some more rubble. Floyd,
Oh my
unable to
gosh.
help physically, is supporting him in spirit at least, cheering him on. And Miller kept going and going and going until he had nothing left. For the next 4 hours he tried. No progress.
4 hours.
Miller was
like
exhausted.
that. Whoa.
He couldn't do this on his own, but he was the only one slim enough to get in through the gap. The group decided to concede for now and return to the surface. They would take just a small break, but it looked to everyone like there was a clear way to get this man out. So Miller and Burden crawled back through the mud and the wines of the cave. As they made their way through, the cave was visibly sagging. The ceiling seemed lower. Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands. They stepped outside and took in the fresh country air. But as their eyes adjusted to the light, they saw something new. A man named Henry Carmichael was standing in front of a sizable crowd of engineers in hard hats and soldiers in military uniform.
Whoa.
Now Henry is
Now
the
the government
superintendent
is
of
here.
the Kentucky Rock Asphalt Company. The engineers are his employees, and the men in military garb are the National Guard. Now, Carmichael has been quietly looking at the situation from afar, and he is thoroughly unimpressed. This is no rescue operation. Once Miller and Co. call it quits, Carmichael had 2 of his employees do a proper survey of the cave and see if it was suitable to bring in his whole team of men. The 2 surveyors go in. As the passage led down to Floyd, it was showing alarming signs of deterioration. You could see the splitting of the rock above.
I believe
Boards
immediately.
were slipping out of place.
Also
were
going in
splintering.
and out the
Small
whole time.
rocks tumbled down the walls. They soon came back with a report. It was not good. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, surveying its condition, looking at the boards, the ceiling, the stability of the walls. Casey continued deeper towards Floyd. He was fighting against his nerves. The shifting of the rock pinged his every instinct to flee. But he could hear Floyd calling out for help in the distance. Summoning all of his courage, he pushed himself on, through the final squeeze and over the ledge that looked down on Floyd. Rubble continued to drop from the ceiling, bouncing all around him. The ceiling felt closer to him than it was before, but maybe that was just the dark playing tricks?
Please, come down. I can't right now, Floyd, but I will when I get back.
Now Casey is being pulled in 2 directions.
No, come back, come on. Let's get out of here already.
Please, I'm so thirsty.
Okay.
Casey climbed down next to Floyd.
Quick, drink,
said Casey as he tried to pour some coffee into Floyd's mouth. But Floyd turned his head and kept his lips pursed. The rocks were falling at a faster rate now, the loud cracking out above, sounding like thunder. In that moment, Casey realized what was happening. Floyd was not really asking for a drink. Floyd knew that a cave-in was inevitable. Scared and approaching his 5th day trapped, he was completely at his wit's end. He knew he was about to be trapped in that cave, and he didn't want to be trapped alone.
Oh my god.
For God's sake, Casey, come on, you're
Oh
gonna
my
get us
god.
killed.
Stay with me, please. Don't
Yo,
leave.
now he's
Casey
like
quickly
really
turned away and
lunatic.
scrambled back up the ledge.
Instantly
He
wants
made his
to
way
also
back through the final squeeze, his limbs scrambling
take
against the cave
other
wall.
guys
It seemed
into
as
his-
if everything around him was shrinking. He made it
Oh
out,
my gosh.
and he joined his co-worker. They both turned around and watched on in horror as the yellow of the bowl was being swallowed by the dark. Rubble fell fast and heavy until no light could be seen at all.
Oh my gosh, it was looking
Rocks
so good.
blocked out Floyd's panicked cries. The one route to Floyd was now sealed shut, a tomb of rock and dust.
So bad. How many
It's morning.
hours?
Burden and Miller jump out of their tents, ready for the day. They're feeling optimistic. Today will be the day that they get Floyd out of there. And they're packing some new tools to help them with the job. Wire to wrap around the wooden blocks, that'll stop them from slipping. And a blowtorch to carve away some of the rock, make the hole a bit bigger. But when Miller got to the turnaround room, all of that optimism left him. The entrance to the squeeze was now just a pile of debris. Miller froze, staring at it for a long while. Then he sighed and did the only thing he could think. Make an opening through that rubble. But the more he raked away, the more fell in its place.
Oh my gosh.
It was never ending. He persisted, ignoring the danger around him. Thud. A large piece of debris landed on him. Luckily, it was only dried clay. He is uninjured. But recognizing the danger, Miller returned to the surface. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the cave with a bloodied up nose and bruises down his back and shoulders. Burden caught sight and races over to him. Miller just says, "For God's sake, don't let anyone go back in there." Miller leaves the site. Burden doesn't know what to do. Over at the house, Homer is terribly ill and out of action, and that just leaves Gerald. Now he comes marching up when he hears the news, and he is livid. He told the crowds to keep away or the whole thing would cave in, and they didn't listen. Then exactly that thing happened. And what were they supposed to do now? The rest of the day was spent squabbling and bickering over who was to blame. You caused the cave-in. No, you caused the cave-in.
Oh, cave your bloody head in, mate.
And Floyd spent the rest of that day alone. The surveyors continued checking the cave throughout the day. At 6 p.m., Carmichael had ordered everyone to an assembly. Gerald took the floor. He was going to give this one last shot.
I hope you're enjoying this,
Coco. The crowd.
Listen up. There's death down there. The walls and ceilings are crumbling. Unless you're determined to take the biggest chance you ever took in your life, tell me now and stay outside.
Next, they told all the Gawkers to get the hell out of the cave. Clear off. And so, Gerald went in and out of that cave half a dozen times, working away at the rubble, blocking access to Floyd, leaving only when he suspected another cave-in or to get food and water. Men on the sidelines were supplying new timber.
It looks really good
men
now.
helped Gerald to
Enjoying
prop up
it
the
a
ceiling
bunch. Yeah,
and guard
big
against further
kisses for you.
collapse. Gerald toiled
It's
away at
cool
the pile,
watching
eager
something
to
like
reach his
this
friend.
together.
He worked steadily, mindful of the danger
Like
poised
this
right
guy
above
here
him.
is the best.
Bit by bit,
Like
he reduced
the one that helps the
pile
most, I think.
until a light. He called
what
out,
means I
yelling
think he
updates
did
through the
already
hole.
the most.
Bad news. We can't reach you. But hold on. We're coming.
Gerald continued. The pile got smaller still. The
Fuck
gap
yes.
was large enough now that Gerald thought he might be able to fit.
Okay, that's enough. Floyd, I'm going for now. But when I get back, I'm gonna get you out of there.
Gerald scrambled back out the cave, over to the men, and through panted breaths he said,
Gather the equipment, and in an hour's time, it's gonna be me and Floyd coming out of that cave.
Very nice.
Gerald entered Sand Cave for his final time. The walls had been reinforced, but mud and water was accumulating everywhere. He waded through it and pressed on past the danger of the sagging ceiling. With determination on his face and a grease gun clutched in his right hand, he scrambled towards Floyd. But before the final squeeze, he stopped. It was all gone.
No!
Another cave-in, even worse than the first. He thought about how he could have been on the other side of that rubble. His mind raced, weighing out what to do. He shouted,
Floyd!
As a not-so-subtle reminder of the danger he was in, a rock fell from the ceiling and cracked Gerald across the head. Luckily, just a small one. He felt around for blood and kept shouting.
Floyd!
He could definitely hear a voice, but it was faint.
Oh no.
Gerald was scared that this was Floyd's last shot at rescue, and he threw himself against the pile and pulled it away with finger and nail, launching the debris behind him with force, tearing at the pile like a man on fire. Dust bellowed, rocks flew, and he kept shouting out for Floyd as he went.
Floyd, no!
Until
Yeah,
finally,
really.
the cave had had enough. it let loose a large, jagged
What
rock
the hell?
aimed straight at Gerald,
No!
striking him on his back.
No!
Gerald
Please,
stumbled
no.
out of that cave, injured
Oh my
and
gosh.
defeated.
No! Now
Only
he's
after the cave
now
did
he's
they
surely
start to think
dead.
about all of the things that they could have
Fuck.
done.
Wait, why didn't we rig a portable telephone line? That would have been incredibly simple here in 1925.
Yeah, why have we been running in and out to deliver updates?
Why didn't we give him an AM radio? He could have had something to listen to and receive messages of support from the
The
public.
people.
Wait, why don't we rig up a tarpaulin so we could lift his torso up so he wouldn't be slowly dying of exposure?
Oh god, why didn't we run a feeding tube? That's also a technology we have in 1925.
All too late.
What?
Now what? The one route to get to Floyd is closed forever.
I can't.
That meant two options.
That was
Number
so
one,
random.
capitulation. Surrender him to the cave.
No!
Or number two, dig down from directly above Floyd.
What?
Now the prospect of digging from above seemed almost fanciful. At least it did in the beginning. But luckily, they had some help.
God, to
Owing
be
to
stuck
Miller's
in there
report,
for a week straight
Floyd had
only to
become
be lost
practically
would
the
be
most
a
famous
harrowing
person
thought.
in the
Yeah.
country.
Everyone
The
knows
rescue
that you're
had
down
become a
there.
high priority for the governor of Kentucky.
Huh?
Lieutenant General Denhart enters the scene.
Hmm?
He's been updated
So
on the
many people.
situation, and following shortly behind him is a small army of miners and engineers. He declared to the despondent crowd, "Gentlemen, I am here on behalf of the governor. The purse strings of Kentucky are open. Take this blank check and bring that man out alive."
Dude, what?
Floyd, in that cold, wet confine, could not have imagined the scale of the operation that was going on 55 feet above him. Authorities assumed control of Colin's rescue. Denhart gave Carmichael control over the site, and Carmichael raced to get to work. Carmichael rallied up his men. His fleet of expensive high-tech machinery. Professional groups were brought in from all across the state. No longer was this the ad hoc effort of a few individuals. It was a professional and organized
what?
rescue. No more squabbling and standing around. Everyone knew what they had to do, and they were working as fast as they could.
Now it looks also
But just as
promising.
hopes were rising, they were once again dashed against the rocks. They had all of this state-of-the-art machinery shipped in and assembled by the engineers and rearing to go. And it was all worthless. See, the problem is, the cave drew air into it. These diesel-powered engines pumped out enormous volumes of choking exhaust. Within a day's operation, the cave would be filled with carbon monoxide and
Oh
Floyd
my
would
gosh.
be dead from asphyxiation. Just as quickly as
So
solutions would arise,
terrible
the cave
situation.
would parry them away. It refused to let this man go. This useless machinery was now blocking the path to Floyd, which means they would have to spend the next couple of hours disassembling all of it and moving it away. Because they're about to dig a 55-foot pit the old-fashioned way.
No.
By
I
hand.
can't believe that.
Carmichael's expertise was in quarries, but the principles transferred over to caving and digging holes. He did some quick back-of-the-envelope math. I've got 75 men, they can dig at 2 feet per hour, and we have to go 55 feet deep. That means we can get to those men in roughly 30 hours, give or take. Now, is it possible that Floyd could survive for another 30 hours?
Wow.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Really?
4 men started at great pace. The soil was soft and easy to dig. But
How did they
as they got
knew
deeper,
at this point
it
that
became
he
more difficult.
was still
The deeper the
alive?
shaft, the narrower it became. Soon, instead of 4 men,
He was
they could
surely
only
already
fit
like
2.
gone.
Carmichael understood well that this was a race against time, so it was important that these 2 men were working at full capacity. Carmichael had a queue of men on the sidelines, poised to dig. and the moment that either of the two men in the hole slowed down, oi, they pulled them out and threw in a new one.
What?
Nonetheless, progress slowed the deeper they went. About a quarter of the way down, they reached rock, and one of the men would have to work a pickaxe, leaving only one to shovel. At this depth, rubble couldn't just be flung into a pile. They had to start loading it into buckets, which would have to be pulled to the surface on ropes. Then men outside were ready with wheelbarrows to cart that downfield.
Oh my gosh.
Time passed.
The whole work.
Hours passed.
In those short
Night
days.
went to day.
A short,
the day
in those days.
was hot. This was yet another problem. Because it's early February, there's tons of ice still in the ground, and its exposure to the midday sun was causing it to become unstable.
No.
And the ground was becoming sodden as a result. Progress slowed once again. Just half a foot per hour. There was little for Colin's friends and family to do, but watch the clock and pray. Interestingly though, there were a lot of people on the sidelines. Floyd wouldn't have believed the scene above him. Practically everything but a Ferris wheel. Food stalls were set up to cash in on the crowds. Families and church groups picnicked in the fields. Despite prohibition, moonshiners showed up to sell jugs with all of those X's written on them. There was even a bloody juggler. I won't stop juggling till he's free. And Old Man Lee was there, walking around, shaking his jar, and soliciting donations. But where were Homer and Burden and Miller during
Oh my gosh, I'm speechless.
Okay, let's back up a bit. People did not properly understand exactly how Floyd was trapped, and the news didn't help much either. So the obvious question started to arise. Why hasn't he been rescued yet? Just clear some gravel or pull a rope. How is this so hard? Motive was attributed.
I heard they didn't even want to have him rescued at all.
So,
I heard that they're
so
doing
is
all
Caveman
of this
still
for
alive?
publicity.
Now it's
and Lee's
unclear.
activity of soliciting donations, remember from before.
Sorry for the
further
noise,
inflamed
I'm
rumours.
finished.
I bet Floyd isn't even trapped in there.
These were all real rumours, and they got worse.
You know what? I've heard he comes out at night, and then he just goes back in the morning.
Yo!
Other rumours included...
I heard that after Floyd went into the cave, someone murdered him.
Others said...
I think they're withholding food and water from him so he dies.
This whole thing is a fraud.
As time went on, it was harder and harder to ignore the hoax claims. Then, people started to form righteous mobs, claiming the whole thing was a fraud, and they started to get nasty. In fact, 2 people even went to the telegraph office and pretended to be Floyd sending telegrams to his mother, who, by the way, died several years ago. Here's what it said. Quote, "Please contradict statements that I am buried alive in Sand Cave. Stop.
I can't
Tell
believe
mother
it.
I am all right. Stop. Am coming home. Stop. Floyd Collins." Naturally, the AP published these telegrams unquestioningly, and now word is out to the press that he isn't actually in the cave after all. That made the authorities look foolish,
Oh my
and it could not go on.
gosh.
So, a hasty court-martial was arranged, and Homer, Miller, and Gerald were summoned. They hold one session on Monday and another on Tuesday. Lee and everyone else is cleared of charges, a retraction is written, and things carry on. The men at the dig were
The
busy
text
as
on
ever. They set up pumps to mitigate the water in the shaft. Men continued working in shifts and carrying away
They're
the earth.
24
Here
feet.
they are with strips of lumber to shore up the walls. They were just short of halfway, and their rate of clearing material had slowed to a mere 4 inches per hour.
Oh my gosh.
It was at that point Carmichael went,
He's
yeah,
dead.
okay, sod the cavers,
228
try the dynamite.
hours.
But it hardly made a dent, and it risked causing the shaft to collapse.
No!
Despite all of these challenges, there was an optimism in the air, because everyone was keen for their turn to dig. And because they had one more thing to latch onto. He is probably still alive. Now, how do they know that? Okay, so remember that light bulb around
Nope.
Floyd's neck? Well, it's powered by a simple copper wire. Bare copper wire is subject to very minute fluctuations in resistance. So, An engineer rigs up a radio amplifier to this wire to read the current and see those small fluctuations. There they were. About 20 per minute, the rate of steady breathing. As his chest expands and contracts, they can read it from this device. And so, they kept going.
Are you serious? Dude!
And going. And going. 30 hours was the original estimate. Now 144 hours
Bro,
had come and gone, and they were only at 44 feet. Then, rain fell.
No.
Rain that mixed with dirt to make mud, much of which then froze to make ice. Ice which expanded and damaged the integrity of the shaft walls. Slowing down with every hour, they continued. Many more hours passed, and they were getting close. But it was now 15 days since Floyd was first stuck in that cave, and people had mostly lost hope.
15
that
days.
excitement in the newspapers
Jesus,
was tempering
yeah.
down. Visitors began clearing out from Cave City.
He's even alive is
Many
amazing
still held
at this
on to
point.
hope,
Yeah, like
but
for
their
real,
final lifeline,
like,
that light bulb, had burned
I
out.
don't know if it's
And it wasn't possible to do
even
any
the case.
more readings
Barely
on
any
the
water,
radio
barely any
amplifier
food,
without it.
barely any coffee.
No one knew if Floyd was still alive.
No, he wasn't.
Another 51 hours would pass before, finally, they reached the 60-foot depth.
I'm in. Chisel.
A chisel was handed down. At 1:30 p.m. on Monday, February 16th, Sand Cave would open once again. Floyd had been pinned in that cave for 17 days.
Oh my
12
gosh.
spent without food. Survivable.
There
12
he is.
without water. Likely not survivable. The light bulb, a vital source of warmth, burned out 4 days ago. But maybe the moisture from the dripping of the cave walls provided him with some sustenance? There
Oh
are
my
stories of
gosh.
people surviving harsher extremes. A few final rocks were moved to allow Ed Brenner to squeeze in. Everybody stood by, absolutely silent, peering into that hole. Ed scanned the opening with his flashlight, listening carefully for movement. Then, head first, he worked his way in. The flashlight reflected dimly off the rock walls, but then caught the reflection of something gold. That golden
The gold
flicker
teeth.
was not the light bulb. It was the glistening of light reflecting off a gold tooth. His mouth hung open. Floyd was dead.
No,
Brenner
Sand
was helped
Cave
out of the
killed
cave
him.
and he delivered the news.
Dead.
Oh my gosh, 17 days work.
A coroner would later state that Floyd
But
succumbed
a
to
lot of
exposure
problems.
and that they had missed
Boy.
him by just 3 days.
No.
About the same time that the light bulb had gone out. When the light bulb went out, so too did his one source of warmth. If it had held
When
out,
it was
Collins
around
might
the
have as
same
well.
time when the
But what would they do now
light
with the
bulb
body?
was going
The
out?
shaft walls were ready to fall inwards, and risking lives to remove a corpse was seen as just irresponsible. So it was decided by the authorities. Floyd will stay in that cave.
No way. They didn't even took him out.
Now this did not sit well with the family, but what could they do? The next day, they planned the funeral. The town emptied of people, and the shaft, with Floyd at the bottom, was filled back in. But that's not quite the end of the story. But if you hung on for this long, keep holding on, because things are going to continue to get interesting. But first, let me do a wrap-up of where everyone is and all that stuff. Context. The Collins family already had financial hardship. Lee Collins wasn't able to raise much money from the donations. After the crowds cleared, he was seen searching the site, scanning for empty bottles that he could resell. But the owner of the land, B. Doyle, and supposed friend of Floyd, was wholly unsympathetic. He put up a sign that said, "Floyd's dead body, right this way. Come on now, take a look. Only 50 cents a gander." It's 100 years later, B's dead. Let's call it even. Also, remember those claims
They made a
of
business
Kentucky
out
being
of
an
him?
open purse?
Are you serious?
Well,
No happy endings in real
reneged
life.
on the deal.
Yeah,
They
it's
refused to pay
really
many
like
of the
that.
rescuers,
It's
and most of
capitalism.
them went home
It's just
without the promised
capitalism.
pay, many having sacrificed a week's worth of wages from missing their regular work. Some of them did make some money out of the situation, though. They signed on to a type of touring theatre called vaudeville. They roamed the country, telling their personal stories of their attempted rescue. Miller received the best offer out of anyone, however. How about 50
sadly,
grand to
life
do
is
the
a hard
Chautauqua
thing, yeah.
electrocircuit? It'll be worth nearly $1 million in 2023 money.
What?
He declined. He stayed loyal to the Louisville Courier, continuing his work there for several more years. Although, a bit of a perk, he won the 1926 Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on Floyd Collins. Okay, so back to the brother, Homer. He needed money and he agreed to do that vaudeville circuit. He stood on stage and shared with the crowd stories about growing up with his brother Floyd and detailing out the tragedy. But Homer made it known why he was up here on stage trying to get money. He had a mission.
I kept thinking of Floyd lying in the muck, where he had suffered beyond our power to imagine. I would never have peace of mind if he remained there.
He wanted the money to dig Floyd up and get him out of that cave.
No way.
A couple of months later, he had it. Alright, so back to Floyd. April 17th,
Is Floyd really
1925.
gonna
Homer and a team of
go out
excavators.
of this cave?
They began to dig.
The cave
Within a week,
will
they
not
had arrived
get-
at Floyd. But instead of coming down the same passage near Floyd's head, they approached from the other side where his foot was. It allowed them to remove the rock that trapped him in place. They lifted
Why
him
they
up from
didn't
his
do
tomb
that at
and
the
laid him down
beginning?
on the fresh air above.
Didn't do that
A couple
at
of
the
days
beginning.
later, Floyd was given an honored place at the family cemetery, next to his mother. A stalagmite was taken from Sand Cave, carved with his name, and used as a headstone. And there he lay. No, that's not actually where it ends. Okay, this is where it gets weird. 2 years later, 1927, the Collins family's finances hadn't much improved. A dentist, Harry B. Thomas, walked up to the property and made Lee an offer. Sell this property to me, and I will give you $10,000. Now, Homer begged him not to, because
trust
at the
the
time,
dentist.
the government was starting to buy up
Not-
tons of land
don't
in the
trust
area
the
and
dentist.
turn it into national parks. They had to pay at a very competitive rate. But Lee was becoming a bit old and senile by this point, and frankly, it's doubtful that he cared about Homer or Floyd or anyone else for that matter. It's 100 years later, he's dead now, let's call it even. So, the point is, in this land sale with Thomas, Lee agreed to a very odd clause. And that clause said, everything on that property belongs to Thomas. And should he wish, for example, to exhume a
Everything.
dead body and re-embalm
Dude, you
it
can't
and put it on
be-
display in something really tacky like a glass coffin inside a cave, maybe,
No.
then that would be his prerogative. Lee signed yes. And Thomas did exactly that. Doyle made Floyd's corpse a tourist attraction. That's right. 2 bits of gander, come and wonder at the incredible dead man who died in a cave. But to add insult to injury, it worked.
Well, that is so
Visitors
disrespectful
returned to Sand Cave
against
to
like
gawk
the
morbidly
deceased.
at Floyd. Within a few months, Thomas had turned Lee's failing farm
Rest in peace,
into a
my guy.
successful
Yeah, like
business.
he couldn't even rest in peace. The boy, yo. Oh my gosh, I
The
say
Collins
oh,
family
also rest
naturally
in peace.
is
but
appalled by the situation, and they immediately object. They try a number of times to get Floyd returned to them, including through the legal system.
Yeah,
But
it's really
somehow,
gross,
incredibly,
yeah.
the judge ruled in Thomas's favor.
No.
And so, there he lay for the next
Are you
2
serious?
years.
The cave sound of
was not
Minecraft.
done with Floyd. Until someone hatched a plan. 2 years later, it's midnight
so
outside
good.
Sand Cave.
That was so
Footsteps
good.
can be
Put
heard
in-
rustling through the brush.
look
Now we
really
don't know
like
who
a
these
cave.
2 men are, but we know why they are here. To rob a grave. They sneak inside and clamber
He was
over the
even
rocks and dirt.
stolen.
Reaching Floyd's casket, they undo the latch and throw open the lid. There is his shriveled body. They throw him in a gunny sack and they race off into the night. For 800 yards they carry dear Floyd, like a couple of sweaty Santas about to deliver a really terrible Christmas present. Panting, out of breath, knowing that they're going to get caught any minute, they reach the Kentucky Green River hillside. There's no time. With a 1, 2, 3, they launch his body towards the river, and Floyd goes sailing into the air, up, into the starlit beyond.
What?
And landing in a bush. Oh God.
Why?
The two men flee from the scene.
Why?
Now the next morning, Thomas notices that the body of Floyd is somewhat missing, and he contacts the authorities. The police
Can't believe
come,
that's
they
so
dust the
fucked.
casket
That's
for
really
fingerprints,
fucked.
and bloodhounds are given Floyd's scent and let loose into the hillside. A few hours later, they manage to find him, splayed out in a big shrub down by
Oh
the
my
river.
gosh,
But
Floyd.
this time, with a leg
He's
missing,
so...
that same one that was trapped under the rock. So, despite his protests, it had been amputated. Neither the leg nor the culprits were ever found. And while it would be nice to think that this was some well-intentioned duo that did this out of the kindness of their hearts to free Floyd, it's much more likely that it was an act of vandalism because Floyd was simply too much of a hot tourist attraction. The following day,
Are
Floyd
you
was cast back
fucking
into the cave,
serious?
back into his box, and it was covered by a metal lid, surrounded by a metal chain, and locked with a padlock. He was now more trapped than he had ever been. This cave had spun fate once again to make sure that its victim would never leave. And so, time passed. Floyd's body would continue to decay. The rot from his body would eventually rot the casket too, and every decade or so it would need to be replaced. A few years later he was no longer on display, but even then he remained in that box for many more years.
What? Exactly
By
where he died,
1989,
yeah, the
Floyd's
cave
cave was purchased
took him
by
back.
Mammoth Cave
Lily
National Park,
entered
and it was
into
closed
his grave inside
to the
worst.
public.
Yeah.
There would be no more visitors. The entrance itself to Floyd's cave was closed with a steel gate and bolted, then welded shut. But the Collins family never gave up objecting to Collins' body being left in the cave. And here is where the story ends. In 1989, at the Collins' request, the National Park Service ventured into Floyd's cave. Continuing on a more than 60-year tradition, a team of people worked over the course of several days to remove him from the cave. They took him out, left the cave, locked it behind them, and laid Floyd to rest at the Mammoth Cave
Oh my gosh!
Baptist Church.
Oh my gosh! At least
After 64
at least
years
not in
Sand
the cave.
he is now finally at peace.
Oh my
The
gosh!
End. Thank you to
Oh my
William
god!
as
I
Floyd.
thought okay.
If you don't
then
let me
it
out, I'm going to hire a
continues.
gang of hitmen to come to your
Damn.
house and kill your family.
Samito
Okay,
as Homer.
the end.
The
I
BTS meal
think I
McDonald's
totally
bag
skipped
that
the
had
end.
hungry.
I was
Shut the
not
fuck up
at
and
all
eat some
seeing it.
BTS, bro.
Ordinary things as Miller.
I'm
Dude.
enthusiastic, but would ultimately duck out the back exit.
I'm
Rusty
so.
Cage as
I'm so.
Gerald.
So.
Oh, well, hello there.
Like
Haven't seen you
so
all in a
sad
while.
what happened
Welcome to my new home.
Floyd.
and many kudos as Burden.
Oh, yo,
Hey, hey, buddy.
dude.
You right down there?
Like even after
I can,
the whole struggle, they still
Cup of
kept
Joe?
doing
Cup of Joseph?
more and more and more.
Cup of Joseph
It's
from
like
the Sleepy
adding
Guy?
up to
And do not forget,
already
World
the
of Tanks,
misery.
World of Tanks. None of this would have happened if Floyd had got World of Tanks.
That's not true. That's not true. Holy shit. That was a really cool. Like, the story is so interesting, but also so terrifying. Damn it, eh? Damn it. I hope you enjoyed it, guys. Like, the whole thing, the whole work, instead just like thinking like in a kind of logical way that you go from the other side, how the Homer, the like how his brother did at the end, that was like the key of everything. It was the easiest. I think when they would just started with that at the beginning, then it wouldn't be like that bad, but they added everything up, and also the other peoples, sometimes the people, moving story, yeah, like for real, really, I'm so baffled like of the ending. Like you can't even let him rest. Damn. Yeah, guys, I quickly rolling one up, and after this we can start with the last video. And by this video, I'm not sure if we watch everything, but surely like a little bit. Very moving indeed. Yeah, like it was like really like, please Floyd, please. And he is always like, sup, hello. I think like the first of all, also big kisses to Internet Historian, the channel. Wait, I'm gonna show guys. Internet Historian. Huh? Why is it not? It has the name not on the side. Yeah, Internet Historian. I'm gonna write it also like in the chat. I also link it down below. In Internet. Oh. Yeah. Exactly, that's the name, and just yeah, if you're more interested about his stuff, just check it out. Check him out. He makes so good explanations. Also, that's what Coco said with the cruise ship, with the Concordia. That is also something that is really, really interesting. What happened, what everything was like connected. It's like insane. And don't forget tank. Yeah, World of Tanks. Absolutely. Okay, wait, I quickly roll. Well, that was a lot of fun so far. Also, like the Nukes top 5 was really cool. Thanks kissing even, yeah, like even the tanks made like too much. Like a tank can literally make exactly the same stuff as a smartphone. Can calculate, it can make a meeting for you, shows you the weather. It's just in all kinds of way practical. Wait, I make myself quickly. Whoop. I think that was a good idea with Gengar and the whole squad. I really like that. It fits so much, yeah, like better to everything. Like I think I make or look out for a ghosty background. Good music choice. It's like just Pokemon music, but kisses for you, Tony. It's like always. This is like literally my childhood. This music I was listening so many times when I was playing on the Nintendo DS. It's just so happy music always. I ate everything. Just like complete. Yeah, okay, everything also not, but it has just like the nuts or the seeds that didn't popped up in some small parts. That was a crossy one. Everything. I'm like really curious about the next video. By this video I really don't have any clue if it's a good one or not. But the one thing I don't say, but you surely find it or you surely notice it instantly. Like the videos are in a kind of way connected. Like not the topic or so, but it's in a kind of way connected. And I don't even realize it like before. This is so funny. Next. There's always some uncooked ones at the end usually. Yeah, like then we don't. I was like having it 3 minutes in the microwave, and that was already much better than it was like the last time. The last time surely the half didn't popped up. Oh, Kiki, you stole it. Look there! I just can't believe that this dentist dude just profited about Floyd. I can't believe that. That is like something so gross. It's just like exploiting someone's so much. Even after death, there's like it's like really no boundaries. Boss fight? Yeah, that's boss fight, I think. I'm nearly finished. Yeah, Coco, by Pokemon MMO, which Pokemon game did you add it there? Like the black or the white one? Because I saw like while looking through the Pokédex that this is the only Pokemon that we get as a legendary. And I'm now curious if like someone from us adds like black, if they get like the edition specific Pokemon, and if the other person chooses like a other one, then it's like the other, or is it always the same? That's like really like, I'm really interested, and I'm also looking it up. Then we could have like also so different. Tony, the flying uwu bunny. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, oopsie. Like this. Like this. Boop. Okay, you don't see it at the moment. Wait. Guys, the total nightmare of the Mandela catalog explained. We surely not watch the whole video. We watch like until like we watch a while, but I think the whole video it's too long. But if you guys like the video, just always check the channels out which I here watch, and also like big shout out to Wendy Goon. Big kisses. And he was like the same dude that was playing Floyd. This is so funny. I didn't even realize it before we watched it. It's really cool. Definitely we'll check it out sometimes. That's nice. He's like also like talking about other things, and it's always interesting. Okay, let's go. It's also for me blind. I'm like really like the title sounds already good. Let's go.
Hello everybody. Today I'm coming to you with a very special supercut
It sounds good.
director's cut of the Mandela Catalog, or more specifically, my series regarding the Mandela Catalog. Given that Halloween is right around the corner, I wanted you guys to have something horror related for the Halloween season. And as many of you probably know, the Mandela Catalog is a series that is very close to my heart, and one of the first series that blew up on this channel. Not counting, you know, the conspiracy iceberg. However, to be completely honest with you, looking back on some of my Mandela Catalog videos, there's a lot I could have changed. There were times I should have added more visual elements, there were theories I had back then that don't make any sense now.
Oof, quick,
so
be
for
right back.
your all's
Okay.
viewing pleasure,
See you in a
and
bit.
also to hold you over while I'm still working on the Ted Kaczynski video, I've decided to amass my 3 previous videos about the Mandela Catalog and put them together for you all now. So not only will this video have things like the intros, outros, and ads removed, but I'll also be removing information that doesn't make any sense and adding more visual elements to get the full breadth of the series across. Now to clarify,
Damn.
this is not my Halloween
Just
special.
a little bit louder.
I am working
Okay.
on that in tandem with the Ted Kaczynski video,
Like this
although
good?
I can promise you now that that video will not be out for Halloween. So in true Wendigoon fashion, my holiday video will not be out by the holiday. But hopefully this at least tides you over for now and brings a highlight to a series that I think is something to talk about. And the last thing I want to mention while this video is up, so originally, the merch drop, which includes the Wendigoon Hawaiian shirt with
That's
included
cool.
pocket square and logo, as well as the Wendigoon Conspiracy
Nice.
Iceberg hoodie, were originally supposed to go out of sale today. However, you guys have been so
Hey, if
gracious
you wanna
with the
support,
that you've shown, the company has
guys, go
agreed to
for
let
it.
it go for a few days longer. So this is your final chance. The Wendigoon Hawaiian shirt, crazy eyes, icebergs, and all, as well as the glow-in-the-dark Conspiracy
It's really
Iceberg
cool
hoodie,
with the
are going to be
iceberg.
available until Sunday night, and after that, they're gone forever. The links to both of these will be in the description. Get them while you can.
Better
Which,
ads
at
than
the point you all are seeing
thanks.
this will be like
Cool
2.5
shirt, yeah,
days
this shirt
from
is really
now, so
cool.
clock's ticking.
I
And
would
then
like
after the
both
sale's
kind
done,
of
I'll
way.
remove this merch plug from the video.
It's so
the
much more
Mandela Catalog
authentical
Supercut
when
can
you
remain
put
as
ads
is,
like
but
this
this is the
into
last
the
chance
games
to those
instead
interested.
of
Go to the link in the
scam
description
app,
before they're gone for good. So I'll get
scam
out of your way
ads,
and let you all enjoy the supercut. Before
scammy
we get into it, I just
crypto
want to
ads,
say
or
thank
just
you for
like
watching. Caitlin, do not put this
in the video.
I'm going to go grab a drink.
App ads. It's like the.
According
the
to Alex, the
advertisement
most
on YouTube
cohesive way to
was really
understand
bad.
the story is to
Or
start with
is
the
really
second
bad
video on the
sometimes.
channel titled Think. We open with
Huh?
a symbol from the United States Department of Temporal Phenomena, We can see beneath the wording that it was established in 1981, and the symbol of the department itself is that of a clock. Even the saying tempus fugit under it means time flies in Latin. Now, again, we're going to get into theories about what this means and how it all connects together in a bit, but I'm just giving you the pieces of the puzzle right now. We start the video and see that it is an informational guide how to deal with something that they call the unforeseen threat known as an alternate. Now, before we get the description of them, it says that if ever encountering an alternate, the best thing to do is to lock your doors, get a gun, run and hide. And in our description of what the creature actually is, it says that some of them can look perfectly identical to specific humans. However, that some of them, as we see that other ones, contain wildly inhuman features. It says that the alternate's way of attack is that it performs a method of psychological warfare, and in the diagram we can see that this alternate is speaking redacted text to what appears to be two distressed humans. Now, what's interesting is that we're given a lot more of the pieces here than you may think after you finish the series. So for now, keep in mind that these alternates do a form of psychological warfare and can appear to look as a specific person. So we then see what the actual think principle itself is. Think is an acronym for what to do if encountering an alternate, which is first step to tell an authority figure, then hinder the alternate's movement, identify the class type, neutralize the alternate, and finally, kill with the message, there's not enough room for the two of us. So in order, tell an authority figure, find a way to get away, try to identify the kind that it is if you can, and then if killing it doesn't work, take out yourself. What's interesting is the message at the end that says there's not enough room for the two of us. This implies a couple things. For one, it's the idea that for an alternate to become an alternate, it has to take over the role of the person that it's trying to mimic. And also, it seems that one of these alternates is speaking to us right now. After that, we see a message that we need to know our place in reality. But not only that, we then move on to a message that says know your enemy. We are then shown three different classes of these creatures. The first one being that of a doppelganger. This appears to be a perfect copycat of the person that they're trying to mimic. We see something known as detectable. I'll get into what that means in a minute, but the only image that we have of it right now is that of the angel Gabriel, with a very distorted face, and then finally the redacted class type. These things do not look at all like the people they are trying to mimic, and this is an example of that impossible anatomy that was mentioned earlier. We see three examples of what this redacted class type looks like before we get the final shot of the video, which is one of them standing in someone's bedroom corner. So we now know that there's three different types of these creatures that are attacking everyone. The doppelganger and the redacted are the ones we'll look at right now. The detectable is its own thing I'll talk about in a minute.
Dude,
so we see that some of them are these impossibly shaped creatures that can be in someone's house, as well as another kind that is a perfect copy of an individual. Keep all these pieces together right now. There's two different kinds, at least two different main kinds. They mimic and they do acts of psychological warfare. With that in mind, let's move on to the next episode. After this, we'll move on to the third video on the channel, which Alex recommended to me as being the second one in the watch order, and that is Mandela Catalog Volume 1. The beginning of this is exactly like the beginning of the Think video. However, it seems like early into it, whoever is watching through the VCR player ejects the video and starts up a new one. This doesn't necessarily relate to the story of it altogether, but at least not yet it doesn't. But it seems that someone is watching all of these videos in the order that we're seeing them. So maybe whoever's watching this tape is trying to find out more information about what these alternates do. So after the section of the Think video is over, we then see a picture of two different guys who are initially identified as Victim 1 and Victim 2, before their names change to Mark Heathcliff and Caesar Torres. We hear a phone conversation between the two where Caesar says that he's taking his mom to the hospital. What happens is Caesar says that he heard his mom scream, she took a bad fall, so now he's driving her to the hospital and needs Mark to turn on the cameras in the house. Now this is weird, right? If your mom collapsed and you were driving her to the hospital, your first concern wouldn't be to call your friend to have him come over and turn on a bunch of security cameras. This implies that whatever's going on with these alternates, maybe people don't know the specifics of how it works, but they know that something's going on and the news is telling them that something's going on. The conversation continues until Caesar says the phrase, "Try to get a good view of the back hallway," before the video immediately distorts and Caesar's face morphs into this. In my opinion, watching it in this order, this is the first real scare of this morphs into this. In my opinion, what immediately says the phrase, "Try to get a good view of the back hallway," before the video immediately distorts and Caesar's face morphs into this.
What the fuck?
In my opinion, watching it in this order, this is the first real scare of the series. But don't worry, it'll get worse. So we then follow a recording from Mark's dash cam as he drives over to Caesar's house. We then flip through all the cameras that are turned on within Caesar's house before we see the message come on the screen that there was motion detected at 3 a.m. Also, this is kind of a side note from the story itself, but Alex has done an excellent job at setting up tension to this point, and I didn't say this earlier enough, let me say this now. If this sounds even remotely interesting to you, it's the link right after the ad in the description. Go to it, watch it. I do not want to spoil the horror of the series for you by describing it before you get to experience it firsthand, so go do that. But Alex really is great at setting up tension, because as these cameras were flipping, I was on the edge of my seat. No clue what was going to happen, but just ready for anything. After that, we then see another message come across the screen at 5:30 a.m. that says there was a noise detected. We then hear a woman scream the phrase, "Who are you? Get away from me." And then we have another jump cut to the faces of Mark and Caesar as they're twisted and pulled into this, and then just two standalone eyes in the darkness. Now, because there's only been one woman mentioned in the series so far, that being Caesar's mother, I'm going to imagine this is her. Not only that, but Caesar's mention to Mark to turn on the cameras in the back hallway implies that that's either where he found her or where he heard the scream from. So I think what we're hearing is the last interaction that she had before she was attacked by whatever this thing is. And then at the final shot of the house, we see that the door is wide open. We then get the message, "It followed me home, Caesar," before we cut to a shot of a wooden door in someone's bedroom with this sound playing of someone trying to get in.
Let me in, Mark. I have a gift for you. I have a present. I have a surprise. I will not hurt.
Now, considering the sentence was, "It followed me home, Caesar," and then from evidence we'll see in a second, this is Mark who has just left Caesar's house.
All
And
camera
now
recordings
whatever
without
followed
the
Mark
date,
home from
details
Caesar's house
spooking
is
for me.
outside
Yeah.
of his bedroom door,
It had a
trying to
vintage
convince him
kind
to
of
come out.
feeling.
We then get this message, again from Mark, that says, "I do not want to see what is on the other side,
Yeah.
but it has been days, and nobody has come to help me." We then hear audio of Mark hearing laughing coming from within his house, before he screams and then fires a gun. We then see the phrase on the screen, "Uh-oh, bad decision, Mark," before we hear footsteps running to the camera and this face appears on screen. We then see this shot of Mark's partially censored body lying on the bed as a dial tone plays, with the text saying, "Nobody came for me." Alright, so some stuff to take away from this clip is after Mark went to Caesar's house to turn on the cameras, it seems, as he said, that something followed him home. And then after days of it tormenting him over and over, Mark shot himself because, as he said, "No one came for me." So to raise a couple hypothetical questions that I'm going to answer in a second. For one, how on earth did Caesar survive if whatever this thing is attacked his mom, and then whenever Mark comes, it immediately follows him home? And also, why, if he attempted to call the police and was in there for days, did no one come to help him? Well, we'll get an answer to that second one right now. In the next tape on this episode, we are now viewing the Mandela County Police training video, with the warning message that we should definitely not watch this at any case if we ourselves are not part of the police force. We also see that this is specifically for 911 call operators. A creepy voice gives us the basic rundown, where it explains to us what to do in the case of police, fire, and medical emergencies, which all of them are just called the police, fire, or medical departments. So yeah. Before we get a secret fourth option that can occur, and that is an encounter, to which it specifically says, and remember, this is for anyone who is a call operator in Mandela County, do not help a caller reporting an alternate encounter. So, for one, that explains why no one came to help Mark, because they're specifically told that they can't help them. But why? It then follows up and says no matter how frantic their screams are, and that they should lie to the caller and say that help is on the way. It then goes on to say, do not speak too much, you might accidentally reveal your fear. Before the line, nothing is worth the risk, is repeated over and over. So initially you may watch this part where it says that the police shouldn't help anyone who's dealing with an alternate and think that they're in on it. However, that last sentence makes me think otherwise. The part where it says, do not talk too much, you might accidentally reveal your fear. If the police were for some reason in on this, why would they be afraid to reveal their fear to this person who's about to be a victim of an alternate attack? Or alternatively, what if they don't want the alternate to know what they fear? Hence the phrase that follows afterwards, nothing is worth the risk. We then move on to the final tape within this video,
Okay, that sounds
which is titled
already
Toddler
so
Stress
mysterious.
Assessment, where the idea is you are supposed to record your child's response to various media. It starts out normally, as most of these horrific tapes do, but then we see the message, Daddy didn't tuck me in, and there is a man in the closet. After this, we then see a book that a kid has wrote, and that kid's name is Mark, and he wrote it when he was only 4 years old.
Oh, no.
The book is titled The Scary Night, and it goes as such. Daddy didn't check under my bed last night, so I went to Mommy's room. I was scared. There was scary knocking at the door. And the scariest part is walking by the dark room by the stairs. We then see a diagram of this dark room by the stairs that Mark's referring to. Almost at Mommy's room, then I saw the man in the corner. And then I fell asleep, the end. With this being the diagram of the man in the corner. And then finally, in the second section of this video, it then says we're supposed to record our child's reaction to visual stimuli, and after some normal images of cats and balloons and white people and all that stuff, we then see an image of this dark room by the staircase that Mark was referring to, and then finally we see this, with the message next to it indicating that this is an intruder. And that's the end of Mandela Catalog Volume 1. Alright, so that final module
so
connects a lot of the ideas of what we've got so far. So whatever this intruder was, the man in the closet that Mark saw as a child, it behaves very differently from the mimics or the alternates that we've seen up until this point. See, according to Mark, this thing was an element of his childhood. It wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it was the man in the dark room. And at the end of the video, he's specifically referred to as an intruder. This is very similar to the alternates that we saw at the end of the first video, the Think video that was standing in the corner. Once again, a man in a corner. However, the behavior was totally different, and that's something I'll address in a bit. Now, while I may be jumping the gun a little bit, and this may get more into the theory side I'm going to talk about at the end, I want to mention this right now while it's fresh on your mind. The thing I mentioned earlier, the other hypothetical question of how wasn't Caesar killed by whatever this thing is? Well, if you'll remember how doppelgangers work, they are a perfect copy of the person that they want to mimic. And at the beginning of the video, we see Mark and Caesar both labeled as victims. However, we don't see anything happen to Caesar within this video. So what if Caesar was already a doppelganger at the time he called Mark? Because think about it, if one of these things was in Caesar's house and it attacked his mother and potentially killed her, then how was Caesar able to just walk back there, put her in a car, and drive to the hospital? It would also explain why he was so eager to get Mark to come over to his house, and especially for him to go into the back hallway. Not only that, but whenever we hear the scream of the mother at that portion in the video and their faces distort, it's Caesar's face who distorts into the two-eyed figure. This would imply that the creature that attacked her was the mimic of her own son, Caesar. So I think that Caesar was already dead, and his doppelganger lured Mark over to the house so that he could be killed as well.
Where he shows the stuff.
Two-eyed video, and their faces distort. It's Caesar's face who distorts into the two-eyed figure. This would imply that the creature that attacked her was the mimic of her own son, Caesar. So I think that Caesar was already dead, and his doppelganger lured Mark over to the house so that he could be killed as well. Or in this case, kill himself. Now, we're going to get more into why they're doing this, and particularly how they're doing this in a minute. But now we need to go to what is, in my opinion, the most terrifying episode of the entire series. And it's the first episode on the channel, Overthrown. Also, we're going to get sacrilegious here. if you have a problem with that, I'm sorry. Overthrown is the first video on the channel and the third in the recommended watch order. It opens up with what appears to be a children's television special of the biblical Christmas story. It starts out normally with Gabriel telling the shepherds that Jesus has been born in the city in Bethlehem before the screen distorts, and then nothing is normal or okay after this. We hear a broken voice describing the cities and Bethlehem in which Jesus was born before it talks about the moment in which the angel came to Mary to tell her that he was going to be the mother of Christ. However, this time it says that the angel's name is redacted. Now, it's easier if I talk you through this as we go through this episode, because it'll make more sense at the end of it. So it seems that what's happened is Gabriel, who we saw in the first scene, whenever that screen was distorted, they were replaced, and now we have this new angel who, again, the name is redacted. Whenever the angel comes down to Mary, we get this horrific glitch that comes up on screen. I also want to mention that I thought you all were hyping Mandela Catalog up a little bit too much, and remember, this is the first episode on the channel. So, like, I'm like, alright, what is this, another ARG? I've seen 8 million of these. I'm tough. So I turn it on at night by myself, and it's that. And, like, I saw the face and heard the glitch noise and all that, and was mortified, and I hate all of you. Anyway, so after we see this broken face, a black square covers it up. After Mary speaks to this redacted angel, we then hear the angel say something that's completely unintelligible. Now, I know that there's hidden messages within the captions of this video, however, I want to save that for the end analysis. We then see Joseph sleeping in his bed as this redacted angel comes to the window and says that he will know the shepherd's fear and that he will trick the shepherds before repeating "Wake up, Joseph" over and over. We then get an alternate scene of the opening, wherever Gabriel came to the angels, only this time it's our new redacted or fake angel. Remember, the way that these doppelgangers work is they replace someone and take on their identity. So we now have this figure, which is the body of Gabriel with another blacked out box over the head, before he says to the shepherds, "I know what makes you human, I know what you love and what you dread," before his face glitches and this happens.
Holy moly, is that... Dude!
Now, it may just be the fact that I'm a Christian and have been raised in church all my life and stuff like that, and the fact that little uncanny stuff gets me.
Yeah.
But the combination between the distorted music and the face and everything put together
it's
absolutely destroyed me for a while. Like I said, that whenever I've been going to sleep, I keep seeing this face over and over. It's this face. And what's funny is a couple of you are probably looking at like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Really, and you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that you're tough, and I'm glad you're that cool, and I'm glad that you're going to be able to sleep tonight, because I won't. We then see a text in red across the sky that says, "Can't you see I deceive them, such weak minds?" Before the text color shifts to white, and we see this message: "I am bound to chains on my ankles that grow heavier with every step. The infinite amount of sand will be my tomb, and my foolishness will be my legacy. If there is a God, please help me." Now, there's certainly a lot to break down there, and I could do that now, or I could make you wait for the end of it, and I think I'm going to make you wait for the end of it. The reason being, and I promise, it's going to make a lot more sense when I talk about all of this at once. So for now, let's move on to the next one, Intruder Alert. Intruder Alert is the fourth video and the fourth one in this watch order. It opens up with the charming message with this guy's face that says, "I am inside your home." Lovely. We then switch to another message from Mandela County, from the Mandela County Child Endangerment Awareness Association. What they're doing is showing an educational video to teach parents how to properly keep an eye on their children. We then see a television set that has normal things on it initially, but then right before a cut we have a fade in of the face that we saw at the beginning of the video. We then see that we are to be careful about the TV before the message is quickly typed in that they exist on different spectrums. So we obviously see that whatever these creatures are, and the fact that the name of this episode is titled Intruder Alert and the opening face said, "I am inside your home," we can assume that whatever this face is It's part of this mimic or alternate thing that's going on in Mandela County. And for whatever reason, they are now capable of using television sets. We then see the message that if your child is screaming, you should wait for your child to stop making noise, which is definitely some parent of the year advice, if any. Before it shows a diagram of a mother walking into the room to see her child, that the cradle is empty, and then that face again on the TV. We then get the slow diagram as it shows the woman herself with the message distraught at the sight of her missing infant. So it seems that what happened, this face or this alternate came through the TV, by some means took the child, and as the message said, distraught at the sight of her missing infant, the woman. This is the second time in the series we've seen someone commit over what these alternates do. We then flip over to the Mandela County Emergency Alert System. That says across 4 counties there has been 3,426 missing children. I don't even know how this is just a Mandela County problem anymore. Like, if that many kids went missing, wouldn't, like, the military or Batman or someone get involved? We get the important details about the TV immediately after, as the message then says to keep kids away from the TV and anything that can produce frightening imagery. We then cut over to what is a Mandela County police investigation of a suicide. It says after they heard the child crying and a crack, they could not find their child, to which the mother then committed suicide. We can only assume that this is the diagram we saw a moment ago. The investigator goes, takes this one image of the house, and has an incredibly dreadful feeling before leaving. One of the officers decided to go inside and set up a camera outside of the room in which the suicide occurred. For some reason, none of the police want to go within the room itself. This is the order of images that we see from the camera that the officer set up. Initially, it's nothing before the entire room is shadowed, followed by a shadow with eyes eerily similar to that of Caesar's in the previous video. We see a face which is identical to the face we have seen in the television up until this point, before we get this horrific shot of a redacted black square on the staircase with the message, "Victim's corpse is seen being tampered with by invisible source." My favorite part about this, and this made me crack up watching it initially, for all of the pictures, it has in the bottom right the current threat level, like threat level none, threat level minimal, whatever. And for here, whenever it says that an invisible force is messing with the corpse, it says threat level evident. Like, yeah, you don't say. We then get a message from the police saying that the suspect is completely unidentifiable. However, the police have ruled out the chance of this being an alternate. Now, this is interesting for a couple reasons. For one, alternate's the only thing that we've really known about up until this point, but also the fact that the police are aware enough about them that they can do things like rule them out in this supernatural case.
Yeah.
Think about it this way. These things want to get to the point in which they can completely take on the physical form of a person. If I'm correct about Caesar being one of the alternates, then that's his final stage, and his next point wasn't to kill Mark, it was to have another one follow him home. So the final end goal that these things want to be at is to take over a human life. But we see some of them don't operate that way. Like, for example, the one that followed Mark home, and now the one that's here in this house. Instead, both of them operated through fear. Remember that message whenever it was explaining to police call operators why they're never supposed to send anyone to help someone who's had an alternate encounter? Do you remember the message that said do not talk too much because they may find out what you're afraid of? I think what happens is these redacteds, which from here on out I'm going to refer to as intruders, I believe that these intruders, as it's mentioned, exist on different spectrums and cannot directly interact with people. So the way that they operate is they figure out what someone fears. This is also something that I'm going to consider for now, alternate Jesus mentioned in Overthrown, when he said that he will know what the shepherds fear. So these creatures, this whole cluster, all different three types that we've seen so far that have been referred to as alternates, all use fear as a means of getting to people. And the
Always
reason that they
changing
do
the side,
that is
yeah.
to make people commit suicide. See what happened
It's
with
like-
Mark.
it's
This creature
ter-
followed
terrible.
him home and
Has to keep
tormented
you
him
moving
for
all over
days
the
on
screen,
end
yeah,
until
like
Mark
ping
couldn't take
pong,
it
ping.
anymore. And then whenever he does take the shot, the message that comes on screen says, "Uh-oh, bad decision, Mark," before we see that creature run up to the camera and supposedly put his face in it. As if this creature has been waiting on the edge of his
Come
seat
on.
for the
Okay, I'm gonna
opportunity
go here.
for Mark to himself. And then what do we see here in this tape? We see that whatever this face
Gonna
is,
need to
whatever
become
this
the
thing on
DVD
another
logo and
spectrum
bounce
is,
around
the
this screen to
intruder
about this.
has come through the television and stole this mother's
Like,
baby.
always, like-
and as it says, at the side of her missing infant, self. But not only that, a few hours later, while the police are there investigating, they see an invisible force move and alter the corpse before it disappears.
Oh.
And the police specifically ruled out the chance of this being an alternate. The way I believe it works is whatever these creatures are, they start out as intruders, and the way that they work
Oh, no,
is
it's
they are on
fucking-
different spectrums,
that would be fucking
therefore cannot
funny for
directly
real.
interact with people. But what they can get them to do is themselves. And then from there, they can possess the corpse that is now left behind, becoming an alternate. So the story that would mean thus far is that the first victim of all of this had to be Caesar. He committed suicide. One of the intruders took over his body and became an alternate, to which now he's in his physical form and could do something like just murder his mother, or Caesar's mother. So now this alternate's goal isn't to just murder Mark, but to have him be a vessel for another intruder. To which the intruder carries out that whole thing and we can imagine takes over Mark's body. That would also explain why the police were able to rule out an alternate, because this isn't an alternate's MO. So while the police seem to be privy on this, between things like they know what alternates are and they know to not let the alternate at the end of a phone of someone having an encounter figure out what the call operator fears, but they're not perfect because they're not exactly sure how the intruders work yet. To drive my point home, let's get on to the final video of the series up until this moment, metaphysical awareness disorder. You see in this educational video that metaphysical awareness disorder, also referred to as MAD, has had a 95% increase in recent cases. In the demonstration of how it works, we see something fade into existence, say something unintelligible to a person, and then leaving. It says that MAD is exposure to verbal information that is not desired to be known, and that in 97% of cases, it results in the person's suicide. This is exactly what I was referring to. Whatever these creatures are, they can fade into existence, and they have this forbidden knowledge, or as it says here, information that is not desired to be known, and they are so effective at this that 97% of people exposed to it commit. So then it talks about ways to avoid MAD, and it says some interesting stuff. It first says to avoid religious beliefs and philosophical practices. We then get the horrifying message that if you're falling asleep and you think its eyes are in your face, do not open your eyes, it's watching. Which is the horrifying idea that if one of these intruders are in your house and you're falling asleep, it could be right in front of your face staring at you. Alright, so we've gone through it. Pat yourself on the back. You were very brave and I'm proud of you.
Dude.
And while at this point I'm pretty confident in my theory that this is how alternates behave and the way that they act, we still don't know what they are. At least not yet, you don't. If you'll remember, in the Overthrown video, there was a couple of hidden messages that I didn't get to yet, but let's get to them now. There are two hidden messages in Overthrown. The first, as mentioned earlier, is whenever the redacted or false angel speaks to Mary, if you have your captions turned on, you can see there is a message there in binary. If you translate that binary, which thank you to Kiko, who's currently the top comment on that video for doing the translation, which if you translate that binary, you get the message, I am the one true savior. I must reverse the delusion. Joseph is next. For one, the Joseph is next part lines up because the next thing that we see is this same fake angel outside of Joseph's window talking to him. However, that line, I am the one true savior, is what's interesting, because at the end of the video we see something that looks like Jesus until the face morphs, but here we see that whatever that is wanting to take his place. However, it's the second hidden message that for me really doesn't. There is a brief cut before we see text on the screen where we just hear heavy breathing as if someone's distressed or scared. And then if you have your subtitles turned on, you will see this message. How frozen I became and powerless then. Ask it not, reader, for I write it not, because all language would be insufficient. I did not die, and I alive remain not. Think for thyself now. Hast thou aught to wit what I became, being of both deprived? What I just read to you is from the 35th canto of Dante's Inferno, which Dante's Inferno is a story of a character Dante and his journey through hell. What I just read is the passage that Dante says whenever he comes face to face with the devil. So think about how this is framed. We have this creature that is wanting to replace Jesus. He is essentially rewriting history for what we see. And then after we finally see him, we get the passage from Dante's Inferno whenever the man views Satan himself.
Is the video good
I
for
believe
you
that
guys?
what we're seeing, and I believe the entire story of the Mandela catalog is that Lucifer overthrew Jesus whenever Jesus came to Earth, and now history is played out not at the rule of Christ,
it's so cryptic
but at the rule of demons. See, all of the lines that we've seen so far in Overthrown is of this fake angel, or Lucifer, as I'm going to call him from now on, saying that he can be the one true Savior, that he just has to deceive everyone, and his mentions that he will make them know fear. So now, looking at the text in red, and let's assume that's Lucifer at the end of Overthrown, it says, "Can't you see, I deceive them, such weak minds," referring to the fact that Lucifer has taken the place of God in these people's eyes. So then because of that, I believe the text in white that follows is the now overthrown Jesus, as the title implies. I'm getting like goosebumps talking about this right now. As you can imagine, this is a little touchy for me, but the fact that I'm so freaked out about it is why I think the series is so good, because it genuinely is getting to me.
Yeah, it's
I think this final text at the end of the video, where it talks about being bound and being stuck in infinite sand, before the lines, "If there is a God, please help me," is the now human Jesus cursed to forever walk the earth because Lucifer kicked him out of his role in eternity. And also, if you think that I'm introducing religious ideas into this story, the first video on the channel is of the nativity story and the birth of Jesus. So I didn't do it, he did it first. So what does that mean for all these alternates and intruders that we've seen? I believe that these are demons priming their takeover of Earth. Think about it this way. These demons, as it says, exist on different planes. They're not allowed to cross the barrier over into our world. However, if they have forbidden knowledge and if they can convince someone to, they can then possess their corpse in a quite more literal possession than what we've talked about up until now. And then from there, they can not only manipulate humanity, but they can get more people to be the host for these other demons. So why now, right? If all the way back at like year 0, Lucifer was able to take over the role of God to people on Earth, then why wait so long? Well, once again, as mentioned earlier, these intruders find a way to make someone so afraid that they kill themselves, which would be a very hard and slow process if done on an individual basis for hundreds and hundreds of years. However, with the new invention of television, it's really easy to make a mass amount of people afraid all at once. Remember how there was a message during the child safety time where it said that do not let your children around a television or anything else that can cause frightening imagery? Well, while these things are still in a different dimension and can't directly harm you, they're putting out messages through television, they're whispering to people, they're talking to people, and all of that. And also, remember how in MAD it said one of the ways to avoid developing MAD was to avoid religion itself? Well, that's because 2,000 years ago, instead of Jesus becoming the root version of Christianity, it was instead Lucifer, so everything since then has been tainted. That's also the second mention of religion directly within this series, so again, you can't say I brought devil stuff into this, it was already there.
It's a good creepypasta,
so,
like
as a
connecting
short
everything
TLDR
like a
of the
little
entire
bit
thing,
together.
Lucifer overthrew Jesus some time ago and has now slowly been building up an army of demons on Earth. The demons use fear to subtly manipulate people, and through modern electricity and things like analog horror itself have a means of making people afraid on a mass scale. I just realized this is like true definitive analog horror, because even the creatures within the story are using the analog format in order to make people horrified.
You know, if any of this were real,
But through
and
modern
it were to
electricity are
run on
causing
TV
fear
or
on a mass
whatever,
scale
people
and
would
doing
freak
things
out.
like abducting
Yeah.
a lot of children at once in
Boah.
order to make that fear
Just
go
like
further.
instantly going into
And then
Stone
finally,
Age,
whenever
abandoned
someone
technology for
and
all.
that intruder is allowed to become an alternate by possessing that body, that alternate then opens the gateway for more intruders to inhabit our world. And if you come into contact with an intruder, you're stuck, and it's going to torment you forever until it gets what it wants. This is what we saw happen with Mark. This is why police do not respond to phone
Because
calls
of
of
that,
intruder encounters,
when a
and this is why 97%
ghost
of people
or a
who develop
demonic
MAD commit.
entity
It seems as
is
if
like
the police are the only ones who
haunting a
really know
house.
what's going
They
on in
want
this
to
world.
terrify the
At least
people
they
that
have
they
some
up-
sort of
like,
idea because
also
they
get
understand
scared
concepts of things like
that they
alternates,
could
even if they don't get how intruders
take over.
work. But on the wide scale, because it's still reported on things like local news
It's
networks,
like really good
I
fitting
think
with
that we're
everything.
seeing
It's
the
like really
early
creepy.
stages of this demonic takeover. However, my theory isn't perfect, right? And it still doesn't get to all of the questions. Like, for example, if these creatures exist solely in the spiritual plane, how can they do things like abduct children? Then is there a way to permanently stop these things? We see in the early videos that it recommends that you shoot it or try to neutralize it. Does that actually work? And is this something that the police have done? Or is this just to make you feel better about yourself? Yeah. And then finally, and at the moment, the most pressing question to me, we still don't know what this was. Think about it. All the other alternates are actively trying to get the process going as fast as they can. However, when Mark was just a kid, this thing was just in his closet and in the dark room by the stairs. It just kind of lived there. This is entirely different from any of the behavior that we've seen out of the intruders or the alternates.
Fucked up.
And there's a lot of questions
How
that we've
much
yet to
drinks?
see, but I guarantee you are on the way.
It's okay. It's okay. What's wrong, honey? It's gonna be okay. It's
Oh.
I'm sorry. I can't be the man everyone wants me to be.
Oh,
so much away from us, yet you still run to them every chance you get.
I get more and more goosebumps. My goosebumps have goosebumps.
Let's go through the new episodes that I didn't cover in part 1, break down the pieces of them, and then begin to paint a picture of what's going on. Beginning with the first episode since my last analysis, Exhibition. Exhibition opens with the sound of an empty phone line and music rising in the background. This music is the same one that was heard during the death in Intruder Alert. We then cut to an animated biblical story, something that is common throughout the series, this being the story of Noah. However, the tape changes when we begin to hear a door knocking when Noah looks up to the sky and we see text over the screen that reads Type 2 Detectable. Type 2 Detectable is the title of the false shepherd in the original Mandela catalog videos. So we can assume that Noah is being contacted by the false shepherd. We then see a picture of a young boy and girl at church before we're told that this is evidence in the Mandela County investigation. This investigation is over case 432, the investigation into the death of Mark Heathcliff. Mark Heathcliff, again, is one of the characters from Mandela Catalog Volume 1. We see evidence that is being collected by Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. If Lieutenant Davis sounds familiar, that's because he was the investigator into the home invasion during Intruder Alert. So he is the one who set up the camera and saw the visuals of a corpse being tampered with. Or at the very least, he was present while that was happening. One of the items from Mark's house is a camcorder. Within the videotape of the camcorder, again this is taken from Mark's point of view before his death, we see Mark video his closet door being opened in the middle of the night. This is intercut with videos of him driving and eventually making it to a church. This seems to be the same church as the photograph shown earlier. And the fact that this is the same church, we can assume that the picture shown earlier was of Mark at a young age. Here, it seems Mark is trying to return to that church in order to find answers given his current ordeal. We continue to see evidence of Mark's paranoia. He takes pictures of an empty window frame, paces throughout his house, sees his door open and close, returns once again to the church, seemingly with no answers. This continues until the television in Mark's room comes on, and we hear the audio that again indicates an alternate is present. We then see a figure appear on the TV before the video cuts out, followed by a picture taken on the same date of September 8, 1992 as the original picture, only this time there is a figure standing outside of Mark's window. Lieutenant Davis remarks that it seems Mark was paranoid for quite some time, and the reasons for this are implied. We see in previous and later entries that the police are well aware of the alternate takeover. As a matter of fact, the video metaphysical awareness disorder tells us that these accounts began occurring in 1982. So the alternates have been at some capacity for the past 10 years, and it just seems like normal routine to the police. More on Mark later, but now we cut back to that video of Noah. In the animation, we begin to hear church bells as something moves closer to Noah. We're then shown that it's the false shepherd, who tells Noah that he is going to bring something on the ark. The false shepherd tells him that whatever goes on the ark with him won't be able to be seen at first, but by the time Noah does see it, it will give him his last message. We understand this to be an alternate. This is similar to Mark and how the alternate tormented Mark until eventually Mark couldn't take it and the alternate then took his place. Instead of just occurring in 1982, from this position we can see that all the way back in the times of Noah, the alternates were operating to some degree. And one managed to survive, again, due to the ark. Shortly after the false shepherd disappears, if anyone had any doubts that this story was related to a demonic takeover, the subtitles read 2 Corinthians 11:14, and no wonder, for Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So yeah, the false shepherd is the devil. I could be snarky about how I was right in the first video, but I already did that, so we're just going to move on now. We're then shown the Department of Temporal Phenomena, only this time the title has been changed to say The Death of Mark Heathcliff, before quickly glitching and then returning to the normal logo. The Latin on the logo of Tempus Fugit and Implecti Intuitum, I know I pronounced that wrong,
does that mean the police
to time
is also
flies and embrace intuition. It says underneath that they were established in 1981 and then revised in 1990. This would be right before the first reported and current alternate outbreak. We don't have a lot of information on the department at this point. I don't know if they're a force of good or evil, but it seems they're in the know on what's going on, potentially before anyone else, given the times that they were established. The department has a message that warns of the effects of analog technology and says that financial compensation will not be offered to the families of victims. This shows that the alternates were a very big problem around 1992, to the degree that a U.S. department had to issue a statement saying they would not compensate the families. And to drive that matter home, the next message mentions the television and mirror destruction order. So the alternates are such a problem around 1992 that people are now ordered to destroy their TVs and any mirrors. As we know, alternates can make first contact through televisions and potentially even through mirrors, or at the very least they can torment you through mirrors. So as we see from that message, and more evidence we'll see in a little bit, it's pretty bad. The end credits begin as the song His Truth Is Marching On is heard in the background. Also, this isn't related to the analysis, but I just wanted to say, whenever I did the first Mandela catalog video, I was still figuring out the YouTube thing, and I'm still figuring out the YouTube thing, but especially so at that point. And I really loved the Mandela catalog then, and I've grown to love it even more now. It's just I think it's a great series. I think it's a unique take, and I really like what Alex is doing with it. So when I made that original video, I was excited that it did so well, and I was excited that Alex got traction and all of that. And then at the end credits of this video exhibition, he said special thanks to, and then my name was at the top. That was a huge deal to me at the time. I'm no expert on YouTube by any means, but I was especially novice then. Again, I was still recording with an iPhone. So to see a series that I respected so much and has so much care and effort put into it, put my name as the first special thanks, was really motivating and really meant a lot. And I just want to say, thank you, Alex. You don't know what that meant to me. Anyway, sappy stuff out of the way, we're moving on into the rest of the series. The next video in the upload schedule is Teaser, but I want to save that one for after Volume 2. So for now, let's jump into the Mandela Catalog, Volume 2. Volume 2 opens with the sound of a phone ringing as we see two FBI wanted posters. One for Adam Murray and the other for Jonah Marshall. It says that they are wanted by the FBI for connections to the Bythorn Paranormal Society. and it seems the FBI wants them enough that they've offered a $100,000 reward.
What?
The labels of their names then change to Victim 3 and Victim 4. Alright, so a few things to break down here. Victim 3 and Victim 4 is in reference to Mandela Catalog Volume 1, where we saw Mark Heathcliff and Cesar
1 and
Torres.
2.
They were identified as victims 1 and 2. As we know, both of them succumbed to the alternate attacks. And now seeing Adam and Jonah labeled as victims 3 and 4, we could assume that they'll have the same fate, although
Am I
we'll
a
get to that in a minute.
doppelganger
Another
already?
thing of note is that it says the two are related to
never
the
know.
Bythorn Paranormal Society. In the earlier Mandela Catalog videos, Bythorn County is mentioned as being a county that has been affected by alternates and is in close proximity to Mandela County. So these two are from a nearby county and a part of the Paranormal
Doppelluna,
Society.
Doppelluna.
Something that apparently is egregious
When I
enough
act
that the FBI wants
strangely,
them
then
arrested.
you know
The
it.
phone's then picked up and it's a call between the two boys and a girl. The girl says that she's been hearing the ghostly apparitions of her dead cat and that she wants the two boys to come over and help guide her cat into the afterlife. After the initial remarks that she's
What?
hearing her dead cat, Jonah remarks that it's a cat alternate, in a rather sarcastic tone. Alex's writing really begins to shine in Volume 2, and that's not to say I think it's necessarily improved, because I think the original episodes were fantastic. It's just that the material of Volume 2 and the episodes later on give him more of an opportunity to deepen his writing skills.
Wait a
The
minute.
casual
Oh my gosh. Hey, my mom. Hey, my mom. I can't believe it. Suddenly I hear like, I don't know, some fork or spoon, like, yeah, smashing down. I heard like something metallic hitting, and I thought instantly, yeah, whether my mom or alternate. Oh my gosh. I can't. Why she does that like right now? She's sleeping and then waking up for smoking a cigarette, and why? That's so
lines like what
typical.
Jonas said, where he remarks that it's
Oh
a
my
cat
gosh,
alternate, shows the progression of the world
Oh
that
my
these
God,
characters are
it's-
set in. We're going to see in just a minute
You heard
that
it,
Adam and
just a
Jonah's story
quick
takes place
intermission,
in
yeah.
2009, over 16 years after the
I hope you
events of
guys
Volume
hear it
1.
even
That
in
means
the
it's been
stream.
16 years since the initial
was
alternate
really
takeover
loud.
and things like the television destruction order. So Adam and Jonah have simply grown up in a world where alternates exist. So whenever Jonah casually remarks that it is a cat alternate, it both goes to the humor of the series and the sadness that this is just the world they're used to. The two are hesitant about babysitting a ghost cat at first, until the girl offers them $500 a night. We're then taken to a GPS view as we see that Adam and Jonah are ready to begin their journey to this girl's home. While sitting in the vehicle, the two remark that the car won't start, and while debating their options, Jonah says that they could maybe steal another one. Before following up, it's not like anyone will call the cops here. This implies a couple things. For one, we know that Jonah and Adam are on the fringes of the law because of their association with the Bythorn Paranormal Society. It seems because of that and this line of stealing another car that the two are operating outside of the law in more ways than one. The note about it's not like anyone will call the cops here is interesting as well. In previous episodes of the Mandela Catalog, we see that the police are trained to not respond to any call that may have to do with an alternate. My interpretation of that line then is that the people simply do not trust the police because if you need them for an alternate encounter, they will not respond. Again, just clever world building being thrown into the dialogue. We then see a picture of Adam working on the car while wearing a Bythorn Paranormal Society jacket. Now, while it may not be a good idea to wear that jacket if you're wanted by the FBI for your association with the group, it is definitely a fantastic idea for you to wear that jacket through Alex's merch store, which is linked in the description. And no, he didn't ask me to do that or know that I'm doing that. I just think they're pretty cool. We then see from the following photographs that the two make their way into Mandela County. In the following footage, we hear the two having a conversation about alternates and the nature of their existence as they continue their journey, and eventually we get this shot of a cross on the side of the road. Just little touches like that. Fantastic. When the GPS remarks that they're 10 minutes from their destination, Jonah says that that's really helpful and that they didn't have to outlaw these. I doubt his face could appear on it. So, this relates back to the TV and mirror destruction order that was mentioned back in 1992, and we see the effects of that still last up until 2009. It seems that the two had never experienced a GPS before, and Jonah's remark of his face not being able to appear on the GPS relates back to the alternates appearing on television. So it seems not only television and mirrors, but anything with a screen has been
It's so
outlawed,
interesting
which
how
it
all this
almost
lore
seems
builds
like
up,
maybe
yeah.
the bands were working. Because
Now,
in the
the
conversation
second
we heard a couple minutes before,
volume,
Adam
it's even
suggests,
more.
what if alternates aren't even real? But given the prevalence we saw in 1992, it would be hard for anyone to doubt their existence. Unless the bands actually worked and made it more difficult for alternates to interact with humanity. Meaning, while yeah, it does seem totalitarian that things like a GPS or TV screen are illegal, it seems to at least partially be doing the job if alternates are now called into question. The two then finally make it to the house, and once they get there, we see that this is the house of Caesar Taurus, which means a couple things. For one, this is not the house of a girl who called earlier saying that her cat needed help passing into the afterlife. While you could say perhaps she bought it after Caesar's death some 16 years ago, the house is not lived in, indicating that it's not hers, and two, and more importantly, the house is still infested. See, whenever we left Caesar's house, that's where Mark picked up the alternate that eventually led to his death. So now, Adam and Jonah arriving there is not good. They then begin their 3-day stay at the house, beginning with night 1 on January the 12th of 2009. Again, this is our confirmation that Volume 2 takes place 16 years after Volume 1. As the two set up cameras and take pictures of the house, they come across a locked door. Other than that, however, the house seems completely empty. Both of them are considering ditching the house because they don't seem to find anything interesting until a scream is heard. When this scream is heard, the GPS gives an error code of 333. To the best of my understanding, this code generally indicates the presence of an alternate. After this evidence of paranormal or more likely alternate presence, Adam becomes interested and wants to stay while Jonah suggests that they leave. So that night, on night 2, Adam goes inside of the house while Jonah waits outside and monitors the cameras. It's noted for this footage that exposure to the blank causes video corruption. Again, most likely alternate. Adam begins to use a spirit box to try to communicate to whatever's inside of the house. However, as he's doing this, Jonah, who is operating the radio, suddenly screams, indicating that Jonah sees something on the security cameras. However, this message continues to loop over and over. Adam believes that Jonah's just playing a game, and as he begins to get worried, the video glitches out. Again, an indication of an alternate present. It's then that a third voice joins in on the radio. The voice says, "I've been watching you," as Adam and Jonah each think that it's the other one trying to mess with them. Before the voice continues, "I can see you," and the screen abruptly cuts.
What are you saying exactly? Dude, that's not funny. What's not funny?
The video then cuts to another biblical cartoon. This one of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Specifically, Adam's temptation to eat the apple. And as Adam begins to eat the apple, the serpent laughs to the side, happy that Adam has fell into temptation. This is so... We have Adam in our story, who is obsessed with these alternates. As soon as he hears the scream inside, he wants to go back inside. That's whenever he becomes interested, when there's actual danger present. And now, thanks to the message on the radio, we know that there's alternates there and that they have been watching Jonah and Adam. And this does nothing but get Adam more interested. He is obsessed with chasing the knowledge of what these alternates are. And that is shown as a parallel to the other Adam, the Adam in the garden, tasting of the forbidden fruit. I love that because in metaphysical awareness disorder, it says that the reason these people lose their mind and eventually end their life is because they have been exposed to knowledge which is not desired to be known. And Adam is now chasing that forbidden knowledge. He has to know what it means.
Well, that's
and
very
just
good,
as the other
like,
Adam chasing the
connecting.
fruit, it'll be his own demise. We then see a photo of where Adam is sleeping. And while it seems Adam's alone in this room, an alternate begins to speak to him. The alternate says, "You followed the shepherd. You are a fool. Follow my voice instead. You will find great happiness. Wake up, Adam. Don't make me wake the others." So I'm going to elaborate near the end of Volume 2 on why Adam's so important, but what this alternate tells Adam is interesting. A lot of people have taken that line that the alternate says, of "you follow the shepherd, you are a fool, follow me instead," to mean that there's two different factions of alternates who are warring against each other, and that they're vying for control over Adam. But I don't think that's true. Instead, I think that this is a false promise from an alternate who's promising to be better than the other alternates. Perhaps whenever the alternate says "you follow the shepherd," it's referring to the false shepherd, the ringleader of this whole circus. Or it could just mean the distractions and the forbidden fruit of the knowledge of the alternates themselves. Adam demanding to stay in the house in order to get more answers, even though it's very dangerous. Now, just as with the apple, the alternate is promising Adam great happiness if he just follows what he wants. That last line's the really interesting
It's a trap!
"Wake up, Adam, don't make me wake the others." And I'll get to what I think that means in just a second. We then see various pictures showing that something's moving throughout the house and opening doors, before Jonah says the Cam 3's out and asks Adam to go check it. When Adam leaves, an alternate appears in a flash of the camera and says, "Open your eyes," before perhaps the same or another alternate appears directly in front of the camera and begins to speak in garbled tongues. If you have your captions turned on, right after this alternate's done speaking, the text says, "Patients report multiple sleepless nights after their symptoms initially become apparent. It is not difficult to avoid, however. The patient must try to actively seek it out." This has to be in reference to MAD. Again, this disorder that makes people become depressed and lose themselves to the alternates, which is described as exposure to knowledge which is not wished to be known. I believe that whenever Adam leaves the room and this alternate appears in front of the camera and gives this entire garbled speech, that whatever this alternate is saying is the knowledge which is not wished to be known. Which is why immediately after it says it, we get an explanation on MAD. What's really interesting is that mention that it is not difficult to avoid and the patient has to seek it out. Now perhaps this is relating to everyone who has MAD, and everyone who is attacked by an alternate or given the knowledge by the alternate slowly begins to want to know that knowledge, and that's what it means by seek it out. Or it could be a reference to people like Adam specifically, and I'll elaborate on that in a second. We then cut back to the pictures that are being shared between the two on the cameras within the house, and we see an image numbered 333, which is blank with several question marks. Again, 333 being a reference to an alternate encounter. At this point, Adam is refusing to leave the house, while Jonah is terrified outside. So, Jonah and Adam begin to communicate to each other through the descriptions of these images. Jonah says, "Adam, why didn't you come back to the car after you tried talking to it?" Before continuing that he knows Adam is looking at these pictures and reading what Jonah's saying. Adam replies and says that the door that was once locked is now opened and he can hear the cat downstairs. We hear the cat continuing to meow as Adam takes a picture of writing on the wall which says, "Nothing is worth the risk." This being a reference to the police tape stating that nothing is worth the risk of an alternate encounter. The two then confront each other, and like Ty and Gabriel killed the voice acting on this. I'll leave their Twitters in the description as well. Everyone gets description links this video. But the argument they have is brutal and they each act like it. Adam is almost snarky, nearly mocking Jonah for being afraid of the situation. But Jonah is horrified of what's going on and tries to inform Adam that Adam isn't immortal and one of these days he's going to get himself killed. Through the conversation, it seems like both of them have been personally affected by the alternate invasion.
You're not invincible, okay? I know you thought that when we started doing these fucking death marches, and nothing happened, and I get it, but this right here is real, and you should know that more than anybody!
During the argument, Jonah gets heated and says to Adam, "I wish we never looked for your blank because she's dead and gone." Adam becomes furious at this as Jonah continues and says that if he walks down those stairs, he would be joining her, and that if somehow Adam comes back, it wouldn't really be Adam. With this, Jonah drives away and leaves Adam at Caesar's house. So what did Jonah mean by that? "I wish we never looked for her, and you'd be joining her if you go down those stairs." Well, this will be shown with evidence in just a minute, but I'll go ahead and tell you now that Adam was the child who was kidnapped by the intruder in Intruder Alert. If you'll remember in that video, we saw an intruder appeared in the TV, kidnapped the child, and then, distraught at the sight of her missing infant, the mother, Adam, was that child who went missing. Now we'll get answers to how all of that happened in just a minute. But what's interesting about that now is the implications and why the alternates talk to Adam in the way that they do. See, whenever I first watched Intruder Alert,
where he
I just
was
assumed
then?
that those children were long gone. You know, theoretically, if a demon was to kidnap, what was it, like over 3,000 children, the fate of the children is dubious at best. However, that doesn't seem to be the case, as Adam is not only alive, but seems to have no memory of his encounter with an alternate, at least as far as we know. See, these alternates are different when it comes to Adam. And everything that we saw with Caesar and Mark and even Jonah, the alternates are hostile. They're trying to get you to be afraid. That seems to be their only objective, to get someone to remove themselves from the picture so that they can take their place. But with Adam, they're not trying to get him with a spirit of fear, they're trying to get him with the spirit of temptation. As the alternate told Adam, "Follow my voice, you will find great happiness here." The alternate told Adam to wake up and then said, "Don't make me wake the others." If you'll remember, Adam was not the only child who was kidnapped by an alternate. Again, there was over 3,000. So, did Adam forget something? Was there something that the alternate trained him to do or told him that he's lost sight of and now it wants him to wake up? And is Adam potentially one of thousands of sleeper agents who have the same information? And as the alternate says, he could wake the others. That's also what I meant in the caption about metaphysical awareness disorder, where it says that it's not difficult to avoid and that the patient must try to actively seek it out. Is that referring to people in Adam's condition, people who were kidnapped by alternates at a young age? Because if you'll realize, at no point in all of this was Adam afraid, even though quite naturally, as was Jonah's reaction, fear would be the natural reaction. But instead, Adam's stoic. He's more curious than anything. Maybe it's just because he's familiar with him, even if he's not really aware of it. It's also for this reason I do not think Jonah was kidnapped as a child. Again, it lines up that 16 years ago Adam would have been a baby, and assumedly Jonah would be in the same position. However, if Jonah was kidnapped at a young age, I imagine the alternates would treat him like Adam, instead of how we see they treat him in just a minute. So Adam is different. Adam's special. And now he's alone in the house with these alternates who he refuses to leave as Jonah's trying to get away. Adam then walks to the bottom of the staircase and sees a television with a cat on the screen. This is indicating that there never was a cat, and it was simply the alternate within the television mimicking one. The camera then cuts and we see that our new angle is from the ground. It seems that Adam is sitting in the floor staring at the television. In front of him is the face of the intruder. This is the same intruder who all those years ago kidnapped Adam from his family. Adam asks, "What are you?" And if you have your subtitles on, you can see that the intruder responds, "You don't remember me?" before scenes from the series and faces begin to flash. We then cut to a conversation with the spirit box, as it seems Adam is now just talking to the alternates in this basement. The alternate asks, "What have you done?" And Adam replies, "I did the right thing." I think Adam is vaguely aware that
it has
he was
many
kidnapped by
layers
these alternates, but he doesn't remember whatever it is they want him to remember. He's not afraid of them. As a matter of fact, it seems he's made an active effort to fight against them. And I assume that's what the line of questioning means when the alternates ask, "What have you done?" and Adam says, "I did the right thing." In other words, turning from whatever they wanted him to do into the exact opposite. However, he doesn't remember the alternate directly. This raises the question, what is it that the alternates wanted with these kids? See, initially in Intruder Alert, I just assumed it was in order to make the parent distraught and the kids were just kind of a side effect of that. But it seems now they have some greater plan in mind. But whatever plan it was, Adam forgot, and now he won't wake up. Other voices of victims from throughout the series begin to say that nobody is coming to help you, and no one knows where you are. As they say this, Adam begins to try to radio Jonah and ask where he is. We then cut back to the TV as it displays the message, "Do you understand?"
Hard for you, Coco.
I think whenever the alternates
I really hope
began
you
to
both
threaten
are
Adam by
enjoying
saying
it.
no one knows where you are and no one's
Surely
going to
also
help
like
you,
really
that they were
just
actually
like
talking about
focused
Jonah.
on
I think that the
listening it.
alternates have bigger plans for Adam, and this would explain why after saying that, Adam immediately begins to think of Jonah. We then cut to Jonah, who is sobbing to himself as he's driving away, as text from the GPS begins to appear saying you left him behind, along with "Who are you running from?"
Totally
You left him to
engrossed,
die.
yeah.
Finally, open your eyes.
Like feeling
Jonah
the
seems to
scary
be scared
vibe.
as he's screaming and crying over whatever this entity is. Seems that after leaving Caesar's house and not having the same mark of protection as Adam, Jonah took an alternate with him, explaining its corruption and presence now in the GPS, indicated by the error code 333. And then in our final shot of the video, we see that Jonah's car is parked on the side of the road as we hear a door open, and seemingly the noise of Jonah being attacked. Now, Jonah's name is symbolic as well. A lot of people think of Jonah as being the man who was swallowed by the big fish or the whale, and then the whale threw him up 3 days later. And while that's true, what a lot of people don't realize is why Jonah got to that position in the first place. See, in the biblical story of Jonah, Jonah was told by God to go to a city known as Nineveh and to preach the word of God. Jonah instead tries to run away from God and gets on a boat heading the opposite direction. It's while running away from his responsibilities that a great storm comes, which causes the men to blame Jonah and eventually throw him into the sea. While thrown into the sea, that's when the great fish swallows him and then takes him to Nineveh before throwing him up on the shore. So just as the biblical Jonah ran away from his responsibilities and was swallowed by a whale, it seems that this Jonah ran away from Adam and was swallowed by a whale in his own right. I think that Jonah is probably dead. I'm not positive on that. There's a chance that he's not. However, that end scene and the sound of him being attacked outside of the car alone on the side of the road
of that
is probably not good. And as I mentioned, Jonah does not have the same protection as Adam had. And if you'll remember, once alternates have taken physical form, they can pretty much do whatever they want. So it seems that perhaps an alternate took a physical form and then stowed away in Jonah's car as he traveled home. Again, Jonah could show up later, but for now my prediction is that he didn't make it. They don't have the same care for him as they do Adam. And because they were at Caesar's house, the alternate that killed Jonah could very well have been Caesar. Not that it necessarily matters, just interesting speculation. And on that note, I think that Adam is almost definitely alive. I don't think the alternates killed him in the basement of that house. They want him to wake up, not to replace him. I think the final message that we see Adam receives, the TV saying, "Do you understand?" is the alternates trying to remind Adam of his given purpose. Whatever kind of indoctrination they did to Adam and the other children they abducted is for some reason not as effective on Adam, and I think everything we see at the end of Volume 2 is them trying to wake him up. I fear that whatever the alternates wanted for Adam might have worked, because the teaser, if you'll remember the video I skipped over earlier to go straight to Volume 2, is of Adam praying to our Savior, and this audio is immediately followed up with by an intruder alert. So maybe this teaser happens after the events of Volume 2, and maybe Adam succumbed to his indoctrination. That's more so just speculation. The only thing I'm for sure is that Adam's alive at the end of the story, and Jonah's probably not. And with that, we can continue through the rest of the series. The next video is a short titled MyMovie.mp4. It is made to look like a cheesy at-home ghost caught on tape video, before it cuts to random shots of dark hallways and creepy bedrooms. Soccer Game 2009 is the same way, as it's still photos of the Mandela Meerkats versus the Bythorn Badgers. I guess camera flip shows are not illegal in this universe. Before we cut to what has to be illegal video of a dark yard as well as a dark room with the camera zooming in and out as if the recorder sees something. It also should be noted that this footage is said to have taken place on September the 23rd of 2009. That would mean that this is occurring 9 months after the events of Volume 2. These two shorts are just people who are having their own creepy encounters off to the side. Because if you'll remember, this whole alternate thing is happening everywhere at once. So these two shorts further flesh out the world and show us that even though we're focusing on a few specific characters at a time, everyone's being affected by the alternate invasion. And these people who are paranoid of things going bump in the middle of the night have good reason to be. So now that we've seen in the year 2009, things are still going bad for pretty much everyone, let's rewind the clock back to 1992 and get a bit more information on how this all happened. And we'll do that with the last large episode of the series at the moment, Mandela Catalog Volume 333. 333 opens with a view of a neighborhood that slowly zooms in until we see the house from Intruder Alert. Also, I'm so happy with watching this series develop. Like, the original Mandela Catalog videos were done on a phone, just Alex editing them by himself. And now we've got 3D assets, and there's this overall world building and character development. By the time the series is done, we're going to have to go to a theater to watch it. I'm so impressed. We then hear a mother named Lynn comforting a crying baby before she calls someone named Jude. Lynn says she can't get the baby to stop crying.
It's remarkable how much time investment they put,
before
or how
Lynn
much work
says
they
that
put
it's been
into
unplugged. Again,
Yeah.
this being an implication of the TV,
Creepypasta,
meaning that the TV
kind of.
has caused the child to be afraid, to the
Or
degree
analog
that
horror.
the mother had to unplug it. We then see from recently filed divorce papers that these two are Jude and Lynn Murray. If you'll remember, Adam's name is Adam Murray, meaning that we are now viewing the story of Adam's parents, and Adam is the child crying in the background of this video. The date of the divorce is August 29th, 1992. This is within a week of Mark's torment at the hands of the alternates. As the parents continue to discuss their child,
my mom
again Adam,
makes now
we see
the
the
whole
reflection
time
of a
sounds,
television through
"It's not
someone's
my mom,
eye.
it's-
As the
it's
reflection
n-
continues to flip through channels, we're then given the
alternate.
title card of 333.
It makes
We're then
sounds
taken
that
to a
I
news
make
report
open the
from April
door.
the 4th of 1992. The promotion is of a Lieutenant
I never
Thatcher
opened the
Davis
door
and Sergeant
again.
Ruth
I'm never
Weaver.
going
Davis,
out.
if you'll remember, was the police officer who was heading the investigation into Mark Heathcliff. We see during this speech for the Mandela County Sheriff's Department that Davis promises to do right by the people. We're then taken to a phone call from a school receptionist who is calling the police, specifically Davis, to tell them that Mark Heathcliff has been missing school for several days. This causes Davis to check out Mark's residence, and the body of Mark is found. Davis begins to take evidence from the crime scene. We see several of the effects of Mark's torment in the evidence that follows. There are shell casings all over the bed, implying that he was shooting at something, potentially trying to kill the alternates, but as we know, that didn't work. Along with the shell casings, we see that the TV is playing static and there is a video recorder on top of it. Along with that, we also see a Bible, as well as a book that reads Reassurances with God Bless All written underneath the title. We then cut back to the police department, where Sergeant Ruth is telling Davis that he should just let the case go because he's promoted and doesn't need to worry about it anymore. However, Davis feels invested in this case and keeps digging. We then see that there were 2 sets of fingerprints within Mark's room. One of those is Mark, which makes sense, but the other one is of this person, whose fingerprints were only found on the doorknob. Is this the alternate that eventually took Mark's place? It's Caesar, because he's wearing a bow tie as we saw in the image of Caesar from Volume 1, or more specifically Caesar's alternate. We then see the evidence files of things with Mark's fingerprints, such as the gun and camcorder that Mark used. One of the tapes from the camcorder is called Shadows Under the Door. It's dated for September 14th of 1992, which again lines up with the timeline of when Mark was trapped in his
that's
house.
also creepy.
We see a shadow come underneath the doorway and begin rapidly knocking on the door. The shadow, which is an alternate, continues to knock faster before the camera cuts. We then hear a cassette player of an audio recording titled
also
Voices
creepy.
Outside My Room. Again, this was taken by Mark while he
Feels-
was being
makes
tormented
feels
by
so
the alternates.
unwell.
The first message says, "I'm not going away, open the door." The next message is more bizarre. It's clearly alternates because of the nature of the recording itself as well as the disjointed voices, but the alternates seem to be communicating with each other, asking what time it is before saying that they're nervous about the time. To which another alternate says, "Don't be nervous about the time, you have loads of time." Possibly referring that it's taking too long to get Mark to hurry up and allow them to take his place. And then the third recording may be my favorite moment in the entirety of the Mandela catalog, because it's just simply this. There are so
What?
many different ways you can make this. My initial interpretation is the idea that Mark is inside of his room, right? And he has no concept other than horror of whatever this thing is that keeps trying to either get him to come out or to end it all. And then they start having weird conversations about the time, and it's like they don't know how to use human voices correctly. And then just a legion, a giant crowd of people. It sounds like a huge gala or party. It's either all of the voices that they've taken from their previous victims, or this is just conversations between the legions of hell. Because if these alternates can appear wherever they want and communicate with each other, and once they have a way in, you have access to whatever they're doing, it could be thousands and thousands of them. And perhaps what's most terrifying about it is they're not vicious. They're not trying to tear down his door or scare him with the sounds of screams or gunshots or anything like that. They're all just talking to each other as if it's entertainment. It's like, as mentioned, you have loads of time that they don't need to hurry up or get Mark to do anything now. because his fate's inevitable. Just as Noah on the ark had no other option and the false shepherd told him that it would be his last message, and everyone else in the series who has been attached to by an alternate. The alternates know that Mark's fate is helpless, so they're just biding their time because Mark has no hope. What a horrific concept. That was the thing that kind of hit home for me of how hopeless this situation is, because like I said, it's the armies of hell, but they're in no rush because they know they've already won. Again, moving on from that earth-shattering terror, let's get into another one. We then see the writings of the reinsurance's notebook. These are the last words of Mark
really bad.
Initially, Mark reminds himself of God's love and says that he needs God's love in this time of turmoil. It's very clear through his writings that Mark's afraid. This explains why he kept trying to go back to church to find answers, why he was reading his
Once
Bible
you're making
whenever
that kind
he was
of progress,
afraid, and why now he is trying to remind himself that God is with him. However,
that's
if
also
you'll
the
remember,
information
in the world
that you
of the Mandela catalog,
don't
that is not
know,
the person who
or
is
like
the
the
face
ability
of religion.
that you
It is
shouldn't
instead
have
the false shepherd.
to be
So instead of a
connected,
benevolent
then
and loving
it's
God,
then too
it is
much
a wicked
overbearing.
one. Mark begins to realize this as he writes in his notebook that nobody came to save him, and that whoever reads this has to stop it, before dreadfully remarking, "Who have I been praying to?" That further compounds on the thing I was talking about the voices outside the door. It only compounds to know that not only do they not have to do anything, but whenever you ask for help, it's them you're asking help from. We then see a series of mad scribbles before we get the final message from Mark that says, "My eyes are wide open." We then see posters along the brick wall, one of them being for a game between the Mandela Meerkats and the Brighton Bunnies. Again, this lines up with the short from the My Soccer movie, at least the Mandela Meerkats part. Also, the bottom of the soccer poster implies that the proceeds will go to the Mandela Grieving Parents Foundation, which, if the demons are kidnapping so many children that there's a foundation for the sad parents, I really got nothing. That's just bad. I don't know what else to tell you. On the other side of the picture, we see a Mandela County Police Department recruitment form, but most importantly, right in the middle, we have an alternate report for Cesar Torres. Again, we understand that Caesar has been an alternate since the events of Volume 1, but this is further showing that alternates are enough of an issue that the police issue reports for people who may be them. We then get to another evidence reel. This one is of the Murray investigation. Again, Murray, if you'll remember, is the family of Lynn, Jude, and Adam. Adam at the time only being around a year old. It opens with a message from Mandela Tech Daily. The man sporting this fantastic disguise is Dave Lee. Dave Lee explains that he was doing a video recovery for Lieutenant Davis. He explains that this footage is for the investigation, however he was only able to salvage a couple minutes of the footage. So what follows is a tape that was recovered from the Murray household. This tape is called The Might of the Subconscious. This is also one of the best moments in the entire series. We're greeted by a character named Stanley. Stanley is based off of Jim Henson's character known as Limbo. If you're on the weird side of the internet like I am, that has to do with childhood trauma and creepy kid shows, then you've probably seen this face before. But Limbo was known for appearing on early episodes of Sesame Street. And just like Limbo, Stanley here is meant to talk to children. Stanley shows up and begins to talk to the child watching that he can help them form imaginary friends. Stanley tells the child to close their eyes and imagine what they want their imaginary friend to look like.
Sesame Street.
Stanley tells them to think really hard and don't be afraid because they're just as scared as you are. Before Stanley finishes by saying that it worked and your new friend is somewhere in your house.
How many friends do you have?
For one, before I get into the analysis of it, this was the most viscerally fearful moment in the entire series for me. And while yes, the audio tape of the many voices bothered me,
in the
when I think about it, and I think is the best part, at least in a horror sense, of the whole series. This one was the most immediate jump scare, because I was really into the video, as you could imagine, and was on the couch. I was next to Kayla, and the lights were off, and I was very intently staring at the screen. And as soon as the screen went black and Stanley said, "Your imaginary friend is somewhere in your house," my dog knocked over a chair and a bunch of pans in the kitchen, So as soon as I heard there's someone in your house,
gosh.
everything fell apart. And I thought it was now a self-defense situation. So thanks, Alex. I'll be sure to mail you my hospital bills when I inevitably kill over. Unironically, though, the Stanley
like
part
my
is
mom
fantastic.
made also
the idea
some
of the devil
noises.
talking to children through a face that in the real world is often associated with a spacey sort of childhood traumatic memory that has to do with creepy faces that follow you into your dreams, and then using that for the mobile of the imaginary character coming to life through your horror story. The Stanley tape is incredibly important because it answers the question that's been asked since Intruder Alert. If alternates cannot interact with people until they cross over into our plane of existence, then how did they kidnap so many children? Supposedly before any of the deaths took place. And as we see from the Stanley video, they don't have to. It's any form of invitation. See, if the alternate is through the television screen, tormenting you, giving you information which is not wished to be desired, trying to copy your form, then in that case, taking yourself out of the picture causes the alternate to be invited into our realm. The other thing that invites an alternate into our realm is a child's imagination. So when the terror and grief wasn't working enough, the alternates appeared, again as seen in Intruder Alert, and caused the child to imagine their own monster. These monsters appeared, kidnapped the children, and then, distraught at the sight of their missing infant,
Oh my gosh.
the gateway was made for more alternates, which doubles down on the tragedy of Adam's character.
That
Not
is
only
such
was
a
he
good
kidnapped as a
connection.
child and seemingly forgot whatever the alternates taught him, but all of this is his own fault, because as a child, he imagined the imaginary friend that became an alternate, kidnapped him, led him through whatever happened to him after he was kidnapped, as well as the death of his mother, and as we'll see in a second, his father as well. All of Adam's troubles began with Adam because he's the one who, even if he was just a child and didn't know what he was doing, invited the alternate into our world. This is also a super terrifying concept, because now not only do alternates have to look like a distorted version of you, they look like whatever distorted thing a child dreams up in their imagination. And as we see, Adam's invited alternate quickly gets to work. We cut to a call between Jude Murray, again Adam's father, and Lieutenant Davis. Jude is afraid and begins to say that someone is in his house. Jude is terrified and says, "I don't know how it got out. The windows have been locked for months." Perhaps Jude knows that this creature came from the television, and that's what he means by "it got out." Because again, at this point, people know what
everywhere
alternates
here.
are. Davis seems rather calm, asking what this creature's doing, and Jude says that it's just in the corner and he believes that his wife Lynn has been hurt. Jude remarks that he doesn't want to look at its face again. Davis then asks the question, again assuming this to be a normal alternate, does it resemble anyone you know? So whenever
Just
Jude
like
replies,
everywhere.
it doesn't look like anyone I've ever seen, Davis freaks out. This is understandable, right? Because this is whenever they start to figure out, just like we are right now, that children can unknowingly invite alternates into our reality. So while Davis is just assuming this is a normal alternate encounter with a doppelganger or wannabe doppelganger, and as we saw from previous videos, police procedure is to do nothing and let the person die because again, nothing is worth the risk. Whenever he sees this is something else, he panics. So he begins talking to Ruth, saying that
Remembering
he needs
the
assistance
good
at
old
this
carpet,
household,
oh my
and then whenever he
gosh.
goes back to talk to Jude,
Oh my
Jude
gosh.
isn't there anymore.
The
Davis
carpet
comes over
back
to the
then
house, and Ruth
was
says that
really
several of the
fluffy.
people who showed
really-
up are too afraid to
it was
go
really
in. This is
awesome
then
to-
when the pictures and events
to
at
be
the end of Home
on the
Intruder take
carpet,
place.
but
Davis goes inside, sets
all
up
the
a
hair.
camera, the camera begins to take pictures, and that's whenever the event happens where the corpse of Lynn Murray is tampered with. At least that corpse is tampered with after Davis and Weaver make entry into the house. When Davis and Weaver enter the Murray household, they see that the TV is playing static along with the song that, as mentioned earlier, indicates an alternate's presence. In the side, Lynn can be seen hanging. Again, this is following the events of Intruder Alert. While Davis is walking around and Ruth goes to investigate something, Ruth quits responding to Davis. Davis begins to panic and to call out to whatever's in the dark, and whatever's in the dark begins to mimic his voice back to him, before beginning to repeat the phone call between Jude and Davis that we heard earlier. It seems that whatever this thing is that's in the dark, it's trying to learn speech patterns and copy the voices of those around it. This thing in the dark begins to sprint at Davis before it stops, and we can hear a ghastly rendition of Amazing Grace as it slowly lurches its lanky arm around the doorway. This is Adam's imaginary friend, the alternate that he brought into our reality. At this point, it has kidnapped Adam, caused the death of Lynn, and has supposedly killed Jude and Ruth as well. And now, it's learning how to be human. Davis begins to run away and over the radio tells Ruth that if she's still in there, to get out and meet him at the station. Again, it seems that Ruth didn't make it. We then cut back to the police department as Davis is hurriedly trying to call the local counties to send reinforcements. We then cut back to a house, again supposedly the Murray house, as the song Amazing Grace gets louder, before the song is carried over to the police station, indicating that this alternate from the Murray household followed Davis to the station. As Davis is walking through the station, it appears in front of him using the stolen voices of the people it's killed. One voice says, "You're too late," this is presumably Jude. Another voice says, "You left me behind," supposedly Ruth. Along with general mockings of Davis, such as, "This town is in shambles because of you." And if there is any doubt into the idea that this is an imaginary friend of a child who was created by a child's imagination, then the confirmation comes from the most haunting and final lines that this alternate says. Again, it uses the voices of those it's either killed or heard. The alternate says, "Mommy, want to meet my best friend? He likes to hide, but he wants to meet you. I want to play with the man in the TV." The alternate then moves towards Davis as the screen cuts to black and it says, "Uh-oh, bad decision, Thatcher," mimicking the words that were told to Mark before Mark suffered a similar fate. As this lanky creature, the amalgamation of a child's imagination of what a friend could be, lurks over Davis's location, if you have your closed captions on, you see the names Cesar Torres, Ruth Weaver, and Mark Heathcliff scroll by, 3 victims of the recent alternate takeover, all added to the collective of this alternate hive mind. We then see the message, "There's not enough room for the 2 of us, Lieutenant," and we see Ruth Weaver's face dissolve to nothing. The camera then takes us to the motto of the Mandela County Police Department, "Every day gets brighter," and then finally we end back on that eye watching the TV.
Stop or I'll shoot! I said stay back!
So, wasn't that something? So a lot happened there at the end. Again, the horrifying realization that you don't even have to succumb to mad for one of these things to get to you. You just have to exist. Because even if you're really smart, and even if you take all the precautions to keep the alternates away, there's a child watching a TV somewhere who's probably still going to let it in. So at the end of 333, we see the end stages of this alternate attack.
No
it's
TV
to the degree
to
that
the
they are
kids.
directly attacking the police department, and it seems no one is safe. We'll get to Davis's
Big
fate in
spooky,
just a
yeah.
minute, but
It's
again,
really cool,
I want
the
to raise the
series.
question of what did it do with Adam? Adam created this
Yeah,
thing,
what
at least
happened
the
with
visage
Adam?
of it, brought it over into our world, and then seemingly Adam disappeared, leaving enough time between that disappearance for his mother to succumb to mad. So where is Adam during this time? I don't know. I'd really like to find out.
Driving
There is one
bicycle,
final note with this
going
episode.
spa day.
If you wait around till after the end credits, you see the statue of Simon of Cyrene helping Jesus carry his cross. As this image is shown, the false shepherd appears. Now, to be honest, I'm sure the Simon of Cyrene statue has something to do with symbolism that's cool, and I like it. But for now, my main takeaway is that the false shepherd is still behind all of this, controlling everything from behind the scenes. So before we get into the final thoughts, let's talk about the final piece of media at the moment from Alex Kister, and that is Every Day Gets Brighter. Every Day Gets Brighter opens with, again, a shot of the Mandela County Police Department, and an audio recording begins that is surprisingly the voice of Lieutenant Davis. Davis survived his confrontation with the alternate at the end of 333. He sounds broken and attacked, but he's still alive, while remarking that the alternates have taken everything. Davis says that he can't be bothered or scared because then who will the people look to? Perhaps the reason David managed to survive his encounter is because he wasn't truly afraid. Maybe mad has to take over the individual, at least to some degree. Davis remarks that people want to know where their loved ones went, but that he has no clue where they went. Again, leading into the question of where's Adam? David says that it took something for me, and no one can know what it's like to see a perfect copy of yourself walking away. Now, this is one of the most revolutionary things in the entire series. We knew because of Intruder Alert that there was some way that these supposed only non-physical creatures through the TV had to kidnap children. So whenever we figure out the children can imagine an alternate and then it comes to life, that lines up. But we have always assumed that the doppelgangers cannot take your position until you're dead, right? And that the most they can do is just try to look like you. That's why if you see something that resembles you, run away and hide, because the thought has been it's going to kill you so that it can fully take your position. But as we see here, it's a perfect copy, and it already fully took Davis's position. But Davis is still alive. This means that the alternates don't even need you gone in order to take your place. Of course, it's easier to do so, as they said, there isn't room for the both of us, but it can be your perfect copy without you even being gone. So I went to Alex with this because, you know, I felt pretty confident in all my theories from the first video, and then you don't have to be dead to have a perfect doppelganger, so I like panicked and was like, crying and screaming and throwing up to him. And he told me, simply, go back and watch Metaphysical Awareness Disorder. The reason he said that is because I brought up the point, if the alternates don't need you out of the way, then why do they try to get you to end yourself? Again, he told me to check out the MAD video and be on the lookout for a statistic. That statistic, according to my opinion, is the fact that 97% of people who encounter MAD end up taking their own life. However, that final note is that
like,
3% of people reverse the delusion. I believe that MAD is more of a side effect to these alternates' control. All they need is to get into our world. If they can do that through the television and convincing you to take yourself out and then take your place, that works. But now, as we see, they can also get a child to do their bidding without the child even knowing it. So maybe MAD is just a side effect of these creatures that are already in our world, giving someone forbidden knowledge and then copying their visage and walking away. However, the 3% that reverse the delusion is interesting. Perhaps the reason these alternates still want you to be very afraid, even though they could attack you, as seen in this episode and previous examples like Caesar's mom, is because if you overcome that forbidden knowledge, you may be able to fight back, or reverse the delusion that the alternate has created. Again, this is new information, and I'm just theorizing with the pieces that I have and the breadcrumbs that Alex has given me, but perhaps if one overcomes MAD, there is a way to fight back. And maybe the alternates know that, and that's why they still want you gone. Maybe Adam knows that. Maybe that's why he wasn't afraid. Who's to say? I'm just excited. There's so many pieces. I don't know how it fits yet, but I'm spitballing and throwing stuff together and using glue to put the puzzle pieces, and hopefully you all can figure out whatever all this word vomit is. But I think it's neat. At the end of Every Day Gets Brighter, Davis says that he's determined to kill it. Again, going back on the idea that perhaps if you can overcome MAD, you can take your place back. And again, if there's not room for the two of us, maybe you can be the one victor. I also want to mention, I was talking to Alex about this series, and I was like, hey, isn't it weird that the intruder from Mark's childhood never showed back up in all the recent episodes? And Alex was like, oh, you haven't seen the latest video? To which I noticed in Every Day Gets Brighter that this guy is the intruder from Mark's childhood. And I cannot properly convey to you the amount of torment and personal hatred and respect I have for this thing. Because for those who don't know, this is my one claim to fame in the entire Mandela catalog. I originally used the picture of the hoodie police sketch for one of my Conspiracy Iceberg videos, and Alex saw it and then used it as the intruder image because of that. So I technically created this piece of torment in my life. Just like Adam brought the alternate into his world, I brought this thing into my world. And now, as I'm trying to put together all the puzzle pieces, I believe I understand how doppelgangers work, I believe I understand how intruders work, pretty sure I've got the false shepherd down and all of that. It's this one guy in a hoodie who lives in people's stairs like he's Harry Potter that I can't figure out. And then sure enough, after I've put together everything, that I'm pretty confident how MAD works, pretty confident how the imaginary friends work, and all of that, there he is. There's his stupid face, and it looks creepy, and it is terrifying, but I'm more upset than scared. Because here he is at the end, just to stand there and be like, haha, forgot about me, idiot. And the worst part is that I invented at least the look. Alex has all the credit for the writing, but he looks that way, that smug face and that smug hoodie, and I did that, and it drives me crazy because he's the one. I feel like if I can figure him out, a lot of the stuff is going to link together a lot easier. I could be wrong, it could be not at all, but just because I conjured this dogma into my life, I feel like he's the problem, and I did it to myself, and I can't blame anyone else. The series is really good. I just hate it.
Huh?
You have already done all of my bidding.
Wait a minute, volume 4? Was that 2 and 3
Let's get
together?
into it, starting with Interlude. Interlude is another one of the short episodes that occur between the larger volumes of the Mandela catalog. Interlude opens with a series of pictures of houses and the Mandela County Police Department. This is very similar to the framing we saw in Volume 3. We also get a logo for the Bythorn Paranormal Society with a subtitle that says Production 2007. As we'll learn, 2007 is when the society began. We then see that someone named Sarah is sending Adam videos from the Mandela County Police files. We don't know this yet, but Sarah, as confirmed by Volume 4 and the website, which is something I'll talk about in a minute, is the sister of Mark Heathcliff. If you'll remember, Mark was the first victim of the alternate attack that we ever saw all the way back in Volume 1. Mark died in 1992, and his little sister Sarah would grow up to one day begin a society specifically tasked with investigating and trying to destroy the
I hope you
alternate
guys not
presence.
too
Which
tired.
is so interesting that the
or
little
if
sister
it's
of
not,
the first
like,
victim we ever see in
boring
the
for you
entire
guys.
series would one day grow up to begin the organization
But I
that
think
is the main
we
opposition to the alternate.
yeah, just like
the
I said,
idea
we don't
that
watch the whole
sister
thing.
who lost her brother to this alternate invasion would be a fugitive from the law because she wants to take
Not
down
too tight.
the
I'm
things
enjoying
that killed
it.
her
Ah,
brother.
okay.
It's just
Okay.
like little elements that
Was
put together a
fixing some
complete
dinner,
picture
but
of
I'm
this
sitting
world
now
that
to
I love.
enjoy
I'm a
once
fangirl
more.
for it. Anyway, Sarah's sending these
like,
police
perhaps
files to
fell
Adam,
asleep,
and these
guys,
files begin with a
because it's
message from
already
the
also
Department of
late.
Temporal Phenomena. Now, we still don't know a ton about the Department of Temporal Phenomena, although it's my guess they're not to be trusted, or at least all of them aren't to be trusted. Specifically, the department says that an unforeseen
nice
threat
dinner,
has been
Coco.
eliminated in
I'm
reference to
wasting
the
gonna slip
alternates.
into bed
Now, while this
soon.
could be a message
No,
that because people are
like,
destroying
real.
their television sets,
I'm also
because
like a little
alternates
bit
use it as a
tighting,
gateway to travel into
but
our
I'm
reality,
also like
that because of
enjoying.
people's
I
compliance,
think
the
without
alternate
the
threat is going
interesting
away.
video, I would be
We know from the events that we're
done.
about to see
I would be
that
done
it is
so
not
much.
going away. So the department is either misguided or in with the alternates. We then see a slide that says, in the beginning, before we see a chart of alternate assimilation. As we know, alternates mimic the form of people in order to replace them within reality. However, what we didn't know up until this point is the different levels of this assimilation. We knew that there were different types of alternates. There were those that were a perfect match to humans and those that were a very unperfect match. But now for the first time we see specifics of that transformation. The first thing we see is a flawed assimilation. It looks like this is what happens whenever an alternate tries to mimic a person but doesn't get all the features right. Kind of like a printer running out of ink midway through a copy. After that, in the middle of the graph, we see a complete assimilation. This is supposedly what the alternates want, to be a perfect
I
one-to-one
heard
copy
in real
of
life
the human they're
there
trying to
are
mimic
6
to the degree that it is
people that
unidentifiable.
look
So if at the
like
beginning of the
you,
graph we had what
like
happens
exactly like
whenever
you,
there
or
isn't
around
enough
6.
assimilation,
That means
in the middle
there are
we have
6
the perfect amount of
Cocos
assimilation,
on this
then
world,
on the far end
on
we
our
have
planet,
what happens when
6
there's too much
Tonys,
assimilation.
6
Whereas it's described
Lunas.
here, overdriven. And for the overdriven,
Man, give me
we see
searcher, I gotta be
none,
the only one.
and the thing that Adam saw in the house in
I'm
Volume
too
2.
unique.
This is the
Yeah,
creature
like,
that
the
appeared in
thing
front
is-
of Adam and whispered to him.
The thing is, they even, like here in the German, science show, they made like, they researched it, if it's really true, and they put like, in the internet, 3 persons out, people out, like kind of a mugshot from every angle, and then they put it like in social medias, if someone is there that looks alike, and they found like literally by of the 3 by the female, by the lady, and the lookalike was in the same country. It was also she was in Germany, and not even that far away, and then they meet up and they looked nearly the same. The eyes have been slightly different, like slightly from the size, but everything else looked nearly look-alike. It's like the 6 look-alike are not 100%. 100 like that's really identical. It's like a little, yeah, like perhaps the brows are smaller, the eyes are smaller, lips, mouth. It's a little detail that is a little off. Surely also characteristic is surely like different. You will guess it like instantly. Yeah. By me, my doppelgangers. That is even a good question. Do I have, when I go into my boyish mode, if I would like wear like completely boyish and have no makeup on, would I have then also 6 look-alike? And do I have it now? But that is now a good question. I think my look-alikes, when they have the same face feature, then it could be that they, yeah, not use makeup or so, then it's still different. Huh. Usually it's based on face shape, right? Yeah, face shape and face features. So as long as it's mostly similar without makeup, everyone would look similar. Yeah, okay. I think without makeup, I would have the 6. But with makeup, I'm unique. You never know, perhaps is someone else also wearing like this. But holy shit. True. Yeah, you can every day like make different makeup. I only know you to do the dots and those wings. Yeah, like I think if you find a look-alike, the look-alike is also like they grow up in other circumstance, in other, like had the other childhood. Everything is like slightly different, and that makes, yeah, also like you develop different characteristics based on, yeah, like this background story. I would say it's like the difference would you surely like see also in the character. Perhaps I wouldn't even like my look-alike. Perhaps it's like a really snob or so, or I don't know, like really like how it's called, not down to earth, like completely like arrogant or so. I would, oh my gosh, then you see like, oh my gosh, you look like me. Who are you? What are you wearing? Like instantly insulting me, like thanks. I would surely also see this outcoming, that when you find you look alike, then it's like even not yeah, you have not liking for the person or so, but it's surely like really interesting. I'm curious if I'm seeing one day in my life a look-alike, a doppelganger. Would be interesting.
Before
Okay,
we
let's
had
go.
the
Sorry
text
for
displayed
intervening.
that described metaphysical awareness disorder, or what we believe to be the disorder people have who survive an alternate encounter.
How relevant is metaphysical awareness disorder?
By the way,
And were
getting late,
people
Luna.
like
Yeah,
me
by
kind
me
of leading
also.
others astray on what
It's
it meant at one
5
point.
already.
Metaphysical awareness disorder is
be able to
huge,
finish this
and I feel like
if there's a
everyone
late
looks
night.
over it.
It
That's
will
all
be
I'll
no
say. I
late
feel like
night.
nobody mentions it, especially with
I'm
some
so
recent
wasted
stuff.
still.
There's it plays a
The weekend
huge
was
part,
rough.
but nobody talks about it. That's all I'll say.
Write that down. Write that down.
So it
Watch a little
seems
bit
here
now,
that this
and
overdriven
then I'm also,
alternate
like, doing
has taken on too
perhaps,
many
like, a little
details
just
of the
chatting at
nun
the
it
end,
tried to mimic.
and then
You
I'm
can kind of
also
make out
reading
where these
slowly.
features came from. The white face of the alternate surrounded by the black shroud kind of looks like a nun's headdress. But obviously the details of it have been applied and twisted in a way it was never meant to be, hence overdriven. But if that alternate is a mimic of that nun, then what was it doing in the house with Adam? The screen then cuts and we hear screaming as we see a red outline around the window of Adam's house.
the sound.
We then see a shot of the church that Mark went to in Exhibition. Exhibition being the video that showed the final days of Mark's life and the fact that in his final moments he tried to go to a church for some reason. And then finally we see an image of just the nun with the text next to it reading a messenger.
Is the bet
now,
already like...
I've got a pretty good idea
20,
as to what all this
please come
means,
to
and as a
me.
matter of fact, I think it's one of the coolest developments in the entire series. And if this is going where I think it's going, we're all in for a real treat. However, none of my ideas around Interlude will make any sense unless you see Volume 4. So keep everything I just mentioned in mind, the text that says in the beginning, the overdriven assimilation, the picture of Mark's house, as well as the picture of the church, because they're all going to come back in a big way whenever I make some big, crazy, harebrained conspiracy theory that, again, Alex is going to destroy whenever the next episode comes out. But for now, I feel smart. So while I'm feeling smart, I guess, we're going to move in to Volume 4. And as we move into Volume 4, there's a few questions I want you to keep in mind that we're going to try to answer as we get through this. The first one being, as mentioned earlier, especially in Volume 2, Adam is special. We see in Volume 3 that he was responsible for the death of his parents because he allowed the man in the TV to become real, kill them, and eventually kill Lieutenant Davis's partner, Ruth Weaver. Now, of course, Adam was an infant and didn't understand what he was doing. However, that means that Adam is inherently tied to these creatures, and whatever metaphysical awareness disorder or whatever these alternates' grand scheme
Perhaps
is,
he
has
brought
to somehow
them to the-
correlate with Adam.
to the
so
world.
why is Adam special, and why doesn't he
was
remember
the first
whatever
link
the
or
alternate
one of
said
the
he was
major
supposed to
links?
remember? The second question I want you to ask yourself is about Thatcher Davis. If Davis was such an important figure in the community, and supposedly one of the only people who can stop the alternates, then why did the alternate in the police station at the end of Volume 3 assimilate him, but allow him to live? And then finally, the final question that arises from Interlude. If this hooded figure is an assimilation of this nun, and this nun is known as a messenger, then she's a messenger for what? And while you're busy trying to put all that together, let's
For
get into Volume
Satan.
4. Volume 4 opens with a storybook drawing of the 7 days of the
But
biblical
reach.
creation. We have the normal steps, like God created the light, the
The
water,
object has
the land,
landed. The
until while
object
showing
has
the land,
landed.
whenever the trees
Use
begin to
them.
sprout out of the earth, we see
Deploying.
in the background that the false Gabriel, the main antagonist of this entire series, appears behind a tree in a flash, before disappearing, leaving the tree as a
What?
dead husk. We then see Adam and Eve, and all appears fine in the story, until one night after they go to sleep, we see text that reads, "Awaken, my son." We see Adam wander through the darkness of night until he sees the false Gabriel off in the tree line, waiting for him. And as Adam approaches, the fog dissipates to reveal an apple lying on the ground. After
No,
this, we
don't
see
do
that
it.
Eve wakes up and is terrified that when she stares into the night sky, the man looking back at her isn't the Adam she once knew. We then cut to the modern day with a title card for Volume 4 as we hear radio chatter of people
What's the
discussing
apple?
technology and all its benefits. Again, as we know, in the world
Already
of the Mandela
bad?
catalog, technology has been outlawed as it allows alternates to seep into our reality. We then hear a phone call from Dave Lee, the owner of Mandela Tech. In Volume 3, whenever we saw the video recording of Stanley, the face in the television that made Adam materialize an imaginary friend into the real world, the tape was prefaced with a message by Dave
Face
Lee
is so
to
creepy.
Lieutenant Thatcher. It seems that Lieutenant Thatcher has been bringing these videotapes to Dave, and Dave has been repairing them and then giving them back to Thatcher. So it seems that Dave is privy to the alternate takeover, or at the very least, the alternate's effect on technology. Dave is on the phone with a man named
Nice job,
O'Brien,
Tony.
who seems to be the leader of a church band. O'Brien says that everything's going great at church and asks Dave how the business is doing. Since Dave owns a tech shop and technology has now, for the most part, been outlawed,
Sometimes
business
even
is
that's
doing
hard
about
for
as
me.
expected.
Oh, yeah.
O'Brien seems sympathetic to this and tells
like,
Dave that
wait,
if he ever needs a
going
job,
to bed?
he'd be happy to hire him at the church. Dave says that he's not
I
religious,
can
but
also
O'Brien
sing a
says
song
it doesn't
like
matter,
this.
and that the church welcomes
When I
anyone.
remember
Now, if you've been
last
keeping up with the
Saturday,
lore of the
I
Mandela
was
catalog, church
sleeping
is
here.
not a good thing, because all religions have
The
been
bet is right
replaced
by
by
side
this
of me.
alternate takeover. but I'm jumping the gun a bit. We'll get back to that in a minute. In the meantime, while all this is happening, we see someone else at the tech store with Dave start going through a box of VHS tapes. We'll get confirmation as to who this is in a minute, but I'll go ahead and tell you now that this woman is named Evelyn, and she is the ex-girlfriend of Adam Murray. So, Evelyn is familiar with the Bythorn Paranormal Society and at least some level of the Alternate's influence in the world. I mean, considering that television is now outlawed, I imagine that a lot of people are aware of the Alternates to some degree. While going through the box of VHS tapes, she finds one that has a note on it reading, "Dave, same old procedure, drop off when you're done, Thatcher." Evelyn, deathly curious as to what this tape might be, steals it for herself. Also, while we're on the scene, I just want to mention how much I love how the series has progressed all the way to live action segments now.
You know how it is.
Oh!
I'm sure you've seen it.
We got boys. We graduating. We moving up in the world. You see that? We went from pictures of real people to like shots of real people and whatever, and then like short like live acted out clips, and now we got our man's Alex as Dave, the OG on camera.
And I also love the aesthetic of it. It's not just like, you know, he set up a camera and did a video, although I'm sure that would be great if he wanted it to. But it has a very like Sin City vibe to it. Like everything we're seeing is almost
I don't know,
dreamlike.
it's weakening a lot, but I really need
I think
to
it's really
appreciate
cool. Anyway,
like the
I'm
whole
just
lore
nerding
and
out.
whole
Moving on. We then see Evelyn sneak
storytelling.
into a back room
It's really
at
good.
Mandela Tech, where it appears
Yeah,
that,
true,
despite them
it's-
being illegal, Dave has
I
kept
don't
a
know,
television
it
set
gives
for
like
himself. There's
not
also a
that-
sign leaned up on the wall that says the
how
only
to say it doesn't give that far distance vibe. It's like, it's not I heard from a friend's friend, and this cousin from this friend, he knew a guy, and this guy met like someone really strange, and this dude had like a huge story. That is like, what? That is like a legend, like a myth, or so. But when it's like, when you know the source or so, and you know it's like really, yeah, made up, then it's like the mystic factor is like it's gone, like a little bit. But the story
CRT-TV
itself
in
is really
Wisconsin.
cool.
And while this may lead you to believe that perhaps since Dave owns a tech store, he has a sort of permit to keep this one television set, keep in mind that this sign is laying in the back room and not out front with all the others. What I gather from this is that for a while, Dave was allowed to have the television, but then the state effectively told him to get rid of it. So he is now
Thank you so
hiding
much
it
for
in the
being
back
here,
with
for
a cover
chatting, for
over it,
lurking.
along with the sign that used to hang out front. Also little touches, like everything being 70% off in the store because Dave's going out
Thank
of
you.
business,
You're
and the
welcome.
empty parking lot to indicate
Many
that there's no
kisses,
customers.
many
Great
hearts
stuff.
for
So
you.
Evelyn begins the video, and we see that it is the toddler
hope you
stress
can
assessment from all the way back in
without
volume
problem.
1, which makes sense because the toddler stress assessment video related to the alternate takeover because it was being shown at the same time children were being abducted by alternates, and again Dave and Thatcher are trading back and forth videos that have to do with alternates. However, this is very not good for Evelyn, because if you'll remember, the whole reason televisions got outlawed is because if someone views an alternate through them or allows alternate influence to come in through the television, it can cause alternates to appear in the real world, which is very not good. And now, Evelyn is watching videos related to alternates, which is very not good. We then see that the person scribbling this is Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. We see Thatcher look through
Between
several cabinets
Spooky Monday
before remarking
and
that there's
burgers,
no food.
it's gonna be
Again, Thatcher
complicated.
is in
indeed.
hiding, and it seems
how do you
living
mean?
off scraps. We then hear an interview from Bythorn Hyde Daily News of Sarah Heathcliff. We hear in the video that in 2007, Sarah was the founder of the Bythorn Paranormal Club. Again, love the idea that the sister of the guy who
It's like a
kickstarted
really
this
bad
whole
idea.
series is the one who is leading the series into its future. In the video, she says that she is looking for other people to join and to please email her if you're interested. And one of the people who email her is Adam Murray. We also in this time see pictures of both Sarah and Adam that say currently
I'm scared
at
intruders
large.
come back.
Again,
oh no.
members of the
Oh
Bythorn
no, I
Paranormal
hope
Society are wanted
I really
because
hope
they
not,
are
Tony.
investigating the
Like,
alternate invasion. And on July the
I
10th of
would look out
2007, we
with,
see that Adam
like,
became a member of the
whether,
Bythorn Paranormal Society,
like,
which at the
cameras,
time, since his
or I
email
would
says
look
Adam
out
Murray
that,
88, he would have been 19
you
years
can
old.
stay,
Adam
like,
and Sarah
for
also
a short
announced
of
that they are
time
now turning the
somewhere,
Bythorn Paranormal
that you can be,
Club
like,
into
for,
the Bythorn Paranormal
for
Society,
safe.
meaning it's no
Maybe
longer
put
just
the chair
a little
in front
high
of the
school
door,
club.
jam it so
It
they
is now
can't
an
get in.
investigative group
Yeah.
for people of the region. Again, this is
Yeah,
all back
like,
in
good
2007,
idea.
before they became wanted. The events
Tony,
of Volume 2, whenever Jonah
that
died,
is a really good
are in
idea from
2009.
Coco.
We then see that on July the 14th of 2007, only 4 days after
She's
Adam
making
became a
it
part of
tilted
the
or so.
BTS, he takes Sarah on an investigation that he scouted out himself. What is this paranormal encounter that Adam scoped out? A police crime scene. So
Perhaps-
Adam takes Sarah, a girl he just met.
What we have here is two locks. First of all, the door lock, and like a kind of like, I don't know how to say it in English, where you need to put a bolt around and just put it up or down, that it's really locked, that when they would get through the first lock, that the second lock is still there. Sending safe vibes, yeah. Hey Tony, I'm also like, I really hope, oh gosh, that is also nightmare fuel. Like, I would put that idea like into reality from Coco. That's a slide lock, I think. Yeah, a slide lock. Yeah, it makes sense, because yeah, like it's sliding whether down or up. Yeah, like that, something like this, that you can install something like this over time, that you have like this second like kind of way, because when they open up a door or so, then it makes already like noises. Well, it's still shitty, Like, I'm also like, I really only wish the best, Tony, that nothing happens and that they just gave up now, because like they saw like that you were there, or perhaps, oh fuck, yeah, like I really hope that they don't come again. Just only the best, Tony.
To an active police crime scene, and plays an audio lore, which is just noises of people screaming, and as he does, hands of alternates begin to pour out of doorways down the hallway. If you remember, alternates' eventual goal is to assimilate humans, and they most often do that through human suffering.
Having it open anymore.
There isn't enough room for the two of us, and trying to make
Usually
people
thieves
go
who
crazy.
fail at the
So
place
Adam
come
is
back,
so gung ho about finding
really?
these things, and doesn't care what he has
when
to do
it's
to do
usually
it,
then
that
it's
he
already
went to
like
a place where someone
like
probably
really good
just
chance.
died to an alternate,
But yeah, like
and then plays
Coco
noises
said,
of people screaming, so he
nothing
can
to
get
count
footage of
on.
their hands coming out
It's
of the
always
walls.
good to
Sarah
be
takes this
like now aware
about,
of
as you
it,
can
and
imagine.
to
Sarah is furious
have,
and
like,
says she's
the
never
next
going
step
out on a job
to,
with Adam again.
yeah, be more
and that if he
safe.
wants to keep doing these investigations, that she'll run
for
everything
you,
else,
Tony.
but he's got to find a new partner.
Big heart.
As we know,
And
that
be
partner was
just
Jonah.
safe.
And as we
You
also
just got
know,
a plan with
it
that
didn't
in
turn out
mind.
well
Yeah.
for him either. With all that in mind, we then cut to 2
Just
years
like
later,
taking
2009,
preparations
just after
that
the events of
something
Volume 2.
like this
As a matter
would
of fact,
happen
we cut
again,
to right after the events
that
of Volume 2,
you're like more
with Adam
safe
driving
even.
home without Jonah in the car. When Adam gets home, we then get a point of view of his computer screen. There's also a lot of questions about what is and isn't allowed in the Mandela catalog, because we've heard from previous stuff that screens and televisions aren't allowed, but now people can just message on computers. Well, from the audio that we heard
Yeah,
at the
the same
title
was
card
like
at the
with the
beginning of Volume
GPS.
4,
or
we
with
hear
the
what sounds like people on the
cameras
radio
that they
mention
used.
that this new digital technology makes their family feel much safer and seems to be more usable and
Happy
less
Mandela
dangerous. It seems that what was
Nightmares,
outlawed
girls.
was analog
Thank you
technology.
so much, Tony.
So old television
Thank you
sets
so much for being
or
here.
anything that was not modern digital tech.
Big-
So it
big
seems
heart.
that now people are allowed to have things like computers, even though televisions and, as mentioned in Volume 2, things like a GPS are still
Thanks,
banned.
Tony.
Further
Sneak
leans
peek.
back into my theory that the government doesn't know what they're talking about, as they're kind of
I
just
really
picking and
love the
choosing
vibe
what
so
is
much
and isn't
lately,
allowed.
guys.
What is the status of technology in the Mandela catalog?
There is kind of a difference between the analog and digital laws, I guess you could say. I suppose that's really the most I can say about that as of now.
Okay. Okay. All right. So basically,
But no.
the stuff that's been outlawed is the stuff that they know the alternate.
Does he
to
talk
exist.
now with
Anyway,
him the
so
whole
the
time?
first thing that Adam does when he gets home, remember, a few hours ago, Jonah died. The first thing he does is delete Jonah from his contacts. We see throughout the series that Adam is
Tony.
obsessed with
Yeah, for
getting
you,
to the root of
Coco,
what these
also.
alternates are, and is
Like, for
willing to
you,
do
for
whatever
both
it
of
takes
you.
to get footage of them. But when it comes to caring about anything or anyone
Coco, you
else,
burned like your
We
name
also
burned
see
so
Sarah
much in my
and
brain.
Evelyn
Holy
in
moly!
Adam's recent messages.
It's like insane.
Evelyn asking
I was
if
gonna
they
be
can
upset
talk it
without
through
the love.
before then sending another message
Good thing you
and
fixed
asking
it.
for closure. Again, as mentioned, we're gonna see that Evelyn and Adam
come
are
here.
exes. Adam ignores this and begins to talk to Sarah, asking if she wants the
Much
good
love
news
for
or
you.
the bad news first. Good news being that he got some cool footage. Bad news being
But
Jonah's
I
dead
think,
on the side of
like,
the interstate.
guys,
Adam almost lies and says that Jonah bailed. However, he backtracks and instead decides to tell the truth. Albeit passive aggressively,
We watch a
as
little
he
bit,
says,
but I
Jonah
think we're
bailed
gonna
and I'm pretty
turn
sure
on
he's dead or
other video at the
something.
end.
Sarah is,
Like-
as you can imagine, upset by this and tells Adam to call her. During the phone call, we find out that Adam was walking back home and came across the abandoned car and supposedly Jonah's lifeless body, and Adam got in the car and drove away.
Now it's more like, not
this man is irredeemable. Like legit, this guy was just
yeah,
walking
from video
along the side of the
to
road
video
and
is
saw his friend's
more
lifeless body on
theorizing
the
now the whole
ground
time.
and thought, man, I get a free car. Sarah is mad and
It's
says
like
that Adam has to make a
but-
video to tell everyone that
But that
Jonah's
would-
gone. Adam
yeah,
gets mad and hangs up,
want
and
to-
Sarah sends him a
see the
message
content.
saying, "No wonder Evelyn left you." Which, if it was anyone else, I would say that message would hurt his feelings. But I don't think Adam has many of those. We
It's
then
like
cut
only
back to
chat
Thatcher,
also.
and while we hear a narration from him, we see things like a Mandela County population trend, showing that in 2009, Mandela County is down to 1,075 residents. Again, all an effect of the demonic takeover. While Thatcher is talking about the alternate takeover and how he feels partially responsible for it, we see things like a mountain of missing persons files. Specifically, Thatcher feels responsible for Ruth Weaver's death. We also see that in the lobby there is an in remembrance sign with pictures of Ruth and Thatcher's faces. Again, further showing us that the general public believes Thatcher to be dead. On the website for the Mandela County Police Department, there is a mention that the website will not be kept up after 2004. Now, while this could mean that, technology was getting banned and they're not going to continue to contribute to it, but it could also mean that the Mandela County Police Department shut down. And that would make sense considering the population of Mandela County got to be so low that it would make more sense for surrounding counties to just begin policing it rather than have a dedicated police force for that one
gosh,
town
you
if
work
they
like
even have
this.
the manpower for a dedicated police force. So I think that because of that, and also because of events we're going to see here in a minute, that the police department is abandoned and Thatcher's just living in the remnants of it. We then get what was for me one of the most brutal scares in the whole series, as whenever Thatcher goes to bed, he sees something in the closet at the end of the bed, and if you look closely,
You will see the face of Ruth Weaver's alternate.
but the alternate doesn't do anything. It just watches him.
It seems Thatcher is living in a perpetual state of fear. We then cut back to Dave Lee and hear in a phone call that he has fired Evelyn because he can no longer afford to keep her at the shop as Mandela Tech is having to shut down. At least that's the reason he gives Evelyn. We see as this phone call is being played that he finds that she saw the television set, and that more importantly, she used it to watch one of the tapes. Now Dave is shocked and horrified by this because he understands the gravity of what can happen if an alternate enters the world. So while he tells Evelyn the reason she has to leave is because he can't afford to keep her anymore, the actual reason is because she needs to stay far away from any kind of television at all. This is further emphasized when Dave said that he has a friend who used to work at the police station and he'll put in a good word for Evelyn, effectively hoping that Thatcher can keep her safe because she's opened up her mind to alternate intrusion. And this is even more emphasized when Evelyn straight up asks him on the phone why he had a TV set and what was on the tape, and Dave promptly hangs up. After this, Dave calls O'Brien and says he's going to take him up on his offer to work at the church. See, Dave was trying to maintain some aspects of technology, like the television set, in order to try to fight this alternate takeover with Thatcher. However, he now sees that because of this crusade, he might have gotten Evelyn killed, so he decides to stop it altogether. We then see what happened in the moments after Thatcher's alternate encounter in Volume 3. We saw Thatcher fire the gun and the alternate stand on top of him, but now we see that in the moments afterwards, the alternate mimicked Thatcher's voice in order to call off the surrounding police officers.
That's also creepy.
This is Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. Seems like I made a mistake. Everything's clear here at the station. Calling off all units. Over.
Oh my gosh.
We then hear the alternate mock Thatcher in Thatcher's own voice. He tells Thatcher that dead or alive, he's no use to the people he's serving, and that he's just a man without a purpose. Until the alternate finally calls Thatcher a scared boy with a gun, before it switches to Mark's voice and says, "Sound familiar?" In other words, the alternate is saying that Thatcher is just a scared kid with a gun, just like Mark was right before he died, the first victim of the alternates that Thatcher couldn't save. What a brutal existence that Thatcher's living. Not only is he, effectively in hiding in what I think's like the basement of the police station, but he has to live with alternates that are just watching him at all times.
Oh my
and then
gosh.
he hears them in his own voice talk about the things he's insecure about, like the fact that he's without purpose and everyone hates him. And then it calls him a scared boy with a gun, and then is like, yeah, like that kid you got killed. Remember that? In the voice of the kid that died, because he was also a victim of the alternates. So they can use the voice and memories of the child that's dead because of Thatcher to torment Thatcher. There's all this information about alternates giving people information that's not wished to be known, or the fact that alternates can push someone to end it all just by talking to them for long enough and tormenting them with
to imagine,
words
like,
and fears.
we would be doomed
and
if
after
something like
seeing
that
what they're doing to
exists.
Thatcher, I believe it. We then hear a reading of a letter that Thatcher is writing to Ruth Weaver. In the letter, he says that he wishes he could talk to her, wishes that he could still watch movies with her, but he can't because she's gone, and he still feels that it's all his fault.
Absolutely.
And Thornton Baker,
Yeah, that's
Thatcher's
terrifying.
actor, does a fantastic job at portraying this. That's all we get of Thatcher for this one, but I feel that Thatcher is going to continue to adapt throughout the series, and I have a feeling he's going to become our
we'll
hero.
be done for
He
eventually,
is the
yeah.
protagonist of the Mandela catalog.
Except we would go like into
Yes! I knew that was going to be the answer!
Stone
Maybe
Age.
not the protagonist in a traditional sense. Like, I don't think the story
Like, even then, it's
will
not-
revolve around his
Okay,
narrative
then it's
crux.
already
Although it
more
might, I don't know where
secure
else it's
than-
going to take it.
yeah.
I have a specific theory for how I think that's going to happen.
But it's like a zombie
we've seen
invasion when you
that
think about
he has
it.
a tragedy,
When the first
right? Like he
link
started
or
kind of
the
on this
second
pedestal
link,
of wanting to
third
help
link
people.
is
But now he feels
established,
responsible
then,
for
well,
the
yeah,
death
then
of his partner,
no
for
chance
not being able
anymore.
to help Mark
Because
Heathcliff
then
or the other
they have
people in
physical
Mandela County,
bodies.
and he's let it eat at him. He just sets in the darkness in this slump as literally the monsters from his past surround him constantly. And I think that he is shaping up to get a redemption through action, through overcoming his fear
and through fighting now what he couldn't then. And I think he's going to become our cowboy. I have a lot of hopes for Davis. I think he's a cool character. Like I said, Thorne's a great actor, and I'm excited to see where he goes. However, for this episode, I think the much more important development that we see is that of Adam. We then see Sarah's computer screen as she's messaging Adam and asks if he's done with the memorial video for Jonah. Adam says that it's done to make a video. Sarah doesn't care, so Adam sends her what he has, and it's comedically low effort. So then Adam sends the correct file, which opens with a narration from him and a logo that says Bythorn Paranormal Society 2007 with the 2007 crossed out and 2009 written next to it. And as Adam is reading about Jonah's death, the screen says, "Remember to rate 5 stars and subscribe." Which means Adam is the ultimate apology YouTuber. He got his friend murdered, or at least was complicit or didn't care with the fact that he got murdered. And he's like, yeah, my friend's dead. Anyway, 5 stars. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Click the link below to follow me over on... What a Chad. Adam also lies in the eulogy he's reading, as you can imagine. But he also gets some digs at Jonah. He says he brought a lot of positive energy to an otherwise serious organization, which is not a compliment. He also says that Jonah died peacefully, surrounded by his loved ones, when in actuality he was strangled to death by a demon on the side of the highway, which is as far removed from peaceful as you can get. During this playback, the video cuts to what seems to be altered footage. We see the inside of a house with overlaid images of Thatcher's drawings of alternates. A door opens and the camera pushes through. And as we see the in remembrance background, a picture of Evelyn pops up on the screen that says special guest, Evelyn. If it's not readily apparent, this is the alternates manipulating Adam's footage. We then hear a playback of a call from Evelyn where she says that Adam used to be a really nice guy up until he started doing the investigations with Jonah. She says that Adam was always a skeptic, which is why it was so surprising that he became a part of the Bythorn Paranormal Society and became so obsessed with these investigations. She says they got into a fight over it and that Adam told her horrible things she wished she'd never heard. It seems that after he began his investigation and obsession with alternates, that Adam changed from the person he was into something else. And that when Evelyn, or should I say Eve, looked at him, it wasn't the man she once knew. The image in the frame then cuts from a picture of Evelyn to a picture of Jonah's car on the side of the road from when Jonah died. And we hear Adam saying, supposedly over a phone call or an argument with Evelyn, that he never said that, and
celebration
that
of
is
life.
messing with his words. He says that the computer or something else is changing what he's saying, and that he doesn't seem to be in control of what other people think they hear from him. And as he begins to say this, it begins to echo, and other versions of his same voice begin to argue over top of each other, before Adam screams over all of them and tells them to stop and shut up before saying, "Get out of my head."
It's messing with my words. I don't know what's going on. It's not me. It's the computer, I swear. I'm not stupid. I never said that. The computer, I swear. Messing with my words. I'm not stupid, alright? I don't know what's going on. With my words. I never said that. Shut the fuck up! I never said that. Messing with my words. I've had enough of you! Messing with my words. I never said that. Please, get the fuck out of my head!
Clearly, there's something wrong with Adam, right? We know that when he was a child, his parents were killed by an alternate, and he came into contact with one. So there's at least trauma, if not something supernatural that affects him from back then. But this seems to be beyond what we know.
Guys, I think we leave it like this by this video. The last 40 minutes, boy, the 2 hours went by as it was nothing. I was like really drawn to it, to the story. Like I said before, it's like sad that he had like a good, like, it's cool to have the insights, but it's also like making it a little bit weak in comparison to those that are like more how to say that, mystical. I don't know, like it's more a mystery behind it. Who made that? What? From which source is that? Just like I said before, but everything else, lore, story telling is so good. I like the distorted faces with the cryptic videos. It was really cool. Like I really liked it a lot, and like for real, guys, check this channel out. Like big kiss for him. He made it, yeah, like so much. He put so much work into this video as alone that it's like 2 hours long, 2 hour 43. Damn, just insane. But hey, Wendy Goon, big kisses. I'm gonna put like all the links then into the video description, that you guys have it. Yeah. Yeah, you lose the mystery. Yeah, the mystery was like a little bit going, but in general, it was really cool. Like we had back then when we watched Marble Hornets, it was like more of a mystery. Like you had not the direct source, and plus the cryptic channel that was like as an ad to the Marbled Hornets was really good. I really loved that. The video here started really, or the series started really good. Like with the cryptic or with the instruction videos, that was all so good put together. And yeah, like after the while it was like more, yeah, like then this is the character. It was like then more a story. Before it was so really mystery. Oh, what is that? Really well made, I agree. Yeah, like the visuals and the imagery, very good. True. Yeah, but at all, I'm like really happy that we watched that. It was like recommending me today, and I thought, yeah, okay, why not? It sounds good. Why not looking into it? And I'm really happy that we saw that. I'm definitely like watching it to the end. That's for sure. But do we find other video for the end? Just like nicely. I think a meme video or so would be good. Or do we want to watch a cringe TikTok video? Just for the last smoke, yeah. Like cringe TikTok videos? No, like, or funny TikTok videos or funny meme video. Hard decision. What? I would prefer memes personally. Cringe can get a bit out there for me. Okay, then we watch meme videos. Wait, meme compilation. Okay, that's long. 20 minutes of random memes. I think that one sounds good. Looks already good. Oh my gosh, I can't. It's already bad. The first video. Let go. HS big heart for your coca. It's nearly already 6 hours. We made today a really long spooky Monday stream, and that you and also Tony have been so long here. Just insanely big kiss, guys, like for real. Mwah. And I would say 20 minutes of random memes, volume 19, Vine memes, big kisses. Let's go. Oh my gosh, eh. No way. He is fired. Holy, what?
New Yorkers live in boroughs.
What's up, Nico?
I'm so... What? Oh my gosh.
Holy shit, look at them buns!
Have you got something on you? You just got something to say.
The dog didn't have it. I can't believe it. Why is this always happening? Smart dude.
Have you ever seen this creature before?
Smart
No,
dude.
it's not what
Not
you
the
think.
food, always the food. Yeah. It's always the food.
It's not coming off. It's not coming off. Okay. So that is.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
What? Why? What? Doggo also didn't have it.
What?
Bro went to the back rooms. Yeah. That it's even touch.
Stay dripped to the feet.
Oh no! No, no. Doggo! Doggo, what is going on? Didn't think it would rain today.
Be telling me you lot man's in kangaroos and that you know my thing.
Bro, he got the minions.
Bro, are you serious? You and your friend walked the same way after saying bye. Oh, I feel that. Oh my gosh. It's so relatable. Mom, don't look. He's the ghost walker.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Trey.
Where am I?
What was that?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just had a nightmare.
Fake. What?
Yo.
Fuck this shit! Yeah!
Chloe.
Yo, y'all actually still believe in gravity? Just walk on a—
Oh, Pokemon music. When Bro's mom asks if we're hungry and Bro says we are fine.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
No, 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 no.
Dancing for Jesus in Walmarts. Yes, sir.
Boah, nice. Nice moves.
So I am obese. Holy shit. But I think 180.
I know that one.
Oh, fuck. I don't want peace.
Bad.
I want problems, always.
No, this one, yeah. It is like last time it was already the fail. What comes now? Truck? He was gone. Ghost getting ready for spooky season.
Ah, síguese buena, mame.
That is the best way to handle it. No way, I like even that. Where's the dude? How? He's caught up in the limbo. What the? The art? Hey, and welcome to the stream. I can't believe that we got rickrolled. Gotta be careful around helis. Yeah, that looked really severe, like really badly.
Ёбаный в рот.
Ты сказал, что ты шаришь в этой теме, ты, бля.
Не, ну пусть он просто объяснит.
What?
What happened? Okay, here we go. Focus, speed,
What? That was sick. That is pure love.
You alright, bro?
Justin Bieber.
贾斯汀比伯。
I'm so confused right now. No! But I would be like the same.
Josh, open it.
The fuck? Oh.
This image has actually no colors. Stare at the red dot in the middle for 5 seconds. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close your eyes for another 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now open your eyes.
What? I'm not the only one. This one is so too. You are also doing that. I'm happy that I'm not the only one. As soon I have dirty hands, I instantly.
EA Sports.
Oh, hell no, man.
You bought the EA house in 2099?
Insert cash or select payment type.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully never.
Oh shit, I dropped my wallet. I dropped my wallet. I dropped my wallet.
Nice Crocs. Bro got the drip. Yeah. That's bad. The sound. Oh, that felt so badly.
Oh no, ow. I saw that. My face! Oh, okay, we're done. Oh, that hurt.
Something wrong with it? Well, mate, I'm going to have to reshape this bumper. It's all over the shop.
He has arms.
To be replaced in place. Yeah, brother, you're lucky to be alive. They're falling to pieces. How much do you reckon all this is going to cost me? Tell you what, just because I like it.
Inspection.
I'm joking, it's a family size, isn't it, Steve? Yeah, well, it's a small price for peace of mind, mate.
Fuck on my neck, fuck on my neck.
That's also so true. I couldn't nap on this.
Let's play some
between
Joking
days.
Hazard. I'm going to give you a story, and you're going to tell me on a scale of 1 to 10 how good it is. Okay, here's the story. I ran over your dog, okay? Wait, why are they hugging? Alright. Scene missing? God dang it.
Why do you got hot dogs, man?
The game is too good. The game is too good.
This ring.
That instantly like a nice roleplay video. Oh my gosh, dude, it is out of nowhere. It was the most. Oh my gosh, it was such a low joke. I need that joking hazard.
Dog, okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, why are they hugging? Alright. Scene missing? God dang it.
What could that do?
Why do you got all hot dogs, man?
No.
This ring in my room, and he likes it and wants to keep it. Please let me keep. Look at the fucking rings on it. You see the little things inside that look like ashes?
Yeah.
It's my dad.
No! No!
Stay dripped to the feet, night ticks on fleet. Fuck with it, fuck me, fuck shorty for free.
I have that with my singing and beatboxing.
Please stand.
That what? That's dedication, I would say. He's doing it the whole time.
جيب شبكة.
أنا أقول فاوضها زين أنت. ما عليك شغل مو في السناك.
Oh my gosh.
خلاص يلا يا محمد. شكرا منديل شكرا.
وش استبعد تعال
يا ابن حلال 134.
أنا مقويك الله يلعن أبو الدباشة. سويت عندك حسبت بطاقتي.
مع السلامة مدير.
والله أنت رجع لي والله.
134.
Oh my gosh. He pranked him so much. No. No. No.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Why you
happy birthday,
harass
happy birthday.
people when they have birthday?
Alright, hope that guy has a good birthday. My virtue's done.
So this is still water?
Okay, that
And
was
I ordered
harassment.
sparkling mineral water
I
with no
don't like
bubbles.
that.
I see. So you understand why I'm furious, right? I mean, this could be tap water. What if I drank tap water? It would have been a catastrophe. A catastrophe at best. You know, I was so furious I had to have Samuel hold my butter knife. Say the word, sir. The word for what? We have, it doesn't matter. We have a secret code no one can break. Anyway, look, the point is I just don't want to go Super Saiyan on this place before enjoying my plate of unpasteurized butter. Do you understand? Absolutely. I'll tell you what. I'm just going to go and I'll get you new water and I'll kill the servant who gave that to you, okay? I mean, if it wouldn't be too much to ask, I really appreciate it. Daniel, Grandmama wants to know where her blue ballet shoes are. Slay. Samuel, Operation Kill Those Two Women. Yes, my lord. What does it mean?
Holy shit. Yo, dude, how many times you want to show that? Like for real? Huh? It's again the same videos, like 3-4 videos the same.
Okay, here we go.
It was now 4 videos in a row, the same videos. Are you serious? At the end he didn't knew which ones that he added and which not. What? Yeah guys, like for real, I think that was the video, the nice meme video. I would say we make a quick just chatting around. I'm smoking 1 cigarette and then I'm also leaving. We have nearly 6 hours reached. That's insane. It was like going by so fast. Like, I don't know, today was really good. I put that, put like this, put also like some music in the background, like this. We can go here. Okay, I put also the music a little bit like this. Good. But like the 6 hours didn't felt like it at all. It's so insane sometimes. Like the streaming lately is just, yeah, like pure enjoyment, and then I don't look on the time itself. It's like it's just flowing. My big kisses, like for real, for everyone that has been here watching also. Big kisses. Time has flown by. Yeah, I really hope you enjoyed it, Coco. I had a ton of fun like always though. Big kisses. I hope it was not like too long or so. Like the last video, spooky video, was just really a long video, but yeah, like I think it's also sometimes good to have videos like this. No, not at all. Really? Okay, big kisses for you, Coco. It makes me happy to hear that. Like, I'm surely like really want to have a little bit of, yeah, difference in the Spooky Monday, and sometimes, yeah, it can work better. Sometimes it can also be bad, but I'm happy to hear that. I'm like nicely smoking 1 cigarette now, and then I'm also going. It's like 5:30 by me. We have nearly 6 hours stream. Today was a really long spooky Monday. It's like when someone is following. Sorry. If someone is following, I made alerts activated. Is that shown? I'm really not sure. We don't see it, just you? Really? Because I put it in like from Twitch itself. Like Twitch has a new setting that you can put alerts in, but I'm not sure if you saw it. I might need a reset. No, that was before I started the stream. It would be already activated, but like I didn't saw it because I was like whether watching the video, and yeah, like by me I see only the OBS screen, and there I don't see it. Did anyone follow so far? I didn't see anything pop up. Yeah, NN was following before, and also big kiss for you. Yeah, I'm not sure. Perhaps it was popping up. I need to look that up next time or so. Okay, let's go. But I'm making myself something to eat. I'm like slowly getting in my tired mood. Then I eat something and then I go to sleep nicely. Now today was a really, really great day. But I feel like lately the change of the time and also that everything gets sooner, more darker. I haven't had that much of sunlight, to be honest. Like lately I'm like only awake in the darkness. That's really, and I feel that like it's also my energy sometimes feels a little bit drained. But yeah, I'm looking out for it, that I'm eating healthy and everything. Gotta make sure you get some vitamin D in that case. Yeah, it's pretty similar here. Yeah, it like an orange juice or so, or eating orange would be good. Yeah, it's pretty similar here. It's like by you also like yeah, when it's then even day, then it's like cloudy or so. Like it's just the time change is like also like intervening so much. The nights have already gotten longer. Exactly, yeah, that it makes so much out. We have here in Swiss, we have the Good Day milk, and the Good Day milk that has like implemented vitamin D or vitamin I think. Sometimes broken English. Second, you got it. Okay, like they implemented there that you have like also that you can eat at the morning your cereal and everything. We have similar milk here. Oh, that's very good. That's very, very good. Like when it's like supplemented in a kind of way, that you have it already in your regular products in it. The Pokemon music is too good. Today it was also not extremely a spooky Monday. Yeah, okay. Like the lore at the end was again like a little bit spooky or so, and also the imagery, the lore, everything was kind of spooky. But the man in the cave, that was just like feeling was like ooh, but also like explained in a funny way, was a little bit different than usual. But the beginning with the spooky videos, ghost videos, that was good, like good spooky, and the end nicely. Oh, I'm blurred. I feel the music so much. Birds come to say hi. Oh. Wait. Birdo? The burp? Oh, I'm getting more and more tired, I feel it. Yesterday, at this time, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm completely wasted. And then Tony joined, and shortly after this, you joined, Coco. like Sunday stream has been so awesome. It was a huge blast. Or like in general the Sunday, I was like doing, yeah, like a lot yesterday. With the content and everything together. We definitely made you tired today too. Like both days has been really good. And like I take that like always. If I can hang out with you guys, have a good time, then I can be also the next day a little bit tired. It's like I take that no problem. Like the 24-hour stream, I was so wasted at the next days, but I still streamed because I wanted to. I would felt bad, like first of all, like I felt like, oh, I didn't made something, and secondly also for you guys, like I would felt like, oh no, oh, we could have spent so good time together. I'm like so happy lately. It's really, really nice. I think it was well worth it. Yeah, the 24-hour stream back then, that was absolutely worth it. I really enjoyed every minute of it. It was a lot of different stuff that we did, and a lot of Apex. I was even beating one of the bosses in Zelda and making the fire temple. That was also something. Then playing with you like long Apex, like 5 hours or so in one bit. It was really cool. It was really, really cool, the 24-hour stream. Oh, the music! Wow, Coco, I can't wait. Tomorrow we can also play Poké MMO if you want. I'm fully open for it. I'm down. Okay, very nice. Very, very nice. Then we can go finally the bicycle route and go to the experience share. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So long. And then Coco, we have it for all time. Then every time when we go in a new region, we have it already. Like from the start on. That makes a lot of things easier. And I would say we also go for the experience share by the other regions. That we get it everywhere. Just imagine at the end we have like really 5 other experience share. The thing is, when they also restricted about like an amount that you need to code, we have it already. It's like we have always the stuff that we need, the required stuff, and we have already experience share. It's now just like always getting better and better, or like more easier to level up all Pokemon simultaneously. Yeah, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for watching, for being here, for enjoying. I really hope you all enjoyed it. Most of all, also like big kisses for the people that watched on YouTube until now. Like, I really appreciate it from you guys. Big kisses. And also huge thanks to you, Coco, and to you, Tony, for like being here the whole time, chatting with me, enjoying the videos together, being so awesome. Just thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, little Luna. Much love to you back, Coco. Thank you so much. Sleep well, sweet dreams when you get there. I don't know if you go instantly sleeping or so, or if you're, yeah, staying a little bit up. If so, we perhaps like, yeah, like I'm surely like right, you surely a little bit, just a bit later for me. Yeah, like I would also like when I would have vacation or so, fully enjoying it. We chat though. Okay, very nice, very nice. Thank you so much, Coco, for everything. And yeah, guys, I wish everyone a good night. Sleep well, sweet dreams, or if you have day at the moment, I wish you a great day. Stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and I'm daily online. I'm always like on regular times, always between 8 and 10 p.m. is the starting time, and then I'm streaming until midnight, around midnight, and +1 UTC is the time zone, just in case that you want to know the exact time. Oh fuck, I'm so sorry for coughing. Thank you so much for watching. See you all in the next stream. See you all tomorrow. Tomorrow in the next Pokemon MMO stream. Thank you so much. Bye guys. Bye. That was so awesome. I had a huge blast. Just thank you so much, guys, to everyone.